I truly don't think I can contain my excitement, Coas, because we've got the final series of everything that's led up to the second season of the Sugar Free League is already right here before us with LZBLZ and Paragon 5. How are you feeling tonight about this, my man?
Well, I'm a little sad because I wanted to see the rematch of Lane Zero versus, rest in peace. I don't know. Can I even say their name? Free Tyler 1? It's so sad. But we're not going to get to see the rematch, but we've got still an incredible finals this year. We got Paragon 5 here versus LZBLZ, and I mean, the 1 and 2 teams coming into it. So I guess, unexpected, right? But still, this is going to be a great match here. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm at a loss for words because I've watched so many games of these guys and I'm blown away by how good they are right now, how far they've come. And I can't wait to see this this match because I think it's going to top our Season 1 finish.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting to see. And right now, coming off the first banning phase, we're seeing a lot of the more popular bans, nothing too exciting here, taking away the Taric to avoid something like the Taric Sona lane. We're seeing so much Nautilus just about everywhere on the map with just being such a flexible pick nowadays, and obviously range top laners such as the Cannon. You don't want to have to put yourself any sort of disadvantage right off the bat right there. So, it's pretty typical bans, and right now for the first pick of the night, we're going to see Paragon 5 pick up that Corki for the mid lane.
A little bit surprised to see the Corki this early on in the draft. Can be exploited here. Tulair shown some aggressive picks in the past, so I'm a bit worried here for Licenseless Rider. But on the other side, we got the Braum locked in. Expect the Sejuani soon. I think Fallen might pick it up here because I think the Sejuani is going to be a huge pick this game, or this series rather, this entire series, because Noon is probably going to be banned every game, and with the shift in the meta, I think tanks are going to be a humongous factor. And especially because Fallen likes to play them. Solaric has been a bit more flexible, but he'll play tanks. And there you go, the Sejuani Braum combo, really good duel locked in here, tons of CC, great team fight, but also flexible, can do other things here and gives you lane dominance in the bot lane here. And to counter, well, there's the Trundle here. We're just going to touch on that, but Solarica already beat me to it here with the counter to the Sejuani. Saw people take Fleet Footwork on Sejuani to sort of mitigate how effective the Trundle is against Sejuani because the Aftershock makes her so weak when Trundle ults her. But we'll see what Fallen's choices here. Sejuani's still a good pick, though.
Yeah, no, and along with that Trundle, as you said, to counterpick the Sejuani, even the Braum in some cases, depending on what the situation is in a team fight, you've got the Morgana, which is obviously just such a pain. Now, if that is going the bot or into the bot lane, we can only assume since the Corki's already picked up as well, so we're not going to see any sort of glacial augment Morgana mid lane this time around. But having that to deal with the Braum stun, especially coming out from the Lucian Braum combo, which is one of the scariest picks in the bot lane, just such. It could go either way. They could play super hyper aggressive, or they can just play it out. You're not really going to kill either one of them in that situation. And with the lane zero bot lane already being picked up, there's still no picks for the Paragon 5 bot lane, so they pretty much have full reign to do what they want there. And seeing if maybe it's kind of hard for me to say that they're going to play a little bit more of a passive lane versus that Lucian Braum to make sure they don't get any sort of snowball going. But you got to remember it's McTrump over on Paragon 5, so he's not one to just like play passive, like, all right, I'll kind of concede the lane and play later. No, that guy, it's definitely one of the more aggressive AD carries of the Sugar Free League that we've seen.
Very much so. I think that how this sort of draft has gone, it's very much Lane Zero's just picked the really good champions. Okay, good bottom lane, good jungler here, and on the other side, ironically, on this side with their first pick, they've sort of countered. Right, Paragon 5 is just like Trundle and Morgana definitely counters to what they've seen so far. So it's kind of ironic that we're on these sides. Usually you expect this to be flipped. But, Lane Zero is setting up for a very stable composition. I don't know how well Paragon's 5 composition will actually work together here as we get an Echo locked in. And saw some buffs recently, but he's a tough champion to play. We'll see if this is going to be for Tula. Could be, flex to mid or top here. Echo has been played in both positions, but looks like it's going to be a Xayah here for McTrump. That'd be kind of interesting bot lane. Low range here, so I worry that it could get bullied out by that Lucian Braum, but maybe a swap.
Yeah, he's definitely thinking about it. You have those options. He's locking in that Ashe, and so with that Ashe Morgana, it's just so much crowd control to have to, constantly deal with that being thrown out. Even if they're not exactly doing the damage, they still have the Corki and the Aatrox to kind of rain havoc and see what they can follow up with the just massive amount of crowd control coming out from the Paragon 5 bot lane. And looks like that last pick is actually going to be the Nico locked in there. You can only assume it's going to be for sub up in the top lane. I believe If you're not going to see a press the attack sort of attack speed on hit Nico build, you may even see him just go for more of the glacial augment and standard AP build. So it depends on what Lane Zero wants to do. And we see Tooler on this Echo that, if you're going to be playing it, it's obviously going to be nicer to be playing it in a sort of a marksman like Corki. You're not having to worry about, obviously once Corki does work towards that Trinity Force, gets his Sork Shoes and any sort of other crits to complement that Trinity Force, it's still... Echo doesn't have a lot to worry about, at least for the first few levels of the game, for sure.
So this is actually a really interesting pick. For Lane Zero, they're sort of setting themselves up to be very much team fight and comp. If you look at the first 3 picks of the draft, Lucian, Braum, Sejuani, that's team fight all the way here. Mid-game power, they're gonna beat you in the 5-5 and take the Baron early on. That's kind of their game plan. But with these last 2 picks, the Soul Lanes, they've completely changed the draft here. Nico and Echo, it's still a little bit up in the air, right? Because Nico could go for an AP build or for an on-hit build here. And if she goes for on-hit, that sort of signals to me Lane Zero wants to play 1-3-1. And as I'm saying that, I'm seeing Echo switch to TP after the Ignite. So I think Lane Zero has actually kind of just changed their entire strategy and opted to go for a 1-3-1 instead of the team fight they were showing early on because of the counter picks they got. They got the Trundle and the Morgana. They realized, hey, we can't fight the 5v5. It's not going to be as good. No, we can still do it, but it's really not optimal. So they kind of switch this one out, and gone for this split push here. And you look at it, Aatrox can probably deal with the Nico or Echo. Like, he can slow them down, but I don't know if he can really stop them. Either one of them. I think this is actually really good for Lane Zero, and I really like the switch they took in their draft here. If they can execute this 1-3-1, that would be huge for them here. And they have decent Baron pressure just as 3-man with Sejuani, Lucian, Braum. Braum can block a lot of damage here, and then Lucian would Blade the Ruined King. So I think that this is like a real audible for Lane Zero, but I really like the idea.
I'm also really interested to watch Oven Johnson on the newly semi-reworked Aatrox. We're not seeing the guaranteed revive on his ultimate anymore. It's the thing that I believe, I'm not sure if it's a kill or an assist, but as far as I know, it's a kill to be able to get the credit for that revive if you are going to die. So if you pretty much just pop your ult with the idea of like, oh, I need to get away, buy myself a few seconds with a revive, it's not going to work for you, and the changes to his healing as well, it's just really going to interest me, and it's going to be definitely a lot more difficult versus a ranged mage like Nico, especially one that's being additionally rewarded for auto attacks. So it's probably going to be a little bit of a rough matchup for him up there at the top lane unless we see some sort of pressure come out from Solarca on the Trundle. And it'll be really interesting to see where, again, both junglers are prioritizing their pressure, but I think Fallen Artemis, if anything, is really wanting to pressure this bot side. I think Ashe Morgana is definitely the weaker of the two in the bot lane, and just try to establish that dragon priority and try to just get those neutral objectives early, and it's all about that, how fast can you make things happen.
The Aatrox, he revives on a killer assist. Any sort of takedown is what he revives from. There, I don't know if there's actually... I'm not sure about the interaction with Mordekaiser ult. That'd be kind of interesting to test.
Oh,
he actually revives off that. But he does revive off to killer assist, and we don't have a Mordekaiser here, so it's not a big deal. And you're right. Like, this is actually a very different Aatrox from what... the consensus seems to be for most top laners that the Aatrox is good. Not as good as the old... the reworked Aatrox that was just kind of busted for a while. He's not as good as that, but he's also not as bad as Aatrox was after all the nerfs. So he's sort of in a middle state here where he's good, but he's not OP or anything like that. But, like you touched on, a ranged champion here on the Nico can really exploit this Aatrox here and make his life difficult. And you were talking also about the bot lane here. Sejuani wants to make trips down and try and take things over there. I definitely think that's right for her to go to the bot lane. I think she can gank all the lanes, but bot lane seems nice because you have two immobile champions here, and the Black Shield's great, but you've only got Black Shield for one person, and Ashe and Morgana are very susceptible to getting ganked there, so I like that. But on the flip side, maybe Ashe and Morgana with their range advantage can get the push on. It'll be interesting to see, where that lane goes without jungle pressure. But the Trundle can solo dragon, Sejuani really can't. So it's kind of important for her to actually gank first before trying for that dragon. So, we might see the Trundle trying to sneak something out on the dragon or the Sejuani ganks. I think there's going to be activity around the bot lane early on, but that's where I expect things to go here. And the top lane, Nico's just kind of make life difficult for Aatrox. But it looks like it's going to be a Comet Nico here, so less likely to be on hit, which is a little bit confusing. She could still go on hit, but I think it's probably going to be an AP version here, which gives them flexibility of split push and team fight, but you're not as good at the split push. So they're sort of sacrificing the 1-3-1 power for a little bit more flexibility.
I'm also really interested to see what sort of build McTrump goes. I've talked to McTrump in the past, just talking about different AD carries and AD carries, especially like Ashe, actually. and asking me the questions of the, whether to go the Blade of the Ruin King route that we see a lot of times in competitive and pro play, whether to go the Essence Reaver into typical just basic crit item route, or to go something more utility to kind of rush that max CDR and try to just be this, constant ult and engage bot for your team. Because you have so much follow-up that comes out from Paragon 5. You throw an Ash Arrow in there, I mean, you're only having to worry about, the Braum blocking it with shield. Everybody else, if they actually get hit from it, Echo probably has, the biggest safety button with, just being able to ult, whatever comes his way. But it's definitely something that the members of Lane Zero really need to pay attention to, and, not to get caught out with these arrows and the rest of the go buttons that Paragon 5 has, and especially if they're able to utilize it to get neutral objectives in the way that it can be so powerful to have these engage tools.
I was a little bit worried for Paragon 5 how their team comp would work out, because like I said, they sort of picked all the counters. They didn't really pick a team comp that actually fit together, but I think the Ashe really rounds out their composition just amazingly, because sure, they have a lot of follow-up to engage here. The Aatrox running in, obviously the Trundle can do that, and Morgana is a great teamfight ultimate, but they don't really have that engage that they need, right? They don't have that tank that can come in like a Sejuani. But the Ashe with her arrow can be that engage, can be that thing they need here. So I think that it's a bit better for them to go for a CDR build so that they always have the engage available, because 90 seconds can be a long time in those mid-game scenarios. So I think getting CDR early would be great. But Blade of the Ruin King is such a better one-item spike than Essence Reaver is. It's just laughable how much worse that item is. So if you're going to go for the Essence Reaver, you're sacrificing a bit of fighting power for that CDR engage. And I think they kind of have to do that, though. I think they kind of need that CDR to make that Ashe pick really useful. We'll see if McTrump decides to go for either one. But with all the damage you have from the Corki, I think the CDR route is better.
With that Blade of the Ruin King route, though, because, we're probably going to expect it out of Indigo with Lucian. There's really not too much variety we see there, except for what comes after the Blade of the Ruin King. Sometimes people don't even rush that Black Cleaver anymore. Sometimes they do prioritize the Essence Reaver and other heavy AD items instead, just to, say it's just so much better on Lucian to get that instantaneous, just satisfactory damage there. But with Ashe, if you actually do go that Blade of the Ruin King route, getting that early lifesteal, that allows you to take overheal, and that just makes overheal so much more impactful rather than getting that lifesteal later and then only being able to utilize it later on to the mid to the late game. So it gives you, especially as one of these AD carries that has a lot less, I should say, mobility than, especially against something like a Lucian Braum that's constantly wanting, dash on you, or, have that, the Braum W2 main and get in your face, try to get those passive stacks on you. You can eat up a little bit of damage, especially if you, try to keep it procced up continuously by, having that Doran's Blade, and, if you are going something like Bloodline in your runes, just as much sustain as you can possibly get, it just makes overheal that much better. And speaking of sustain, I really want to see how early on, depending on, what's going on with the grouping and how Oven Johnson is utilizing his teleport, when Lane Zero is actually going to pick up their Grievous Wounds, because, you're going to have the Ashe that may or may not have the Blade of the Ruin King, but you still have the Fleet Footwork Corki, and, just Trundle and Aatrox in general. It'd just be nice to have that reduction of healing to deal with them in mid to late game fights.
Well, with the AP champions, I think what'll probably happen is you'll see them get Morello at some point. I think the sub will probably get Morello second, so that'll be kind of the source of the Grievous Wounds they're looking for. And then Indigo would probably get Grievous Wounds much later. I don't think it'll be a rush thing, because it's not so much healing that you need it early on. Just getting more damage sort of compensates for that healing. Not in the late game, but throughout the mid game, I think.
We're seeing some jungle pressure already up in the top lane. Oven Johnson, though, getting taken very low by the sub up here in the top lane. And Solarica, doing a good job to maintain early pressure, but doesn't end up getting anything too positive there. Trade down in the bot lane. McTrump getting chunked very low there, and thankfully the Guardian from sitting at desk there does allow them to tank up a good amount of damage, so really winning the trade there already on the bot side.
We didn't even touch on the junglers so far, but they went for identical clears. A little variation now. Trundle's stealing away the Raptors, Sejuani's stealing away the Krugs. But until that point, they had done identical paths here, and I assume we'll have a trade of Scuttle Crabs and the bot side mini camps as well here. So actually, the Sejuani's slightly ahead because Krugs are worth more. But the Trundle is leaving that last Raptor up, so it doesn't reset. So it's pretty even trade overall here. The jungle's going pretty even here, but the Sejuani is the prio on the bot side, Trundle prio on the top side.
Yep, and right now, again, Oven Johnson taking so much damage from this Nico. Sub doing a good job to keep that pressure up early, and again, no surprises we saw, even though the cannon was taken away for that top lane pick, they still managed to squeeze in a ranged top laner up there, so it's actually so nice to be able to really harass and really punish that melee top lane pick. And even though Evan Johnson, I think, is going to be a great frontline asset later on for Paragon 5, he's got a little bit of suffering to do before he gets there.
And lane 0, honestly, they've got 3 winning lanes here. Even with the channel pressure up top side, lane 0, they're not super far ahead, but they've got 3 winning lanes here, and that's really nice. As well as the fact that the Sejuani's going to get back a little bit earlier because, Fallen took those Krugs earlier on, and, the Solarka took the scenic route, let's say, to get the Krugs from the Raptors there. He went all the way around through the river. So I think that lane 0 is slightly ahead in this early game. You can see in that gold lead here, 400, with no kills going over. So lane 0, a slight edge early on, but certainly does not mean a ton. There's a lot of game left to play here, a lot of series left to go, but lane 0 off to a good start. And we'll see what they could do here. But a lot of counter picks for Paragon 5, and they don't really start to counter the enemy champions, I think, until the mid game, until you see those team fights happen. Or just any fights at all, really.
Yeah, for the most part. Though we do see the Trundle, again, kind of, as you said, having priority up in that top side. We saw him top a couple of times, even though they weren't really the most successful of ganks. He's still maintaining his pressure up there. We see one of the first vision wards down. We see it in the jungle there of lane 0. So, wanting to establish that, just constant vision to make sure even if the Trundle is in their jungle, trying to loop around in the Nico like we almost saw him do. Just constantly being able to, as a good jungler does, being able to keep his laners safe, and just, vision is the game, or is the key in a lot of these games. When it comes to really slow, these steady games where everyone's trying to be a lot more careful, their vision can play a massive difference, and it's really going to play a part when it comes to these neutral objectives too. We see the Mountain Dragon already on the map, and that's an absolute game changer in a lot of these games.
I was talking about bot and topside prio here. And the Trundle still has topside prio and the Sejuani is botside prio, but they have vision because the Sejuani got the early back in here. They actually have vision control of the topside despite not having the pressure there, and Sejuani's also looking for a gank bot side. So lane, map control over to lane 0.
Yep, it's scanned out, so they don't have vision of what's going on here. This could be a successful ganking. Rom doubling forward to a minion, gonna get rooted up by the Morgana binding there. Sejuani not really able to do anything without that 6, so nothing's really gonna, it's gonna spook him a little bit and definitely say like, alright, so looks like we are having plays trying to be made on us, but McTrump and Gongcha are doing their best to stay safe, and especially, with this utility bot lane, they just need to make sure, like, their entire job right now, you don't need to kill Indigo and Desk right now, you don't need to, like, out-CS them tremendously or anything like that, you just need to stay alive.
And like I was talking about, the vision control is great. Fortunate scuttle spawn here for Fallen. He gets the one on the bot side, so a nice win for them. Getting a Mountain Drake first as well here. So, with the pressure Fallen is put towards that bot side, that could be a really good pickup for them. And I think the team comp really would like that, especially because, like I was talking about, the potential for the split push. That would be huge so that they can pressure Baron much earlier on there with, not all 5 members. So that's like a really big dragon to pick up early on, which is kind of the way they've sort of set up their composition. Whereas on the other side, they don't really need a mountain to take dragon because they have the double 80 carry set up. So it's not as big a deal for them. Whereas lane 0, if they can pick up that mountain, it gives them so much more pressure on the map.
Absolutely, and we see both 80 carries still, even though just about the rest of the map has bought gold. The members of the bot lane are still sitting on a good amount there. We do see Lucian has about a 10 CS lead up on this Ashe, which again is to be expected in this matchup right now. Again, just a lot more of aggressive bot lane that lane 0 has, and able to constantly push in both McTrump and Gongcha. They're not able to pick up any turret plays right now, but they both are hitting 6, and so will the bot lane of Paragon 5, hopefully, and Evan Johnson seeing if he can punish sub a little bit. A lot of damage coming out from those Aatrox autos already. Has that Phage complete, and the Nico's already sitting on that Lost Chapter, seeing if she can work towards that Luden's Echo maybe, or even the Hextech GLP, deciding on the route that the sub wants to go. And otherwise, Tooler working towards that Hextech Protobelt there. He does have the Hextech Revolver finish, and having that extra health of that Ruby Crystal certainly helps up the sustain with that Sheen Corki there. So if they decide to go back and forth, he has a little bit of survivability. Both of the teleports are down, though, for lane 0, and Evan Johnson has his up in about half the cooldown as well. So we still have a lot of things to keep in mind. Fallen Artemis on the top side of the map here, yet again trying to pull off one of these cheeky ganks through the lane. We'll see if it pays off. Evan Johnson having this Conqueror and doing a good job to land these Qs on sub. Sustains a little bit to the best of his ability, but getting quite low versus Comet Nico. Maybe something will happen, but Solarica seeing if he can do what he can to respond. Here comes Evan Johnson with the ult there.
Wow.
That's going to respond with a Nico ult. Stunning out both the members of Paragon 5, and that's going to be Fallen Artist with the first blood. Solarica trying to just ever so carefully limp away there from this various slows that Lane Zero has, and he is going to be able to walk to the safety of his turret, but that is Lane Zero picking up the first kill of the game.
That was one of the smartest plays I've seen Fallen make all season. That was an incredible counter gank there, and they're probably going to get a plate as well as that kill off the back of this one. Shouldn't dive in there. He'll be fine. Solaric don't need that turret, but that was so much patience for Fallen. Look at the map right now. You can see the camps that are up. Trundle's killed all of his camps. Oh, Tooler's trying to interrupt me here, but Fallen, he's got 4 camps up right now. Like, it's super inefficient for him to make that play, but the fact he did it, he knew where the Trundle was going to be and counter ganked it as Tooler. Oh wow, the flash comes out.
Yeah, going a little aggressive on License's Rider there as he's trying to greed to the best of his ability, trying to get those minions under tower. Even saw the nullifying word pop from this Corki, and you stay for too long and you end up spooking yourself with the Tooler, kind of. He does have flash available, so maybe Licenseless was, expecting to see a little bit of a flash E from the Echo to close that distance, but it's just going to result in, as I said, him getting spooked a little bit, having that important cooldown burn, so it's definitely a victory for Lane Zero to keep that in mind and see if they can punish that marksman there in the mid lane.
And that's punishment on the TP there. Licensed Rider does not have teleport. Tooler does. He got a better back in. And as a result, punishes Licensed Rider, who, you don't want Ignite in this matchup. You're not killing him early on, I don't think. And I think matching TP for later on in the game would be great as well. So I think that's a bit of a bad choice of Summoner Spells that results in him staying too long because he doesn't want to miss minions. And as a result, loses Flash and misses minions. So I think a little bit of Licensed Rider's fault there. But good pressure from Tooler here. And now they've got 4 members bot side. It could take this Mountain Drake, which would be humongous for Lane Zero.
So very awesome to see that they are actually establishing this neutral objective priority. We even see Lucian there down in the bot lane, not only being able to push in that wave fully to the best of his ability, but also having a pretty significant CS lead. Gongcha getting caught out by Tooler there. Does a good job to keep the Black Shield to avoid that Echo Stun, and that is going to be Lane Zero securing that Mountain Dragon while Evan Johnson up in the top lane, see if he can punish Sub. In the meantime, isn't quite going to land the Qs that he wants. Does land that second one, but not in range for that third one. Maybe. Actually, he does get in range for that. Has his ultimate available as well, so the Sub maybe being in a little bit of in trouble for a potential dive from Evan Johnson if he decides to get a little greedy.
Does have ulti, though, so that could be tough to dive that Nico there. But, I mean, this has been a fantastic early game from Lane Zero. Like, this... They only got the 1 kill, but... Like, even if you take away that kill, this has been so good. Just the pathing from Fallen here, the overall team play has been amazing. I am just blown away by how well they played this early game. And I'm worried for Paragon 5. If they continue to have early games like this in this series, it's going to be an uphill battle for them here. Obviously, they've got the double AD carry scaling, but that was just... The first 12 minutes have just been so good from Lane Zero.
Absolutely, already establishing that 2k gold lead, and again, having that Mountain Dragon that, you can lose gold leads, you can die 100 times over, you can give the opponent as much gold as you want, but as soon as you have those elemental dragon buffs, they never go away as long as the game lasts, so being able to have that constant true damage on these towers as they're working towards the platings for the next minute and a half, and then working towards the, future dragons that come up in Baron as well, it just makes it's just so hard to deal with. You can't really do anything on the bot side post 20 minutes because there's the potential of that Baron. And here comes Solarica, seeing if he can get Tooler. It does get stunned up by the Echo, and Sejuani and Nico are nearby, so nothing's really going to happen. Solarica, again, just about all game, has been trying to find these openings, but none of them have been succeeding. And right now we see Tooler and Fallen Artemis kind of walking hand in hand up to up towards the top side.
Fallen has had, Solarica's number this entire game. He's known where he is at almost every stage, and they're going to try and punish him on this blue buff. But the reset's going to come through. This is actually going to be a real tricky situation. Licensed Rider isn't ready yet, so they back off and let it reset here. And this is a lot of time for either team to invest here. So it looks like Lane Zero's going to back off, but they almost got the punish there. Very, very good play. They know the timer on that one. That's just good, communication and good awareness from everyone on Lane Zero to come down, shove their waves in, and be ready to punish that one. But Licensed Rider and Solarica correctly back off, and I think we'll be able to get that blue buff at some point here, but it is delayed.
I was really surprised to see that Licensed Rider had gone up to the mid lane with that package, and package having such a very low, not cooldown, but the duration window of which you can use it after having picked it up. It's not very long at all. You only have just, again, such a small window of opportunity to be able to utilize it, and the only place right now that you're probably going to be able to utilize it is bot lane right now. If you're really hoping that Lucian and Braum step up a little too far forward to see if they can get greedy for some plates or something, now that they've already fallen, that's maybe not the case. But it's the only other thing you can do is just use it for wave clear in the mid lane, maybe try to punish Echo for roaming a little bit. He is trying to clear out vision the best he can and see if he can avoid things like that from happening. But even in this 14-minute game, nearly 15 minutes so far, there's only been one kill that's gone down so far.
It's kind of interesting, right? You look at the map pressure you would expect, each team to have. Paragon 5, I think, should be up. Like, you look at their jungler, the 1v1's better. You look at the licensed rider, he roams better with the package. And when I say map pressure, I mean at this stage of the game, at 14 minutes. You expect them to actually be winning here, I think, or not winning by a ton of gold, but like have map pressure, and they don't right now because Lane Zero played that early game so well, and I have a gold advantage. And just have had such a good early game here. It's nullified the power of the Trundle for this first 15 minutes here.
Yeah, they're definitely trying though, and in a lot of these cases, I think that's what counts the most. And we do see him trying yet again. He is here on the bot side, but so is Sejuani. The teleport coming out from Lane Zero as well is going to leave Paragon 5 in a little bit of trouble. That Sejuani ult's coming out, and so is the Nico. That's going to be a 3-man Nico ult. And as well as a good Morgana, her ultimate, to be able to buy some time. That's going to be Gongcha falling down. That's going to be McTrump falling down to Fallen Artemis as well. And that's going to be 3 kills. Or excuse me, 3 kills total, but 2 there in that exchange for Lane Zero there. But Paragon 5 are able to pick up a kill of their own, but it really does not matter at this stage of the game. They're still about down 3k gold. Maybe Fallen Artemis is maybe going to push this First Blood Tower to see if they can pick up even more gold. The sub finding Evan Johnson right now, and he's trying to see if he can fight it out. Healing so much, and he is going to pop that ultimate. Indigo and Fallen Artemis aren't really sure what to do. Pillar does see if he can get Indigo, but not quite going to find Evan Johnson getting so very low in this little skirmish there. It does the Black Cleaver finish, but it really wasn't enough to make anything happen. But meanwhile, Dragon is about to respawn. It looks like it's going to be an Air Dragon that Fallen Artemis is already having his eyes on.
A little bit of a mistake there from the sub. They should have gotten first turret, but the sub wanders over and gets jumped on by Evan Johnson there. And now, Cooler in trouble in the mid lane.
Yeah, it does get the shield from his W, and having to use that flash away, just want to play on the safer side of things. Ash didn't have arrow available, and neither did they have Morgana ult, but again, just erring on the side of caution there. Ash just ever Blade of the Ruin King finished. I think that probably added to what's, maybe spooked Tooler a little bit, noticing that, oh god, it's not just a Vampiric Scepter Ash. This guy's actually got some items under his belt, but we do see him teleporting back to the mid lane and seeing, there's probably going to be a fight breaking out this dragon here.
You'd imagine. I don't know if you want to commit this hard, though. I think that you want to play this very, very slow if you're either side, because I think committing hard for a Cloud Drake can really... It's not worth it in the end, right? Giving it over is fine. Like, if you can take a winning fight, take it, but don't die for this Cloud Dragon here. It is not worth it. But neither top laner has TP, so it's only going to be a 4v4 if it does go down.
Yeah, we did see the Crystal Enchanted Arrow go wide there. Indigo flashing forward and getting that Blade of the Ruin King active off on a McTrump, and where did he go? Ash, poor guy, 0-2 already in the 17-minute game, and we do see that Paragon 5, or excuse me, Paragon 5, or excuse me, Paragon 5's tower, if I could even speak, down in the bot lane was the first one taken, so Lane Zero also benefiting off that first blood tower. We do see Evan Johnson getting rooted up there, but a good amount of damage in response, as well as healing from Evan Johnson. If he's able to sustain, maybe he can even get into the face of this Nico, unless he gets rooted up there, as well as the Nico coming out, and that's going to be a flash forward to his death, and the sub picking up a kill. And with that, Luden's Echo is just so very strong up here in the top lane.
This AP Nico really is just great off of one item, and you can see the strength in the 1v1 with very little MR, just the Merc Treads. No way Evan Johnson can deal with that damage. The Flash was very optimistic. I don't think you ever win that one. But, I mean, that's another big win for them. They've got pressure in every single lane now. Lane Zero taking turret in the bot lane, mid and top are both very low, and there you go. The second turret down already. Like, this early game has been so good for Lane Zero here, and I think that just saying they had a good early game doesn't really do it justice, because they did so many little things that were just amazing, I think, in this early game here, that like you can't just... It's so hard to give them credit for what they've done, because it would take more time than the game has actually gone on for me to really appreciate what they've done so far here. And I think they need to continue Snowball's advantage here, but I worry that despite all the good they've done, Paragon 5 can come back from this one, right? You look at the Corki, he's even in farm. with that Echo there in the mid lane. The kill's up, sure, but Corki's on Triforce. He's already, got a little bit of crit going here. Maybe he can get to that second item. And Ashe, yeah, sure, she's 0-2. Not been a great game for her so far, but one arrow can change it. One good arrow onto a key target can change the game here. One big pick. You look at all the shutdown gold that's available here. So while Paragon 5, I think, has had a really poor early game, their composition can do great things, in the right situation here. And the Trundle can nullify the Sejuani. They just have, the counter picks, like we talked about here. And the power of that Ashe arrow cannot be understated. So I worry that Lane Zero, they've done an amazing job, can still throw this game here if they overstep or make a few mistakes, and all their good work can be undone.
Indigo and Desk here in the mid lane, calling his pop, and Evan Johnson having to pop an ult as well. Good sidestep to be able to avoid that Sejuani ult. Does get stunned up regardless for the tenacity from those Merc Treads. Helps him pop out of that, and he's maybe going to get over that wall, but it's going to be no chance. Indigo getting very low there. Solarica flashing forward. That's actually going to be a shutdown over to Licensed Rider and Tooler being able to pick up the kill into Evan Johnson. But meanwhile, for the members of Paragon 5, looking to see if they can pick up this mid lane outer turret sub up in the top side. Doesn't have his teleport available, but he is slowly working this tower down. But the rest of Paragon 5 are really trying to capitalize on what they picked off here, saying, hey, you might have gotten our boy in the bot lane, but we're getting all these objectives here in the mid lane. We're trying to pick up this gold lead back. They're hitting this turret right now, and they don't have a lot of minions, but they're seeing what this Trinity Force Corki is able to do, as well as Blade of the Ruin King Ashe. And that's doing a good job to put the shield up, and Lysolus taking a good amount of damage from that tower, but being able to Valk away from that Sejuani is going to be able to walk away to safety. And overall, it's actually not too bad of a pickup for Paragon 5 there.
Very, very good for them, considering what the map looked like prior to that play here. And this is kind of why I wanted on hit Nico this game, because you can pressure turrets so much, just so much more than you can with the AP Nico. She cannot take him down, but if you look at the two inner turrets right now, they're at half health. If that's an on-hit Nico there, that turret's dead. Tooler can stay and hit his inner, and then all of a sudden, the outer, lanes are just gone. And lane 0 has complete map control, but as a result of the builds here, the sub, sure, it's more versatile, but now you don't have the pressure in the split push like you wanted, and they don't get as much as I think they wanted out of that trade, considering it was a 1-for-1. They could have gone harder and maybe gotten more, but they can't because the Nico just doesn't have the build for it.
Yep, it's definitely a lot of good things to keep in mind here, and when you watch a lot of these teams, and especially as we have now finally gotten to finals for the SFL, you can tell, as we saw in the early game from Lane Zero there, who's putting in the practice and, who's more comfortable in these types of situations. And, it only comes from practice. It only comes from putting in that time, the dedication to be able to put yourself in these same situations over and over again, say, this is what we need to do when, X happens, this is what we need to do when Y happens. It's not just like, hey, let's just walk into this game and try our best. There's a lot more that goes into that, and we can definitely see that from both teams.
The organization has been good from both teams so far, but this is the stage in the game where it really gets tested, right? The communication, the macro play really gets tested, because we've got double neutral objective coming up soon here within the Dragon spawning. It's an ocean, which is nice, but not game breaking certainly. And now you also have the pressure in the side lanes here for lane 0 here, which for both teams means that they have to deal with it, and allocate resources accordingly onto the champions, as well as how you're rotating around the map here. But looks like we're going to dance around this dragon for a little bit.
Yep, it is an ocean dragon. It will be lane 0's third dragon if they are able to pick this up, and looks like it's going to go uncontested yet again. Evan Johnson is recalling, so he's not going to be a part of the party at all, and Gongcha clearing out vision and throwing out some binds, but that's really all they can do at this point. And right now, they're just being ever so slowly suffocated out by this lane 0 squad. Taking a look at the items right now, as you had mentioned, the Morello Nomicon almost finished on that Nico, having that Oblivion Orb and the Blasting Wand. You see the Warmog's armor finished on the Sejuani, looking so very beefy right now, just having that utility from the health regen, so even if they do have a little bit of a skirmish, you can just heal right up. And here's Tooler stunning up Evan Johnson and doing a good job to get that electricity proc and do a good amount of damage there. And Morganabind is actually going to land on the Sejuani. Is that really who you wanted landing on, though? Bromwell does come out, and Solarica already on the front line. Sub is here, though. The double root comes out. The Nico comes out as well. And there's so much damage, and Indigo is able to free hit. That's going to be the Corki stunned up, and that's going to be a double kill for Indigo on this Lucia. It's going to be the two members of Paragon 5 down, and here's Baron Nashor looking to be taken easily with no contest from Paragon 5.
And, you know, Evan Johnson, no opportunity to TP. Tuller could probably interrupt that there, so he had, you know, a way to keep the 4v4 going, and the 4v4 right now is one for lane 0. I was talking about the power of the double AD carry comp, but it's not ready quite yet. It's 24 minutes in. You look at the Zeals in the inventories right now, they don't have those completed Zeal items, so they just don't have the power to teamfight, and they chase through that choke point, and Nico comes down. You got all the Braum, just a ton of AoE ultimates and AoE spells there from lane 0, and they take that team fight rather convincingly, and that's something they really needed to pick up. You know, getting the Baron early on is really crucial for them, so that the wave clear can't come in. They can't just stall out the game, you know, for Paragon 5. So that's a really big pickup here at 24 minutes at a really good time for them. And now they've still got that sideline pressure, even though the Nico hasn't gone for an on-hit build. She still wins the 1v1 right now. And with the Baron, she'll be able to push a side lane. So will Echo. You can get a lot done with this thing here. This is really, really nice. And I don't know if they close it out on this Baron here, but they certainly can break open the base.
With the way Paragon 5 had started that, though, it was so strange. They caught out the Sejuani as though they were catching out the Lucian. They're like, oh, you know, we got the Morgana binder, we got the Ashe Area, you know, we got all these things coming out, and Desk doing a good job to, you know, try to, you know, disengage that to the best of his ability, throwing out that Bramble, and, you know, Fallen Artemis being so very tanky and healthy, was able to get out of that with almost no problem at all, and Ashe Area is going to be avoided there. Good job by Desk there to W over his teammate, and that, or should be the package, the Valkyrie there, is going to be popped as well from Licenseless. So that's yet another massive cooldown that Paragon 5 needs to win this game, just expended it without, you know, any second thought. And Sub is able to, actually we do see instead of a 1-3-1, we see the 1-1-3. I guess it'd probably still be considered a 1-3-1, but we do see Tuller up in that top side, Sub doing his best to pressure mid, and 3 members of lane 0 up in this bot side, and both Licenseless and Solaric are just unsure of what to do and how to respond to this Baroned up lane 0.
There's really not much they can do. The wave clear is decent, but it's not really quite there yet. McTrump has no wave clear until Rune ends, and Licenseless has some, but he's really not online quite yet, and the turret's just going to keep falling.
Oh, see the Sub coming out from, from Sub there to see if he can catch out McTrump, and it's going to respond with a flash of his own. Pillar comes out and see if they can catch anything, but they really can't, you know, even though it's just insane, the gold difference as well, you know, creeping up in that 10k point. It's so incredible how much stronger, not even just like it's not even like one member of lane 0 is hard carrying right now. Every single member of the lane 0 squad are so far ahead their Paragon 5 equivalent right now, and I think it's really showing.
The Runins comes through here for McTrump. They've got 2 items on their carries. You know, they got Zeke's here on Solarica, so he'll be, you know, better on the team fight. Zonia's on Gongsho, which is big, so they can get that ultimates off. So they're kind of ready to team fight now. But they needed that like 3 minutes ago when they actually team fighted. But as a result of this Baron, they don't, you know, lane 0 doesn't really have to fight Paragon 5 with this Baron. They can continue to push these waves and I think eventually get this base. They've only got a little bit of time left, but I think they can get it.
You saw how strong Sub was there, half healthing or even more so. Dealing that to Licenseless right there, and it just leaves this Corki so very scared where it's just only one opponent while the 3 members of lane 0 are here in this mid lane. Braum throwing up the shield to make sure to block any of these Ashe autos that are coming out. Sejuani gonna get Morgana binded there, and Ashe Arrow is actually coming out and somehow sitting on Desk, but it's not really gonna matter. Morgana ult does come out, but everyone's gonna flash away from it, not gonna stun up anybody today, and Indigo maybe in a little bit of trouble, does manage to stun up that Trundle. But the Sub is able to get that inhib up in the bot side, and he's looking for more, and Evan Johnson able to take out sitting at Desk, and Tuller looking to get Gongtra, does manage to get that killing spree. Fallen Artemis going ahead and see if he can get Licensed Rider flashes away, Nico comes down, and that's going to be C'est La Vie there. We see 3 members of Paragon 5 getting stunned up by that Nico ult. Fallen Artemis doing a good job to be the meat shield right in front of Indigo, and it allows all of his carries to do so much damage. A triple kill coming out from Tuller there, and that's going to be an ace for lane 0. 13-3 in this absolutely dominating first game of the final series.
Well, you say dominating, and I agree from lane 0. Like, they really did a good job throughout this entire game here. Going to end it at 28 minutes, so a pretty convincing one. But if that Baron doesn't go over there at 24 minutes, we're looking at a very different game here. If that Baron goes over like 4 minutes later, then all of a sudden you have those 80 carry items coming through here. Maybe you get that Infinity Edge completed on Corki. Maybe the Ashe is starting to get a few more items as well, and that game can get very scary here. So important that they close it out before that 35-minute mark, because then it gets scary for lane 0. But I mean, there was no way it was getting to 30 minutes with the way they were playing. They did a really good job throughout that early game, throughout the late game, or at least mid game, I guess. I don't know if we ever really got to the late game because they just took it to them once they got that Baron and executed the 1-3-1 comp beautifully. They didn't really build for the 1-3-1 with their actual builds on the Nico, but they played 1-3-1 like you're supposed to and did it amazingly here. So now you have a bunch of different compositions that you can hurt them with. So I think lane 0, that game was great. They take a game, but means so much more for the series as well because now you have to respect those compositions for lane 0 if you're Paragon 5.
I wasn't surprised by this at all, seeing that Paragon 5 again, as you mentioned in the in Champion Select, how they were picking these counters. You're like, oh, lane 0 is going to pull this out. This is our response to it. What are they going to do? It's like the best option versus this particular thing. And then it really doesn't matter because, again, all their lanes, like, you take a look at the damage and it really doesn't tell the right story because you're like, oh, but, the damage is pretty even amongst everybody. It's like, oh, was it a pretty... And it wasn't really an even game. Like, it wasn't any question, even though they were trying to make picks happen, they had the Ash Arrow trying to engage on different things, and it just ended up, again, every single fight and every single skirmish that was happening, it ended up being in favor of lane 0. So I think that they definitely earned that first win of the series, but they've got a long one to go. It's still anybody's game right now. We got to see if Paragon 5 can come back from this, because right now I think that's pretty mentally crushing for that first game to go that way. That's hard.
It is. I think a tough way to go in game 1. But if I'm looking at Paragon 5, I don't know if that's really the composition they're looking to play. I don't think having the Trump on an Ashe is what they kind of are hoping for. I don't think that's really what the ideal composition looks like from them. So in that regard, I think it's not as bad because it's not like you really hit them with the McTrump on the vein with 5 kills. It's not like they threw from that, so it's not as bad. Certainly not good, but I think that they certainly haven't shown us their best composition here. They went with a strategy to counterpick lane 0, not actually pick what was strong for them. Now, Licensed Rider is good on Corki, and all these champions are played by Paragon 5, but I don't think this is their strongest composition here. So I think you might see a reevaluation from them, and we're going to go back to... We're going to pick what's good for us. We're going to ignore lane 0 here. Not ignore them, but not try and counterpick them as hard and just play what we're good at. Play our own game as opposed to playing to someone else.
Yeah, absolutely. But even though it's a good game 1, we still have plenty to go. So before we get into game 2, we'll take a couple-minute break here. And for those watching, don't go anywhere because we got, lane 0 Blizzard versus Paragon 5. So we'll get right into it as fast as we can. Alrighty, and getting into game 2 here of Paragon 5 versus LZBLZ with a pretty dominating victory coming out at the beginning of this series. I'm really interested to see, how Paragon 5 really picked themselves up after this one.
Well, we're on the same sides, so this means that first pick will be over to Paragon 5 once again. They first picked Corky game 1, which I really didn't like. Didn't do a ton for them. I think it's a good champion. I think in this series it's good to pick up, but I don't really like it being first picked. I think you can do a lot more with it, because I don't expect, Lane Zero to pick it up early on, right? I think it's a strange first pick. I think you'd much rather get other things, taken away from Lane Zero. Like I talked about the Sejuani priority in this series, I think is going to be huge. And after seeing Trundle really struggle to counter Sejuani, like last year she really was fine. The Sejuani walked around the jungle, the Trundle didn't do anything. I think Sejuani could be a valid first pick in this meta that we're going to have for this series because of the Scuttle Crab changes and the fact that we have junglers that very much want to play, tanky junglers, I think, for their team comps here. And a Xayah first pick is very different here. Rakan got some changes recently, so we'll see if that's the decision for them. They were hovering at last game, but won the Ashe at the last second there. But that was for their fourth pick overall, so kind of interesting to see the Xayah first pick as well.
Very interesting indeed. I'm cool with McTrump on Xayah. I think that's completely fine, but I don't know why they picked it up so early. And as you said, the Sejuani is going to go over to Fallen Artemis yet again. And I don't understand. I don't know if Celeric is not willing to play it, because he's obviously willing to play the Trundle, so he's willing to play stupid, boring tank shit, right? So for them to not pick up the Sejuani when it was available to them, they had that first pick, and to prioritize something like the Xayah, where you can put McTrump on just so many different AD carries. I don't know why you just feel this overwhelming urge to we really need to get Xayah right now. And excuse me, I believe this Galio pick is going to be for sitting at desk. And if I'm going to have a tinfoil hat theory going on here, I think it is with the intention that Rakan is looking to be picked and is going to be picked up for Gongcha. And I think Galio is just such a hard champion to have to deal with this Rakan on, because Rakan is obviously wanting, get the fight started, get in the face of the enemy, and, charm them all up, get the good W off. And once you have a Galio sitting there and, charging that taunt up, that can be absolutely devastating. And then having that chained out with the knock-up and already the various crowd control coming out from Sejuani, I think Lane Zero might have seen once you see the Xayah, it's going to be no question, or at least for the most part, that's probably going to be a Xayah Rakan. So, maybe that was one of their things that they've anticipated. Indigo picking up that Sever, as well as License's Ryder picking up that Silas, and Trundle being taken away as well, so they don't want to see Celerica just trying to, sap all the resistances of Fallen Artemis again.
So, like in Game 1, we see the jungle and bot lane from Lane Zero, and like in Game 1, we think it's going to be team fight composition from them, right? You Galio, Sejuani, Sivir, that's all team fight. Well, maybe not. This could still be flexed into a 1-3-1 again, or a 4-1 composition if Lane Zero wants to go that way here with Galio's global pressure. He can do stuff, and Sivir's, of course, a great part of the 3 in the mid lane. You can just never outpush her. She'll just keep that the turret in the mid lane up as long as you want. So this could be flex here to a team fight, or from a team fight to a split push composition they want to here. But this, I think the Xayah Rakan kind of got countered here. I don't say it's a hard counter. I don't think you win lane as Galio Sivir, but I don't think you win lane as Xayah Rakan either. I think this is very much designed to go even, and the Sivir Wild scale is Xayah Rakan. And with the changes to Rakan, he's a lot weaker. The power from the ultimate was the fact that you could dash in super quick and land a snap engage. But now with the delay on the ultimate for your ability to cast Grand Entrance, I don't think Rakan is as strong. He got some resistance back, but I don't think he's as good. So I'm a little bit worried about that.
I think it's really interesting to note that Tooler picking up that Zed. That's pretty exciting to see, and it's going to be a little hard for the side of Lane Zero if they are trying to pick off that Xayah. Constantly having to deal with that Xayah ult, her flying up in the air. It's pretty hard to deal with as well. The Rakan flying around, constantly giving her the shield, potentially knocking up if they do try to predict the Zed ult, knowing that he'll land behind the Xayah, or just throwing the Rakan W right where he's going to land. Something like that can really nullify, if not, just try to avoid that entire assassination. And Gragas actually being picked up for Celerica. So again, it's a pretty good, interesting pick, and it's going to be Oven Johnson on Camille as well. So I really want to see what the last pick for Lane Zero is going to be here to respond to that Camille. If it's going to be more of a little bit of a skirmish 1v1 lane, or if they're gonna, farm it out with. I can't imagine that they're gonna pick another tank. They already have such a massive front line, but they're proving me wrong. They're hovering the Poppy right now, and it is gonna be locked in. So all the damage from lane 0 is gonna have to come out from solely the Sivir and the Zed. Otherwise, they just have complete meat shields of crowd control. And otherwise, you look at Paragon 5, and you got damage coming from everywhere, baby. I mean, besides that Rakan, you've got. As far as I've seen Celerica when he plays the Gragas, he does go for the more ability power oriented build. And obviously, even Camille, even if you just have that Trinity Force and you go for more of that tanky, healthy off tank type of build, still doing so much damage with the Empowered Q, doing so much damage with Conquer, Press the Attack, whatever he decides to go, even if it's something like Comet. It's definitely a power comp coming from Paragon 5 as opposed to lane 0. So lane 0, if they're wanting to win the second game, it's gonna have to be a lot more, methodically and just, a lot of strategy rather than head on, or at least that's my opinion of how this is gonna go about. Because I think one misstep, your Sivir or your Zed dies, that's 50% of your damage out the window.
The Zed pick actually kind of surprises me from Tuller. I thought he would definitely play it this series, but I thought if he was going to play a Zed game, I thought he'd play it last game. You had AP damage in your top laner. You had an immobile support, AD carry, an immobile. Well, the Corki in the mid lane is definitely a good matchup for the Zed. I mean, he has the Valkyrie, but he's pretty immobile. I just thought that would be the kind of game to go for a Zed here. But looking at this now, you talked about the Xayah Rakan, the ability to deal with his damage. Gragas and Camille, they have dashes that can counter the Zed if he hops onto them here. Sylas he just heals and shields a lot. It's hard to kind of solo kill him here, so it's kind of interesting to see the Zed. But once I saw it picked, I was like, okay, well maybe you're not picking the Zed to assassinate the Xayah, because that's gonna be super difficult. Maybe you're picking him for a side lane. Maybe they want to go 1-3-1 again, but then they pick the Poppy here, so I'm kind of baffled by the Zed pick. Like, I think the rest of the composition makes a lot of sense. I think you want to play a team fight with the potential, for a catch with a Sejuani and Galio. I think that's kind of, they've got pick potential, but also good 5v5. But if you want to go for that, why wouldn't you just pick a good AP damage source, like a good consistent AP damage source, like a Cassiopeia? Or there are a few other good mages on this patch. But my point is, why don't you go for that? Why would you go for an assassin here? I think the Zed is a really not a good fit for the composition for lane 0. On the other side, I think Paragon 5 has gone, they just kind of threw whatever they did in game 1 out the window. We're just going to pick champions we're good on, things that we are confident on, and things that are powerful on their own. Like, they don't counter anything. They're just good champions. And I like that from them. I think resetting from game 1 is good here. But like I said, I think Rakan isn't great in power here. Sylas is good ults to steal, but the champion, it's good, but it's not great. On the top side of the map, though, Gragas, Camille, I really like, but the Poppy is a pretty hard counter to the Camille, so I worry that the Gragas and Camille can't really do anything because of that steadfast presence.
It's going to be interesting to see. I couldn't agree with you more just about everything you said there, and I wonder if lane 0, are going to throw away this potential 3-0 that they could have had just because of their composition. And I think that, as he said, some sort of DPS backline mage for Tuller would have really benefited the squad a lot more than this assassin, because again, even if you are picking off the Xayah, even if you're picking off even the Sylas, the Gragas, the Camille, or anything like that, you have the threats of the others that you didn't kill. And yeah, you got the Ricochet coming out from the Sivir, constantly in the back line. She has plenty of meat shields to stay in front of her and actually be able to position around, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And it just really pains me that this might have been a game that can be predicted from Champion Select right out the get-go.
I don't think it's necessarily one of those games, but I would give the draft over to Paragon 5. I think they have a significant advantage, but I don't think you can call this one just yet, just because you look at Paragon 5's composition. Where's the tank? They don't have one. And they're all melee champions for the most part. Xayah is the only ranged champion. Like, you have mobility, but they're all going to be funneling into a corridor on a team fight. And Sivir can tear you apart. Once Sivir hits 3 to 4 items, if they all funnel in a 5v5, they're just going to die. So I worry that there's a timer on Paragon 5 this game here for them to win it, because I just don't see how you win a late game team fight against this composition. The Sivir, you're not killing the Sivir, okay? Galio's going to taunt around her. Sejuani's going to be there. Poppy will, hammer you out there. Like, there's just no way you kill the Sivir immediately in the team fight, like, unless she positions terribly. So I think lane 0, they can win it late game team fight, but I think Paragon 5 is a big advantage in this draft. I think you're right on that one. But still, I don't think it's a one from draft type of game this time here. It's very close, but it's not a one from draft type of game, I think.
I mean, the only reason I say that is because many times when I look at different compositions in competitive and even in solo queue, it's all about the difficulty of what you're trying to execute. And again, I think that, as you said, I don't think it's entirely lost, but again, as I said in Champions League, for lane 0 to win, they have to play this, picture perfect. And again, for a lot of these players, we're not dealing with, LCS type of players here. We're talking about players that everybody in here, and again, it's not like BM in any sort of way, but old-time players, a lot of these guys are the ranks they are because they make consecutive mistakes repetitively over and over and over. So there is the potential, and again, if it's even the chance that Indigo mispositions and, just gets picked out in a team fight, you're not going to have Tooler wiping through like 5 people at Paragon 5 or anything like that. There's just such a higher chance of that happening, especially from all the threats that Paragon 5 have. And again, as opposed to Paragon 5 squad, where it's just so easy to execute. You just got a bunch of champions and almost like, not no-brain run forward exactly, but just all have, as you said, there are a lot of comfort picks that can do things on their own as individuals, rather than having to rely on the entire squad as a whole.
I think you're underestimating the difficulty of Paragon's team comp here. I think that their team composition isn't the most hard to execute thing in the world. I think you're right, but it's hard. It's harder than just mashing your face on that keyboard, because the Camille and Gragas, like I talked about in the top side, the Poppy can counter that. You have to play against the Poppy here. The Silas versus a Zed matchup, that can be very volatile. It's not easy to win that one there. And I just think that it's sort of, when you draft a team comp like this that is very much designed to win in the mid game here, at least up against your opponents, you very much like win up until like 30 minutes, and then you kind of lose because of the Sivir and the team comp around her. Like, I think the onus is on you to do stuff, and as a result, that can force mistakes here. So I think Paragon 5's team comp is a little bit harder to execute than you give them, than you say it is. I think you're right though that it is a significant advantage for them, and it's close to a draft win because their composition just is so much better overall, I think. And the Zed, I think, is really not a great pick in this game here. But Tooler has shown me games on Zed that have baffled my mind, and just had like 10 kill games of Zed at 20 minutes and just won the game on his own. So who knows what can happen, but I think you're right. Paragon 5 should take this one here based on draft.
Yeah, we'll take a look how it goes, though. I'm always rooting for my boys on lane 0, but the sub right now, even though he does have that level advantage up on Evan Johnson in the top lane, still getting chunked out pretty hard by this Camille, and he's got the corrupting pot ticking, but Evan Johnson has the advantage of the Doran's Blade, as well as that health potion still going, and Solarica is here, but Evan Johnson doesn't quite find the E, but it doesn't matter. Solarica is going to find a good body slam flash forward. Very well done there to pick up the first blood for Paragon 5, and may have jinxed ourselves as, Paragon 5 are maybe already getting the ball rolling, and Fallen doing his best to try to respond and take the jungle of Solarica there, but for sub to fall that early, he has to use his teleport to get back to lane, but he still has his flash available for that extra safety versus Evan Johnson on this Camille.
I take it back. This team comp is impossible to play, okay? Camille is way too hard to champion. You can never land a stun on her. It's impossible. But, like, seriously, that was just, like, a comedy of errors. The sub doesn't flash out of the flash body stun from Solarica, which was a nice play. And Evan Johnson just misses his, his stun. Like, I don't know. That was just an ugly couple minutes in the top side of the map. That was just rough. That was rough to watch.
Yeah, it was kind of that thing I was mentioning. Like I said, even though a lot of these players, many of them are individually talented, even the best of them, we've seen some of the most, just what do you do in type of plays. It's what kind of makes it great too. That all these players have the best of opportunities, and it depends on if they can follow through with them 2v2 here in the mid lane. Though Solarica doing another good job to land that body slam. Electrocute does finish off Fallen Artemis there, so that's going to be the second kill already, with Fallen Artemis falling already 2-0 for the side of Paragon 5, and starting to look good for him. Sitting at desk though, taunting up Solarica there, and Indigo trying to see if he can throw some damage back his way, but Frog is just kind of wiping off there, manages to smite that crab away, so getting that advantage there for the rest of his team there. Rakan, Zaya still pretty far down. McTrump is right now in CS to this server right now, about 10 CS down, and even just about everywhere else except, mid lane, Silas has a little bit of a lead, but recalling right now, we'll see what he's able to pick up with that assist gold sitting on about 1,300, and just going to go towards some, safe rams. Does get that Dark Seal to help him, sustain the lane a bit further, with that Corrupting Potion, the extra healing he gets from that. And it was pretty interesting that I see him with that Aftershock change. We're not seeing the Aftershock Silas anymore, but instead that Fleet Footwork.
Generally, I think the mid lane Silas goes for that more often, for that sustain, just because you're usually... The way the trading mate works in mid lane is a bit different than top lane, so I think that the Fleet Footwork is used more often just for the sustain, but both options are very good here, and Oven Johnson's doing a really good job so far here. The CS is even, but his trades have been really good so far. He just looks... Besides the hook shot, okay? If you take that away, he's actually done a good job in the laning phase so far here, but something to keep an eye on is the bot lane CS, an advantage here for Indigo and sitting at desk.
Wow, with Licenseless hitting 6 though, Tooler not quite getting it, and it's a little bit of a kill potential.
Yeah, stole Zed ultimate, so potential for a dive, just extra damage on that, but the invulnerability could be big. Sub with a nice play though.
Yeah, no,
he redeemed himself.
Yeah, no, he cancels that Camille dash pretty well there, and Solarica was there, so it definitely could have went a bit south had Sub not, been able to utilize that ability to its max effectiveness there, but as you said, though, Oven Johnson playing this Camille quite well and laying the pressure down on this Poppy. CS is just about even, but so much more damage obviously coming out with this Conqueror as well. Allows pretty easy trades for the most part until this Poppy actually starts working towards her items. We'll see what she finishes off with that Ruby Crystal, and it will be that Balmy Cinder. And otherwise...
Look at the gold lead, though, right now. It's 300 gold, and there's 2 kills over for Paragon 5. That's 400 gold for the first blood and 300 for the second kill here. That should be a 700 gold lead if CS was even, but it's only 400. Because of the CS difference right now in bot lane and in the jungle, there's actually... This advantage here isn't as big as it should be for Paragon 5. Lane 0 is dominating those CS numbers in those 2 positions. And as a result, the gold lead isn't as big as it should be here. This is actually a big win for them. Indigo and Sitting at Desk won bot lane in Game 1. If they can win it in Game 2, that could be huge. Getting Indigo onto some items earlier on is what Lane 0 needs. They need this strong Sivir here, and they're getting it right now. As long as the rest of the map doesn't lose too hard, like they did in the first couple minutes, then this composition can come together for Lane 0.
And we do see, though, that pressure is being applied on this Dragon right now. The Zyra Khan combo is there with the Gragas, and Galio does spot it out, but with Sejuani up in the top side, they aren't able to respond to it, and that first Dragon is going to go to Paragon 5, picking up that Cloud Dragon. That's
a good give, though. I think that's a good pickup from Paragon 5, but also a good give from Lane 0. No reason to test that one this early on in the game.
Oven Johnson did get caught out there up in the top side, but being able to evade over the wall there with a Z avoids that Sejuani ult entirely, and so much damage coming out with from Tooler with the Serrated Dirk. The ult does come down. Is that death mark going to be enough? Doesn't land the Shuriken, so it is not indeed, and the Ignite tick doesn't quite finish him off, and Ignite comes out from, Licenseless as well. So even though it looks so good for Tooler there in the beginning, you didn't quite land that Shuriken at the end, and it cost you that kill.
I mean, that's the difference between a great Zed player and just a good one like Tooler is. I mean, if he needed to land those Qs, but also didn't have the shadows he wanted, so just couldn't quite find the kill there. That's the difference between a great Zed player and just a good one.
Ooh, Gongcha, though. Spell Shield does manage to block that taunt, and even though Solarica is here, he was spotted out by that Vision Ward, even though he planted over, so Lane 0 doing a good job in the bot side. Let's try to play on the safer side of things. Sejuani's still just trying to farm up, trying to regain from a little bit of a loss that, he had occurred when dying, but has a little bit of an experience lead. Did manage to hit level 7 before Solarica on this Gragas, despite having 2 kills, as well as that Fiendish Codex that he's sitting on right now, working towards that Runic Echo, so Zyra Khan trying to push in this wave here, and it's going to get a little scary here. McTrump is backing right now, does have the BF Sword finish, so he is going to be working towards that Infinity Edge first, and notice though, he does have the 3 biscuits, so he really hasn't even able to, he doesn't have any need to have to use that sustain there, so does pick up the Berserker Greaves as well. And Indigo, though, does have the pickaxe and the double longsword, about 1k gold that he's sitting on, working towards that Essence Reaver, so a little bit different build path there. Body slam, good shadow there by Tooler to avoid that, and maybe a little frustrated. He's trying to find more, even though it's only 2 kills of the game that Paragon 5 were able to pick up. It was from Solarica, so he's trying to find even a third and a fourth, but he just isn't quite able to find it now, even though they had a gold lead. The gold lead's now back to being just dead even.
Lane 0, they're actually in a good spot, considering they gave up 2 kills early on here. Paragon 5 needs to continue to push the pace. The gold lead's even now after getting those 2 kills. They haven't snowballed off that. They've lost in CS in bot lane. They've lost in CS in the jungle here, and everyone else is even. It's just not good enough for them in this early game.
Fallen Artemis is here on the top side, though, but they're actually going to walk out of that, surprisingly enough, maybe sniffing out that the Silas is here on the top side as well. Maybe going to steal that Poppy ultimate, but Poppy W is going to avoid him from being able to get stunned up there.
That's why the Poppy's so good this game. 4 champions with dashes. If he can continue to interrupt those in key situations, this Poppy can be humongous for them throughout this game.
Yeah, I'm very excited for it because he's shown that he's capable of it thus far. And, you know, when it comes to Paragon 5 and their efforts to have to kill Indigo and kill Tooler, if, you know, Sub is actually positioning correctly and he does anticipate these key skills, it could be detrimental. And speaking of detrimental, that's going to be a Gragas. Falling a Tooler there does manage to pick up that shutdown. Here comes the ult as well. But Silas being able to stun up that Sejuani isn't quite going to be able to do anything. And even on the bot side, we see a 2v2 going back and forth. Gongcha with the second ult of the game, this Rakan, but they really aren't able to find anything. And as we said, Indigo and Sitting at Desk are able to play so safe and just farm it out with this Sivir and Galio combination.
This is why the Galio pick was so brilliant this game, I think. They cannot win this 2v2 in the bot lane. They can force all they want, but they just can't get a kill here. The Galio and the Sivir here with a spell shield as well, they just can't kill him. It's not possible in the 2v2 setting unless lane 0 completely messes up here. And the CS has been going poorly as well. 10 CS down for McTrump and Gongcha right now. It's just not, this bot lane has not gone the way they wanted to. They invested the picks into it, but they haven't found the advantages they need. And now that you're losing 2v2s between the mid and jungle duo here, this is a bad sign for Paragon 5 here at 12 minutes. This is really bad that they are losing these types of fights.
And even though moments ago the gold is pretty much dead even right on the dot, now it's lane 0 with a little bit less than a 2k gold lead.
And they had a 2k gold lead at 12 minutes last game. And we were and now I was doing it, but I was praising them for their incredible early game here. And they actually gave up 2 kills early on here, you know, and then picked up 2 of their own, but they really were not doing good for the first like 5 minutes of the game here. But they've recovered. The CS has been humongous, 16 up in the bot lane here. I don't know where this advantage came out of here, but if their team comp's winning at 12 minutes, that's a really bad sign for Paragon 5 here. You have your Iron Spikes coming in soon, but I'm really worried at this point here with the team fighting power that the Poppy can shut down so much of Paragon 5's power here, and the Sivir's getting ready to sort of go, and the Zed also picked up some kills. He's gonna, you know, be useless late game, but right now he's a big threat.
Do need to mention as well that Fallen Artemis does have the Rift Herald in his pocket. With it being 13 minutes, the turret platings are going to fall, so if they're wanting to utilize that for the most gold income, now's going to be the time to pop that. He is walking down towards the bot side, and then the next dragon is also up, being that Ocean Dragon, so we'll see what the next play is going to be. Solarica is on the bot side, and Tooler's already a good amount down as well, and Licenseless just now starting to make his way. On the Hunt is available from Indigo, and we do see Camille maybe going to have to back, and does have his teleport available, and so does Sub as well, so we may see an all-out 5v5 team fight in a few moments here, even if it is just for something like this Ocean Dragon, or maybe in the first Blood Tower that we might see in the bot lane. Rift Herald is popped, though, and there's still
4 down here, though.
5 turret platings and 1 Rift Herald. See what they can do, but Gongcha's actually going to see if he can make a fight happen on the Hunt to see if they can get the movement speed. A great Grog Soul comes out, and so does McTrump, flying up in the air to see if he can get those feathers. Sitting at Desk does manage to have a Galio ult of his own, and Gongcha finishing off that Sivir, and here's Sub finally teleporting in, and that's going to be Solarica going down to Sub. It's so very low, does manage to pick up the passive shield, gets a double kill, but here's Oven Johnson splashing forward, and Fallen Artemis getting so very low, they're not going to find the Silas knockback, but it does not matter. He is going to see if he can get Desk, and he's not going to get knocked up. That's going to be a triple kill for Oven Johnson on this Camille, and even though it was the Rift Herald being popped on this bot side by lane 0, trying to see if they could pick up some gold and pick up some turrets, ends up going in the favor of lane 0, and here's Licenseless trying to see if they can prevent Tooler from picking off the low members of Paragon 5. He does W forward, and a lot of damage already coming out, and he's not going to be able to pick up anything unless that Death Mark does finish him off, so that's going to be Zed picking up that shutdown out of the Camille, and McTrump and Gongcha being left alive here on the bot side of the map. Just so much happening in that span of just less than a minute.
Well, that was a really nice play for the Camille. I mean, Oven Johnson missed hook shot again, but it happens to the best of us, like you said. So, that's good. He still got the triple kill, which is impressive. So he's going to be empowered on this Camille to do a lot in this mid game here as a split pusher, because he'll hit those spikes earlier on, which is going to be super nice for his team in terms of pressure. But you look at the map, sure, they dropped the Rift Tail and you stopped that. You got a couple kills, but they took turret in the mid lane. While that was going on, Tuller took the turret. You didn't get a turret of your own because the play kind of fizzled out at the end. So you actually lost on the map.
Yeah, definitely things to keep in mind. And Gongcha does get knocked up by the Galio. The feathers from the Xayah aren't quite going to root him up, but he's getting so very low. The Infinity Edge from the Xayah doing a good amount of damage as well. Solarica up in the top side. Poppy W is popped, and once that goes down, that allows for some body slams. That allows for Oven Johnson to get the hook shot, and he's trying to fight it out to the best of his ability, and he does get the grass proc to be able to sustain even further, but the cast from the Gragas isn't quite going to get them in a position that they wanted that Poppy to be. Sub's going to be able to walk out with just a few scratches.
Surprised he survived that gank there. Camille went for the Ninja Tabis on the back, and he's got actually 1,000 gold in inventory right now. It does Oven Johnson, so he's kind of waiting on the item spike, couldn't quite get it. As a result, he's got a lot less damage for that gank, and they're not able to kill the Poppy, who's able to complete that Sunfire and the Ninja Tabis early on. So the Poppy's going to be fine here, scaling up, and again, I think Paragon 5 have to do something in these next couple of minutes. They're down gold right now, down in the map, as we look at the turrets here, 1-0. So if they don't get something going quickly, they're going to just fizzle out, because they need to pressure, they need to get stuff. Otherwise, they're going to get outscaled. If you just let lane 0 sit here for the next 10, 15 minutes and farm up, well, then eventually you're just going to lose the game, because they're going to have Sivir ricochet you to death. So they need to do stuff, and they need to do stuff now or within the next couple minutes. Otherwise, I worry for them. And looking at lane 0, they're the ones who are doing stuff on the map. They're the ones setting up vision for Dragon. They're the ones that are looking to do stuff.
Well, Paragon 5's looking to do some stuff. We do see Galio popping that stopwatch. It's only going to buy you a couple seconds, though, buddy. And Solarica picking up that kill and now looking for the Ocean Dragon. Fallen Artemis is on the other side here with McTrump, though, and Indigo trying to see if he can pop the plane over the wall, but that is going to be Paragon 5 picking up that next dragon, and you see the Zed ult coming out, but that's going to be a Xayah getting the feathers, a two-man root for Paragon 5, and that's going to be a Gragas ult coming out, and oh my goodness, the Triumph coming out from the Sejuani allows him to sustain just enough more, and McTrump and Indigo boom back and forth. That's going to result in Indigo being the victor of that little skirmish, and the top laners just kind of looking down, being like, what the hell's happening down there? I'm not too sure. Oven Johnson, though, trying to look for that hook shot. You can cancel that Poppy, but all in all, though, even though all those kills had occurred, we do see that that Ocean Dragon, the second dragon of the game, was picked up by Paragon 5.
A nice pickup, but again, not another game-breaking dragon here. They're looking for the Infernal or the Mountain to increase the pace of this game, especially with the Mountain. But they don't get either here. The Camille's still waiting for that Triforce spike. She's not able to get this turret down anytime soon. So that top side, while there's pressure there, isn't going to amount to much in terms of map pressure overall. And the fact that you just lost a team fight 4v3 here, the Sivir, she's on 2 items here ahead of your Xayah. That's a really bad sign again for Paragon 5 here. They've got the team fight combos. They've got that potential, but they really need to find a team fight win, and they haven't really won one cleanly, unless they've been up a man. And that time they were up a man, they still couldn't win it. So I don't think a great sign for Paragon 5 here. The Zed and the Sivir are kind of getting, they're scaling up. They're getting ready to hit those power spikes that they want. And I worry, but more catching of sitting at desk.
Yeah, I'm worried for him, but he's able to get away there, having to burn only the flash and the plant to be able to escape. Tuller is on the other side of that if they're trying to make something happen, but Fallen Artemis is on the top side if they're going to be able to make anything happen. It is an Oven Johnson up in that top side sub, a little bit below half health there, while Oven Johnson is at nearly 100% health, and Sejuani is finally making his way up there, and Tuller is not too far behind him, and Oven Johnson's maybe able to sniff this out a little bit, but maybe too little too late. Ease over the wall and find some friends. Does get the slow from the W, but eating a Sejuani ult, Zed ult comes down as well, and that's going to be the Sejuani finishing off that Camille. So 3 members of lane 0 are up in the top side there. Maybe going to see if they can find that top lane outer turret. And maybe the best move for Paragon 5 are to see if they can respond here in the mid lane, at that mid lane outer turret, maybe with 3 members up on the bot side, if they can maybe even pick off Sivir and Galio, and if not, maybe pick up a turret of their own. Not quite going to find the knock-up, but here's Rakan managing to knock up and taunt the Sivir there, and lots of damage coming out, resulting in Indigo having to flash away, and now he's going to have to be able to force that recall with Grog still here on the sides. That might be able to result in maybe not exactly a turret, but a good amount of turret damage at the very least. 20 minutes in, Infinity Edge and the Zeal item being worked towards with the Sivir, and we do see the rapid fire cannon was finished, or excuse me, it was the Zeal item being finished on the Xayah, and Sivir finishing off that rapid fire cannon. So they are able to pick up a turret of their own, but we do see that the top was picked off, and Silas wasn't quite able to finish off the mid either, but they were picking up that blue, which is always a nice pickup for them, and otherwise kills 10-10 right now, but the gold lead is in the favor of lane 0, and Fallen Artemis seeing if they can find Licenseless. That's just a greedy place to back, buddy, and you're going to get punish for it, and that's Tooler picking up the kill from License there. A good knock-up, and just, again, so much crowd control from his lane 0 squad, and that's all they need to do, just find these picks and then get things started right when you have the numbers advantage.
Again, they're up in map, in the map control again here. Lane 0, they just were ahead on that play. The bot lane doesn't get punished from lane 0. They're not overextended. So there's really nothing for Paragon 5 to get back. They don't even get the mid turret there. They get bot turret, but mid turret still stands. And once Sivir moves there, you're probably not going to be able to siege that thing. You don't have the range here. You got 4 melees. Actually, a little bit sloppy from lane 0 to leave this one here. So good punish by Paragon 5. So that's really nice for them. But the fact that you are giving up plays to the Sejuani and the Poppy, like up in the top side, is another, I think, a bit of a mistake there from Paragon 5. But a good eye from them to catch out where the Sivir is and punish accordingly, get that turret in the mid lane.
As we said earlier, when Paragon 5 didn't quite have the early advantage that they really needed to steamroll this game, the later this game goes, lane 0 looking better and better. I mean, you almost got the Randuins finished on this Poppy, of the Warmogs being finished on the Sejuani. And as well as that Knight's Vow being worked on for Desk with this Galio. So again, later you go, even though you have a lot of this damage coming out from Paragon 5, it's so hard to kill some of these beefy frontline members that lane 0 have decided to come up with. So, and you know, along with that, you have the double lethality item coming out from the Zed with the Duskblade and the Yomu's finish, as well as the Black Cleaver on its way as well. So, you know, whoever he decides to focus is pretty much going to pop like a balloon, and somebody might get popped when they're going for this next dragon. This is going to be the 3rd dragon of the game. This next Cloud Dragon, it's going to be the 2nd Cloud Dragon of Paragon 5 are able to pick it up, and lane 0 aren't responding in time. They do have Fallen Artemis and Galio here, but it's not going to matter. No contest. As right now, both teams are kind of just flexing up on each other and seeing what they decide they want to do.
Well, this is really a game where the RNG of League of Legends comes into play. If this is triple Infernal Dragon or a couple Infernals in a mountain, I'd say this game is a lot different here. But hold on. Be careful there, guys.
Gongsha, there's the Zedol coming out, but having to pop his ult as well. It's not going to be enough damage to finish him off. That death mark isn't going to quite pop him, but lots of ults coming out there. Again, we saw Zed Tooler ult come out, and we got the Sejuani ult popped as well, and even though they aren't going to find any picks, it doesn't quite matter, because they think with the amount of pressure they applied there with Gongsha having to recall, they may be able to look towards Baron with or without this Mountain Dragon. So Solarica being found by Sub here, and here's Oven Johnson getting knocked away, I should say, by Sub here, and he's trying to take them on 1v2, knowing that he's buying time with the jungler up on the bot side that allows lane 0 to almost freely Baron, and good hook shot does manage to close that gap and see if you can find Sub, but he's so tanky, he's buying so much damage, he's able to make that sacrifice. Meanwhile, at Baron, it's going to be a good shutdown for Xayah, picking that kill up, and oh my goodness, he's making some flashy plays. Indigo managed to take down Gongsha, but oh my god, Solarica coming out of nowhere with that flash body slam. Poor Indigo being taken out of the fight there, and doesn't look like they were able to finish off that Baron. Tooler is on the side and being forced to recall when he's so very low, and Desk is as well. And Licenseless trying to see if he can find him, and Oven Johnson, no, walking towards, or excuse me, right past the very low Zed, so he's not going to be able to get picked off there, but again, it's just about even in kills right now, and even though lane 0 has a little bit of the advantage in gold, it's still so very scary, and it really could go either team's way this game. Zed ult does come out, and Licenseless maybe getting picked off. It has a little bit of a Zed ult of his own. We got some Faker and Ryu 1v1 matchup there, but It's not going to result in anyone falling this time around. And right now, Paragon 5 aren't looking too bad. And even though, as I said, the gold was in favor of lane 0, it's back to being dead even.
The team fights don't make a lot of sense. You have, in the bot side, you had an outnumber, for Paragon 5 at one point. Now in the top side around the Baron, lane 0 gets the outnumber, but they still can't win. It's just bizarre that sometimes, the execution is just so poor. They're losing on the outnumber fights, which is not something you'd expect, right? When you see the sub taking a 2v1 in the bottom side of the map, you expect him to die, but effectively win the team fight for his team in the top side. But that's not the case here. Lane 0 losing both spots there, and that's kind of surprising, right? And that means that no Baron goes over, which is I think okay, if you're lane 0, because you're fine going later on in the game, but they really should have gotten more out of that play and in fact lose that one overall.
Sullivan Johnson, though, with a little bit of a 1v1. It's not going to be a 1v1 for long, because here's Tooler with the Zed ultimate available, and even though Sub is able to cancel that dash, the rest of Paragon 5 said, wait a second, you got 2 on the bot side. That's not too good. You see Galio is kind of walking around them, and Indigo is trying to see if he can answer as well. Zed too far behind with Fallen Artemis down. This may be a Baron for Paragon 5. They're able to finish it off, but they're actually going to walk away from it. Smite wasn't quite available there, and we do see that Sub is here to respond, and Lysis pops the On the Hunt ult from Sivir there that was stolen by the Silas to be able to disengage from that. But again, it looks like lane 0 is going to get Baron, and then it looked like Paragon 5 is going to get Baron, and no one's able to take Baron. And there is Silas getting picked off there pretty effortlessly, even though the Zonies buys him a couple seconds. Zedul comes out. Now, I'll be pretty damn surprised if you're able to survive that death mark, and nah, you're not going to. Slayer is getting taunted up by that Galio there and has the Zonies of his own, but he's actually going to be able to almost escape, and he manages to. Sub being this tank here, taking up so many of these turret shots. Gongcha going in, but look at those crits from that Sivir. That Ricochet doing so much, as you had mentioned earlier on, and yet again, we're going to do the same game where, hey guys, let's go to Baron. So we'll see if a team can finally finish this off in this game. But right now at 27 minutes.
And this is why I was saying if the Dragons were different, this game is different, right? The RNG really comes through. If that's double Mountain, if that's double Infernal and a Mountain here, this game is so different, because that means that these fights could have gone differently. That Baron goes over here, and Paragon 5 may be able to push the pace of this game where they need it to be. But right now, we're at 27 minutes, no one's taken a Baron yet. The gold is basically dead even. In fact, lane 0's up gold right now. If you look at the total 80 carry gold, sure, Indigo's down 300. McTrump's slightly up here, but, he's going to get this Infinity Edge soon here, Indigo is. And once he hits that 3rd item alongside these Grievous Wounds, you saw how much those ricochets did. Imagine if there's a crit, the crit multiplier behind that, you're just not going to survive. It's just not going to happen. So this is the time when the composition for lane 0 starts to take over. You give them to 30 minutes, like I said, and they will start winning team fights. True 5v5s, especially if Sub joins them, which I think he should from now on. Just push waves and then join your team.
Yeah, we need to see how it works out. The Randuin's Omen is finished on this Poppy, and Soul is working towards that Thornmail as well. So again, just full armor stack happening from this lane 0 squad right now. They're really not worried about the Gragas and the Silas damage, and Sub actually getting a lot of damage dealt to him. Gongcha trying to go in all by himself, and that's going to get punished pretty easily. Tooler able to pick off that Recon kill, and Gragas having to pop that ult, being able to dodge that Sejuani doubling. It looks like lane 0 are going to be able to pick up their first dragon of the game, albeit it is just a Notion dragon, so it's not really going to impact the game too much, as you had mentioned, when it comes to these elemental dragons, but it's a dragon nonetheless. And right now, with the support being down for the side of Paragon 5, Tooler looking to W right in the face of McTrump, and maybe, doesn't want to ult just yet, holding on to it right now, and knowing that Xayah has an ult of her own, being able to fly up in the air and avoid a good amount of the damage that would come out for that death mark. It's not a gamble that Tooler wants to take just yet, and Gongcha is finally respawned, so he's going to make his way here with these boots of mobility, running towards his Baron, and right now, it's going to be a 5v5, and I want to see who takes the Baron in this game, because both teams are so very desperately wanting it and are constantly posturing around it, but nobody's able to quite finish it off. But as you said, as this game is going later, about 29 minutes now, it's getting to that late game point where everybody's, starting to finish off a lot of their core items. Once Sivir finishes off that Infinity Edge, oh man, it's going to be a scary time, but alternatively, we do see McTrump has the 3 crit items of his own, has the Infinity Edge, and Runon's Hurricane as well as the Phantom Dancer, so we're not going to see any sort of Essence Reaver that we sometimes see on the Xayah build. So 75% crit chance already built on that, compared to Indigo, who right now, again, has 75% crit chance of his own, but a little bit more AD with that Essence Reaver in the build, as well as cooldown reduction. You know, constantly cycle through that spell shield, eat up as many abilities as he possibly can, and constantly proc that on the hunt for your team as much as possible.
He's effectively stronger right now. Indigo is stronger than McTrump. He's up 30 CS here, which makes up for the kill difference, and Infinity Edge is just a better 3-item crit, right? It's just better. You know, he's got lifesteal, but you know, Indigo has the grievous wound. Indigo is just stronger right now. So I think this is the stage of the game. Like I said, 30 minutes. That's when Lane Zero can win team fights. That's when they take over the game here. Time is their friend. They don't have to force Baron. They just don't have to. You know, they can continue to play the map here. They should not start this unless it's a clear opening here or they're trying to bait. They need to play with time on their side. If they force this, they can definitely throw the game and lose the advantage they have right now. But if they don't, you know, the longer they wait, the better they are.
Right now, they're both teams trying to play the vision game, seeing what they can clear and what they can put down and sub. Trying to see if he can get something going. On the hunt is popped by Sivir, and Sub following in pursuit of the few members of Paragon 5 that are here in the mid lane. Camilla and Zed up on the bot side, you know, trying to apply that split push pressure. Need to keep in mind, though, Oven Johnson has teleport, while Tuller does not. So when it comes to the split push pressure of these side lanes, you know, it's something to keep in mind. And here's Licenseless, seeing him get something started. Is already going to the face there in Gongcha. Oh my goodness, a beautiful taunt W lands from Gongcha, and that's going to be a double kill for McTrump there. And oh man, you hate to see it, but how beautifully executed there. That is what I'm talking about when it comes to engage. You know, barely escapes with just a sliver of his life, but here's Tuller on the side. Going to be responded to by Oven Johnson with this teleport. Not going to see any hook shot, but Licenseless Rider is the one that started that entire fight, and it's just so beautiful to see. And Sub canceling that dash, but it's not quite going to matter. That's going to be Licenseless Rider picking up his first kill of the game. And with the Sub and Fallen Artemis down, as well as Desk, who's coming up in about 5 seconds, has the Galio ult available. Tuller and Indigo, the only two carries of this Lane Zero squad, are the only ones left remaining.
Galio ult's available, though.
Yeah, they do have it. 6K on this Baron, 3K, 2K, and here's Tuller, double shurikens and electrocute. Does proc on a Gongcha, but that's going to be Paragon 5 picking up that Baron. That's going to be Tuller falling in a shutdown as well. Here's the Galio, but it's not going to get the Xayah, who's up in the air. A 3-man tunnel hit, though, as well as that knock-up, and there goes Indigo getting absolutely blown up, and that's nearly going to be an ace if Sejuani wasn't already up for Paragon 5, picking up all those juicy kills, and Baron Nashor as well. It's looking good for him to see if they can get into the base of Lane Zero.
Lane Zero did not execute a team fight the way they needed to. They didn't correctly buffer the Rakan, right? The Indigo got caught up in the engage. Now, you could call that a little bit on him for being a little bit too far up. But he got caught with a Rakan engage, got chunked out, and there are just no targets with his zonies also coming through for him to throw the autos on. So they really didn't have the damage throughout that team fight that they needed, and just the setup wasn't good for them. And that's all, you know, Gongcha with a fantastic engage really on that Rakan, won that team fight for them, and no good disengage. Fallen in the sub, not really able to repel him there, which is important. So that's a Baron I didn't expect to go over to Paragon 5, but now that they have it, you definitely have another chance for them, a second chance for them to win this game after they sort of fumbled it the first time. They didn't really find the advantage they need to, but now, you know, you've got the Baron here. It's 33 minutes, so the Sivir can wave clear, but she can only be in one place. So I think you play the map here. Sivir's actually in the top side. You can make something happen.
We do see that Oven Johnson is getting stunned up by this Camille. Solarica actually does manage to land that cask up on the Fallen Artemis, and a 3-man taunt coming out from Gongcha as well does result in Oven Johnson actually falling to Tuller, but Licensed Rider able to pick up the kill into Sejuani. And the rest of the members of Paragon 5 are looking to push up in this bot side. Sivir is just now recalling. We're seeing
that was
what
not
they can do.
That was not a good setup. They should not have had the Sivir go clear that wave topside. That was a little bit sloppy from Lane Zero in terms of macro play there, but they don't lose too much. Interestingly, here we got Death Stance on McTrump here after getting those 3 crit items. You know, sometimes you'll see QSS so that they can get a lifesteal item, and with a Sejuani on the team, I suggest that's pretty good here. Or maybe a Guardian Angel deal with a Zed, but Death Stance is not something you see too often. I used to get some CDR, but it's only 10%. It kind of baffles me, but it's an interesting pickup from McTrump.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about it, as opposed to the utility that you would be able to get from that Bloodthirster shield, especially having to deal with something like a Zed that's looking to constantly pop you. I'm interested, but I'm not going to question him on it, because, I'm trusting him in this game. He's 8-2-9. He seems to be knowing what he's doing to see what he can do to... Again, he's not the sole carry of this Paragon 5 squad, but lots of damage coming out from him, and I just can't get over that fight that was in the top side of the lane 0 jungle with Licensed Rider stealing the Sejuani, being able to, dash all the way into 5 people to get that original stun off to allow Gongja to come in, with that grand entrance and, have that beautiful taunt knockup that was able to, that was just so very textbook of how, Rakan needs to be played in this competitive environment. And, it seems to have paid off from them, or by them, because ever since then, they've just been getting advantage after advantage, and they've still got the Baron buff up for now. And again, sitting on about 4 dragons with 2 oceans and 2 clouds, they're going to pick up this mid lane inner turret pretty easily. And right now, 4 members of lane 0 are here responding and trying their best to defend mid lane. And here's the Galliol coming to see if he can help us. Or excuse me, that's actually going to be the Silas Galliol, I should say, coming to help Oven Johnson. And Zed resurrecting with that Guardian Angel isn't quite going to matter. And Licensed Rider, even though didn't have too many kills early on in the game, is now on a killing spree. So 36 minutes in, and now having Tuller out of the fight, you have one of your 2 carries eliminated for lane 0, so your best bet is just going to be able to wave clear until he's up in about 45 seconds.
Well, you still have this buffer, though, of the inner turret and the top side. It's kind of hard to commit and break this base here without the Baron. Again, they don't have good siege here for Paragon 5. They have one ranged champion in the Xayah, and she's even low range compared to most 80 carries. She's only got that 525. So it's pretty difficult with the siege of the Sivir to just kind of clear these minions here. I don't see them breaking open the base before Tuller gets back up.
Yep, Sivir is definitely one of the best champions to have for this exact situation that lane 0 has found themselves in. We do see the Mortal Reminder is finished off for Indigo as well. So having not only the healing reduction coming out from the Grievous Wounds from the Executioner's Calling, but also having that extra armor pen is going to allow his Ricochet crits to do so much more damage. And again, we do see Xayah doing so much damage of her own, as we saw with that Death's Dance, and having an additional Caulfield's Warhammer. I'm not exactly sure what that next one's going towards, but it'll be very interesting to see. So much armor, though, on the side of lane 0. These beefy members are definitely beefy in every sense of the word, but Tuller is sitting in this bush right now, and this just maybe able to get caught out. Hookshot doesn't quite find the stun, but you can't escape Camilla, old buddy, unless you ult on top of her and try to fight it out. Galliol does come out as well, but that's going to be Licensed Rider picking up Zed as he was rooted by that Xayah Feather. And that's going to be Silas getting, stunned up as well and shut down. Going to be her C there by Indigo, and here's the taunt coming out from, Galio. Taunting up Gongcha there, but it's not going to be enough. Rooted up by the Xayah there, and he's going to find another taunt, another 2-man taunt, actually. Oven Johnson and Solaric are looking to see if they can find more. The body slam does land, and that's going to be Galio going down, and Indigo getting chunked down by McTrump. McTrump is unstoppable, and Oven Johnson's able to pick up a kill into sub, and Oven Johnson trying to close that gap with Fallen Artemis, but that healing from the Warmogs allows him to walk away from that. But 4 members of lane 0 down, and about 4 members of Paragon 5 being alive. That looks
They've only got 3 minions, though, and they're all low. So they have to wait for another wave. Maybe if Fallen can clear these minions. There you go.
Fallen is doing his best to see if he can defend, and it's definitely a good attempt, but even without
Tuller's
having
up in a
minions,
couple seconds, then you have sitting at desk.
Yeah, it
Maybe
looks
they can
like
stall it?
He's gonna do it. They are indeed gonna stall it. So even though one Nexus turret does go down, very well done by Fallen Artemis to keep up the line of defense and not to just roll over on his back there. And he said we're not done just quite yet. So 26 to 29, or excuse me, 26 to 19, I should say, in favor of Paragon 5 right now. While Tuller getting caught out there by that Grog, so he does try to see if he can pick off a kill before his last, or as his last breath, if I could even speak today, but not quite going to find anything, and that's a long death timer. That's about 55 seconds yet again on Tuller. So 4 members of lane 0 have to make sure that the 5 members of Paragon 5 don't sneak this Baron out from under their nose.
This has been a back and forth game, to be sure. Here you look at the gold lead, it doesn't really matter at this stage in the game here. Like the items are pretty much complete for everyone. A little bit left for Indigo to complete on this last Zeal item, but everyone's pretty much full build at this stage. But there's the fight.
Yeah, another fight is popped out on the hunt from the Sivir sees they can disengage as well as that Poppy will knock them away, but guess what? That just leaves them as with an opportunity to do Baron. So here they go walking towards that and getting it started. Again, no Mountain Dragon, surprisingly enough, for a 40-minute game. I haven't seen this in quite a while. This is, you know, pretty extraordinary to see with 3 Oceans and 2 Clouds on the board, but even without that true damage, they're going to be able to take that Baron with no contest coming out from lane 0, and they're walking towards Elder right now.
They should be able to pick this one up, I think. You know, everyone, they just backed. But without mountains, this could go kind of slow here. Potential for a steal from Fallen, but unlikely at this stage.
Unlikely.
Yeah, you kind of have to suicide for it, so.
Yeah, no, without a doubt, and having no other members with him leaves it to be very, very scary, and that's a Baroned up Elder Dragon Paragon 5 right now, who are looking towards top and mid that still have their towers and inhibs up, but they're deciding they're just going to power through with the super minions coming into the base of lane 0, seeing if they can finish it off. So right now, only 1 Nexus turret to have to take out. We'll see what they can do.
The minion that could. He was coming in ready to end the game there.
Oh, he's trying. For a little bit. Yeah, see, Cyril is coming out there, and Celerica does finish off Poppy. Galliol does come out, and Gongcha getting knocked up, and Celerica on the backside. Indigo is going to fall, though, to Oven Johnson, and sitting at desk doing what he can, but it's not quite going to find anything. Support, kill, support, while Gongcha takes that kill onto sitting at desk, and that's going to be Paragon 5, taking game 2 away from lane 0 Blizzard.
I think that was the game that lane 0 wanted when they drafted this composition, though. Like, if you look at their composition, they're relying on the Sivir to do the damage. They got her to the full build item she wanted to. They just couldn't find the team fight. It just came down to team fight execution, and I think the fact that they picked the Zed in the mid lane here. If you have a consistent DPS mage instead of this Zed here, sure, the Zed was good for the first couple minutes of the game there. He got 2 kills, and he got a few nice plays there, but he just was useless for his last couple of minutes. And it's not really entirely his fault, right? You look at the targets he has of access to, he doesn't really have a way to kill them. The Xayah can go invulnerable. There's just no way he can kill those people. There's double Zonia's purchase right on the mid and jungle there. I just don't understand how he gets anything done. You know, Tuller kind of made a few mistakes in the late game there, but he doesn't really have an opening to do much. So I can't really blame him for trying to force something like that. I just think the pick was wrong in this game. I think it should have been a pick in game 1, not in game 2 here. I think that was the big blunder in the draft from lane 0. If they'd picked something else, I think this could have gone a lot better because they got where the competition wanted to go here. But Paragon 5, that pickoff of Fallen Artemis around the Baron was humongous. If they didn't get Baron early on and open up that inhibitor, or I say early on, it was early on in the game because you still weren't full build yet. But if they don't get that Baron, that game game stalls out even longer. Who knows what happens? But I just don't see. It was just amazing. Lane 0 never found the team fight they were looking for, despite getting their team comp ready. The recon engages were amazing from Gongcha, and then the Gragas cast from Slark were huge because he knocked Indigo out of the team fight. There'd be no DPS, and Indigo was all their damage that game. And if you look at the damage charts, he didn't do as much as he needed to do. Right, 35,000 is a lot, but 49,000 for the Xayah. He needed to be that 49,000 because the team comp was built so heavily around him.
I couldn't agree with you more, Koa. So very well done by Paragon 5, even though they had a little bit of a decimating defeat in that first game. They picked themselves up, they dust themselves off and said, you know what, we're not out of this. We're not going to let you 3 out of the series. So pick up a good victory there, and as you said, I think it really did have a lot to do with draft, and we'll see as we get into game 3 in just a few minutes if draft does get fixed up by both of these teams. So those watching, don't go anywhere because we got more of Paragon 5 and lane 0 Blizzard coming up in just a few minutes.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near.
It's deep in their bones, they'll run into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, guys. Legends never die. Legends never die.
Alrighty, wasting little to no time at all as we get back into this Game 3 of this exciting final series of Paragon 5 and Lane 0 Blizzard and Coas. Right now, with what we've seen so far, we've seen a Lane 0 win and we've seen a Paragon 5 win. You know, we talked about draft last game and how it maybe might have been the what caused Lane 0 to fall from grace here from their dominating victory in the beginning of the series. So are we just maybe not wanting to see them repeat some sort of comp like that, you know, with the several tanks and, you know, just very few carries, and maybe utilize something that Paragon 5 did with just more comfort picks and damage? Or what do you think is going to go on for the rest of this series, or what should we expect?
I think a solution was not to pick Zed. I think that's really all it was. I think that you swap that out for a Rise and you win that game for Lane 0. The Zed, they index too heavily on physical damage, and B, they didn't have a consistent late game, you know, source other than the Sivir, so the team fight just didn't go their way. I think that's really the biggest issue. You pick Rise there, I think you win as Lane 0. I think that's the problem with their draft, is they picked the wrong 2 carries. You can win with just 2 carries, but you got to pick the right 2, and that time they didn't for Lane 0. I think that the tank composition can work, it just didn't work that game because of the carry picks there. But another Xayah first pick is very interesting. Again, no 80 carry bans here, right? You see, there's Kai'Sa, you know, you got Vayne, all these really strong 80 carries, but they have not been prioritizing this series whatsoever here. And an identical strategy coming out for a Paragon 5 in terms of bans. Skarner, Nunu, and Taric have been banned every single game. Lane 0 swapping out a little bit here with a few different changes, but, you know, Paragon 5 have gone very, very similar, and they've been on the same side every single game. Both these sides seem to like the sides they're on.
Yeah, now that we see that Nico is locked in for Lane 0, I'm wondering if I can only assume that it's just going to be a repeat pick for sub. I don't think it's going to be for Tooler this time around, and 3 games in a row, Fallen Artemis is going to lock in that Sejuani and constantly be that, you know, just engage button and great frontline tank that he's able to be for both Tooler and Indigo, and I guess now sub if he is going to be on a carry as well. But we did see how effective that both McTrump and Gongcha were on the Xayah Rakan, and they're getting it yet again. And I'm wondering if, you know, I'm not exactly sure if sitting at desk is, you know, the type of person that's comfortable or enough to be able to play this Rakan, but having that Xayah locked in for first pick by Paragon 5, you know, it tells me that Lane 0 should maybe try to break up that combination, especially when you saw what Gongcha is able to do on the Rakan, to be able to at least, you know, just pick the Rakan up for yourself, maybe putting together with, you know, a Sivir or Kalista that can still work completely fine with it. But instead, they not only do they leave it open, but they let it go to Paragon 5. So I'm not sure if it's a disrespect thing. I'm not sure if it's something that, you know, isn't exactly anticipated. We do see the Braum that is locked in, so we can maybe anticipate a Lucian ban by Paragon 5 potentially to take that away from Indigo.
Has to be a Lucian ban here. This is the classic combo. When Xayah Rakan was broken, what everyone would play into Xayah Rakan was Lucian Braum, because it counters the duo so well. So 100% should be a Lucian ban here for Paragon 5. I think it's a mistake if they don't. I like Sejuani for Fallen. I think it's very good. I think that them getting 3 games in a row is great here. But I worry that, you know, the Gragas can do a lot again. I think the Trundle didn't fare too well, but the Gragas, the ganking power he got out of that, and the comfort Solarca seems to have on the Gragas was really good. So while I like Sejuani for Fallen and Solarca, the impact he had on the game on Gragas in Game 2 was amazing. He did a really good job, and whereas Fallen had more impact on that Sejuani early on in Game 1, and that was kind of the big tipping point, I think, in the early game for both sides, that the junglers were having more impact on the map early on. But it's surprising Lucian got through.
I honestly can't believe that. I don't know. again, who's exactly controlling the draft at Paragon 5, but I think that's just such a no-brainer. Like, you really don't need to be like some sort of LCS analyst to see that and say like, hey, listen, we can't let them have Lucian Braum, you know? Out of all the things that are gonna go together with a Braum, like, you just do not want Lucian with that. It's just so very reliable. We see Tooler did pick up the Corki, so they are gonna go for that double marksman type of composition with the mage up in the top lane. And we're actually seeing Jace locked in. So that's actually very interesting to see, along with that Swain, which I know is a one of the more favorite picks of people along the lines of Super Sugoi. So not sure if that was encouraged by him or not, but nonetheless, we do see Lane Zero looking at their last pick, and it's actually going to be the Varus Braum down in the bot lane. So they are going to have the Chains of Corruption as well as that Braum ult to see if they can get things going with that Sejuani ult and the Glacial Prison that comes out from there. So from both compositions, from both sides, there is a good amount of engage. I think the only thing I'm not really too happy about is probably the Jace pick that comes out from Paragon 5 right now. I don't think it's bad, and I think, you know, having that ranged answer to Nico could potentially be good, but with the rest of the way the composition of Paragon 5 is going, I think they definitely could have had some sort of tankier front line. You know, they didn't have one last game and they won, so I guess, you know, they don't exactly need it, but I think it definitely would have benefited them to have it. And I know picking a tank into something like Nico is probably more risky than anything, but knowing that Solarica doesn't go for the Cinderhulk route, instead goes for the Runic Echoes and AP route, it'll be interesting to see. And meanwhile, you know, Lane Zero is never afraid to pick tanks. You know, as we saw in the second game, it may have been their issue of picking too many tanks, but this time around, I think their composition is way, way, way better and way more well-rounded. So as I said, you know, you have the attack speed Varus that's probably, you know, just going to be this constant engage tool. You have Corki that's just constantly either going to be on the back line or completely in the faces of Paragon 5, depending on how he utilizes the package and all that good stuff. And we saw how effective that the sub is with these Nico ultimates, and Fallen Artemis is obviously no stranger to Sejuani's as one of his more infamous picks. So this time around, even though I gave it to Paragon 5 for that game too, again, even though I am leaning towards Lane Zero his entire series, I knew that Lane Zero, just for the most part, they just weren't going to be able to execute that game. They did look good in certain points, but it didn't surprise me that they threw this game away. But I really think this time around, I love their comp. And even, I don't think Paragon 5's comp is bad exactly, but I definitely think Lane Zero had the upper hand this time around.
The thing I don't really get about Paragon 5 is they drafted a Swain with a Zyra Khan, which is great together, but then they have a Gragas with it, which is it's confusing to me because Gragas is all about moving people away from like a central point, right, with his ultimate. That's the whole point of the explosive cast. You move people around you. You sort of move them away from the center of the fight. Whereas Swain and Rakan, they're all about getting people together, getting closer, having this area of effect that's humongous, and just you blow them up, right? Because you're in that damage. Same thing with Zaya. She does a lot of AoE damage, but does it through pass-through damage. So I think that those three champions work really well together, but then Gragas sort of like dis-synergy overall. So that the comp is kind of working against itself a little bit here. And then the Jace doesn't really fit with the identity, I think, of the rest of the composition. So I'm not sure that I like the Jace pick, like you said here. I think it's a good answer to the Nico. I think that can be much better laning phase for you, but I don't know if it actually does a lot in the side lane throughout the rest of the game here. Obviously, if you go AP Nico, the Nico will have a harder time answering the Jace, but AP Nico can clear the wave pretty quickly. So I think that the Jace pick really isn't great here. I'm not a huge fan of it, but we'll see what happens. I think your 2v2 in the top side is really good with Jace Gragas overall. If you look at just that, if you isolate those two positions, jungle top matchup is definitely positive against the Nico Sejuani, but I'm not too huge a fan of their composition. However, I think it's still good. Like, I don't think it's bad by any means. I think it's solid. I think there's just a few weak points overall. I think you definitely look at this game 3 and you say it's an even draft for both sides. I think both sides have an even potential to win the game here, whereas in game 2, I think you favored Paragon 5, and in game 1, you favored Lane Zero here. So I think this game 3 is actually going to be a lot more competitive than the first 2 games were. Who knows? Maybe there's First Blood level 1 and it snowballs, but I think generally looking at the draft so far, it looks like a much more even game here than we saw in the first 2 games from the draft. So, phase.
Yeah, it'll be very exciting to see, and with all the points that had been mentioned, I still think it is anybody's game. It's anybody's series overall, you know, with this best of 5, it being the final. So I'm so very excited to see how the rest of this pans out. Because again, I didn't want it to be a 3-0 either way. You know, I don't think it's ever fun to watch or cast or anything like that. So with this being game 3 of Paragon 5 versus Lane 0 Blizzard, I think this is 2 comps that I think both of them are comfortable with. They're both comfortable with executing, and you know, it's going to be awesome. I think that even though the first 2 games, you know, were pretty decent, I think we've definitely got a fun one for this game 3 for sure.
This should be an explosive game. I expect to see a lot of skirmishes, a lot of team fights. Maybe not within the first like 5 minutes, but come 10, 15 minutes, I'd expect there to be a lot of skirmishing around the map. You know, it depending on the way the game paces out, it could be in the top side or in the bottom side, depending on how each team wants to focus. But we've got a mountain first here, so things definitely shaping up to be a bit more active, I think, in the early to mid game here. In Gongsha, he's shown a really good performance there in game 2 on the Rakan here. But now you also have the team fight wombo combo potential of the Varus Sejuani ultimate with Braum as well here. Nico coming in. So both sides have potential for big team fight engages as well, and pick potential if they're looking for it. So I think both sides kind of looking to do similar things here, and it's just going to come down to who can execute it better.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now we're seeing perfect lines of scrimmage right now being set up. All 5 members are all in their respective positions, and right now, I'm trying to like formulate in my head, you know, how I think this game, you know, trying to theorize and theory craft of what's going to happen in this game before it happens and whatnot, but I really just cannot decide what's going to be going on this game. And right now, I see the licenseless root up the sub already. Electrocute is going to be proc there, but nothing besides a little bit of damage being thrown down. Instead of that Comet Nico that we had seen in that game 1, we're actually seeing the Glacial Augment come out from sub this time around.
Different look for him. He went for, you know, Ludens, just the Comet in game 1 when we first saw the Nico. So there'll definitely be an AP variety again here, but going to be a bit more CC focused, more utility this game here, which may be a reaction to the pick. You saw the Jace decided, hey, I'm not going to win the laning phase here. The Comet's not going to be worth it. I'm going to focus more on the team fight. I'm going to play more for that. So we talked about how good Lucian Braum is, right? And it's really good in the 2v2. It counters this lane well. But Varus Braum, it's pretty good too. People played this a lot when it was just like Braum, Tom Kench were the only 2 supports that anyone ever played. You know, it was just, all right, well, we pick Varus with this, or, well, you know, we pick, you know, another range AD carry. Like, that was kind of it. That's all we did. And so they're a very good 2v2 as well. Obviously, the Varus is a little more susceptible to being engaged on, but the extra range is nice as well, and it can allow you to bully out, you know, McTrump and Gongsha a bit easier. And, you know, for the first 2 games, sitting at Dask and Indigo won both those in the bot lane. We're up 10 to 15 CS at any point in the lane here. They did a really good job in the first 2 games, but McTrump and Gongsha have struggled in the lane. They found good team fights in game 2, but the laning phase did not go in their favor.
Oven Johnson, a little bit of a sticky situation. Fallen Artemis does manage to land the Q there, but it's just going to be that Jace flashing away there. So not having that flash versus the Nico, going to be a little bit of a scary situation for Jace to be in for the rest of the game. And Fallen Artemis still sitting here in this river trying to play the patience game, isn't able to clear that ward, but even just showing his face is already making Oven Johnson maybe sweat a little bit up in this top side, knowing how much pressure is already going to be applied to him. And see, Fallen Artemis might be looping around again. He's going to go to Krugs, and it might still be just a return gank on the top side.
Doesn't have too many camps up bot side. He didn't clear both small camps at once there. So he took the Wolves, but not the Gromp, I believe, is the route he took there. So he has 1 camp, I guess, to go back to in the bottom side, and he's going to lose the Scuttlecrab to Gragas, so he doesn't have much incentive to go there. So I think he'll probably just back after this because Oven Johnson got chunked out there in the top side.
Yeah, getting chunked out there, having the nullifying orb pop as well. So a little bit of safety. We're seeing licenses, though, almost every single pullback from the Swain has landed on the Corki thus far. Root does land from sub on the top side as Evan Johnson teleports right back with this Jason having nothing but a Corrupting Potion and Doran's Blade at his side. You know, he's maybe struggling a little bit to get through this laning phase, and knowing that the Sejuani pressure that was already applied to him, you know, it definitely puts him back a little bit. And right now, in the mid lane, it's a little bit of an advantage towards the Swain. Again, as I said, he is applying a good amount of pressure as well, landing those pullbacks and getting the damage off onto the Corki, but it is Ignite Swain to the teleport of Tooler right now, so even if he does chunk him out and even get a good trade in, it's just going to respond, and, you know, Tooler just deciding to recall, go right back and teleport to tower and hardly miss any minions at all. So see him casting that recall right now and sitting just on about 900 gold, so he's maybe not even going to be able to afford a longsword and a ruby crystal if he decides to go that Phage route early. If he wants to just pick out that mana crystal and work towards the Phage, you know, he's got a lot of different options. But right now, 3v3 down on the bot side as both junglers are here, unbeknownst to each other's knowledge, seeing if anything happens here. Groggs is starting to recall, but maybe he'll try to make something happen and see if he can get some time there. Indigo just flashing away from Rakan W there, even though they knew something was potentially coming. As Groggs just sat there and walked in the lane, he was just going to play on the safer side of things, avoid the knock-up, avoid dying. And no other member of either squad really wants to get with a first blood in a series like this.
Gonna be an interesting one to see how careful Indigo is with this Rakan now with Flash down. I think it's with Flash up, you feel pretty confident walking up into this lane here, but now he's got to be a bit careful. Obviously, Braum is really good into Xayah here to block the feather, so he's just getting me to pull back. But this Xayah conduit, even without the feathers, can kill you pretty quickly. So I have to be worried now if I'm the Varus, but still, I think worth the flash there. Probably the better option. Don't want to risk it, because I don't think your 3v3 is that good early on. I think you definitely lose out there.
Right now, we do see a Mountain Dragon is on the map for the first dragon of the game. So if we are able to pick that up, it's definitely going to be a lot more beneficial than the Triple Ocean, Triple Cloud that we were seeing. So whoever's able to pick that up for snags there, it's going to make a good impact for the rest of the game. And right now, both just about all the lanes right now are really even. Everybody's playing really carefully. You know, a lot of pressure on these players right now.
Big Trump and Gongsha also hanging tight there on the CS. Down a little bit, but not too much here. You know, at 7 minutes last game, they were down 10 CS. So the fact they're more competitive this game is a good sign. Obviously, they have a strong bot lane duo, but it's just good overall that they're staying even and not showing the struggle that they were having in the first couple games, because they do so rely on these, you know, guys to do stuff for them. Gongsha has had good late game, and so did McTrump, but they really struggled in the laning phase. So cleaning that up is really big for their team here. And as a result, the gold lead, well, the gold lead doesn't exist, right? It's basically dead even for both sides. You know, slight little bit here and there, but it's not a big deal. We've seen 1,000 gold leads at this stage, you know, in previous games.
Nicol doesn't quite land from sub, and it might actually cost him his life there. Evan Johnson trying to utilize that range and knocking him back with the hammer there. Doesn't quite have enough mana for EQ there, and Fallen Artemis is here to respond, but Solarica flashing forward, trying to get that body slam off on a sub, but both the members of Paragon 5 are so very low that they're just going to have to decide to walk away from that one.
Both junglers don't have their red side cleared here, which means they don't have level 6, which could have changed that fight quite a bit. But a flash trade now, so Evan Johnson, he had a flash trade with the enemy jungler earlier on, but now he has the advantage. We'll see if he can make something of it. He's already got a bit of a CS lead there on the sub, so this could be a power, you know, pick with this Jace. Like, if they can get this Jace ahead and actually have side lane pressure, that could be really big for them. One of the reasons Lane 0 won their game was because they had side lane pressure throughout it. They had the Echo pressuring, the Nico pressuring constantly. If they have the Jace available to do that, that's a big advantage, right? If you are Paragon 5 now. When the enemy team is sort of picked to try and nullify the Jace, they have the Nico, they have the Corki who can match him late game. But if he gets far enough ahead, no one can match him. He just does too much damage.
Tooler right now does have the package available, as well as that, early Sheen, so Working towards that phage as well. Mountain Dragon is still up for the taking. We're starting to creep towards that 10-minute point, so I want to see if there's any priority around that Rift Herald as well. Would be nice to see. And Fallen Artemis, even though he is on this top side, isn't quite going to find the Jace that he's been constantly trying to punish. Does have the Serrated Dirk as well. And here is a double man taunt knockup from by Indigo. Or excuse me, and sitting at desk, and that's actually going to be finally the first blood going over to Paragon 5. Solarica being able to secure that with the explosive cask, and not only is it going to be a first blood lead for him, that's also going to be a Mountain Dragon with Fallen Artemis on the top side, not able to find a contest for it. So that is Indigo falling down for being the first death of lane 0 on this, or excuse me, in this game right now. Is that the Cutlass and the Recurve both finish off, so working towards that Blade of the Rune King, and Big Trump just going for the build we saw last game, the Infinity Edge and the double Zeal item, so it's going to be very strong this game. And Oven Johnson, very good flash actually to avoid that Glacial Prison coming out from the Sejuani, and they're not going to be able to secure that Rift Herald because the rest of the members of Paragon 5 are so quick to respond, and that's going to be a pause.
That was a really nice pickup there. Gongsha knows the timing of the flash because they're evened up. Right, he knows the cooldown, so he's just like, all right, I'm going for it. I'm making the play. And Indigo and sitting at desk, kind of grouped together. They shouldn't have been that close together while walking through there, as well as the fact they probably shouldn't just been walking through the river at all. So a little bit of an overextension for them, and as a result, they get punished. The dragon can go over, and because the dragon goes over off that pick, it's really hard to trade objectives there. You can do it, but Evan Johnson does a good job of stalling them and allowing the his team to come up, so lane 0 can't take this thing, which is huge, right? If they're able to trade the Rift Herald there, you call that pretty even. Sure, you go over first blood, but it's not that big a deal because you'll probably be able to even up the turrets with that Rift Herald, and really what you give up isn't that big a deal. So really nice that they're able to stop this.
And as we get back into things here, the Rift Herald was able to be secured by lane 0, sub pop in the ult, and even though he's able to root up that Licenseless Rider, Swain's still going to pop that ultimate, work towards that Rod of Ages as he picks up that second kill of the game. And they are able to, even though they weren't able to get that Rift Herald, it does look like that desk was able to get it. It still does not matter as Paragon 5 have a little bit of an upper hand in lane 0, and they're actually popping it quite fast already here in the mid lanes. They're trying to utilize it and pick up as many turret platings as possible. It's going to be popped there, and maybe not get that mid lane turret, but a good chunk of gold is going to go over to him, work towards closing up that gold gap as it looks just about even right now. And here is a two-man knockup coming out from Gongsha. Very well done as he tries to get things going. And here's McTrump flashing forward and actually getting the root off onto Sejuani. Even though the Gragas throws his ult out, he's going to be able to secure that second kill there. And it's looking so very good for Paragon 5 right now. About 600 gold up, and that next dragon is going to be this Infernal. So it's, again, if they play this right, just keep securing these objectives, finding these right kills, finding these right picks, then, they're taking the rhythm that they're picking up this game, and they're rolling with it.
This is not the lane 0 we saw in Game 1. The lane 0 we saw in Game 1 was so much better. They looked like they would take this series. They looked better than Paragon 5 in Game 1, but Games 2 and 3 have been really ugly from lane 0. They have not played up to their potential.
Whew, and here's Sub. Try to see if he can find the 1v1 to Oven Johnson. He's popping that Hourglass with the fear that Jace might be doing a little too much damage, and there's no flash to close the gap, so that stopwatch is actually going to prevent him from getting that kill, sadly enough. And even though he played that 1v1 pretty well, and Jace got so very low, he was able to walk to safety, and he has his teleport available, so he's hardly going to miss anything as the wave crashes under his turret. And Tooler picking up that blue buff as he goes back right now, and it looks like he's going to be able to finish off that Stinger, but not quite the entire... Actually, no, it is going to be the entire Trinity Force. Just about the perfect amount of gold, so I was absolutely wrong there. So that's, great power spike for Corki, especially at this point, about 13 minutes into the game. So for him to have that is going to be very nice. A little bit of a CS lead against the Swain, and right now, Fallen Artemis having to run away from Solarica, who's, kind of following him around, kind of catching out where he's going to be and what the plays he's trying to make. And Sub even getting pushed under his turret right now by this Jace. He does have the teleport available as well, as Jace just teleported back to land in the zone. Picked up those Merc Treads for that extra tenacity versus this Nico, but otherwise, everybody's starting to pick up their items, and Chain of Corruption goes a little wide, but it doesn't matter. They have the Glacial Prison from the Sejuani to pick off Gongsha. Zaya's going to fly in the air there. The Braum passive isn't quite going to stun him up, and That's going to be Lane Zero's first kill, though, picking up Gongcha. So even though they weren't able to get the Varusol, they were able to, you know, connect that Sejuani, and that's what matters.
They baited out the dashes, right? No more mobility for Gongcha. They're able to kill him that time. So nice pick off there. They get something back for themselves. So the first kill of the game. And it's surprising, right? Lane Zero's only down, 400 gold. Or actually, they're up 400 gold. Wow, okay, that's even more surprising. That's just CS numbers. Look at the CS here, 130 in the mid lane, 127. The CS, that's been consistently a big advantage for Lane Zero, is the CS in mid lane and bot lane has just been an advantage for them this entire series.
Oh god, here comes Gongcha actually with the grand entrance, trying to see if they can get sitting at desk. But that's actually going to be Indigo turning that kill around with the empowered Q on this Varus, and having that Blade of the Ruin King finish does make the difference. And Evan Johnson knocking away the Nico as he flies up in the air and ults on his own, but even though he's very low, he does manage to survive and have that teleport available. Fallen Artemis is on the top side as well, able to respawn if need be, but sooner rather than later, this dragon is going to be respawning, and as we had mentioned, it is going to be that Infernal Dragon. So with both Mountain and Infernal being cycled through the Elemental Dragons this game, so very valuable compared to the ones we saw in the previous games.
Much better spawns, and this time both teams have the opportunity to take it. Game 1 and 2, it was very clear who had the advantage on the Dragons. Very clear who had the priority on them. This game, not so much. Either team can take it, and with these good spawns, I think we're going to see another contest over this one. This time, Fallen Artemis is on the bot side and looking to take this one, as opposed to last time he was on the top side of the map. Wasn't really there, and the bot lane got picked off, but Lane Zero looking for it. Smite available. Should go over here as Gragas this time in the top side while Fallen is in the bot side here. So a turret taken in the mid lane here for Tuller. He's got the first turret gold. They get the Infernal here, and they only give up top turret. Really good sort of couple minutes there for Lane Zero. Big advantage for them.
When these neutral objectives are picked up, it typically is because the opposing jungler is mirrored when it comes to their position on the map. It's typically not like, hey, we're going to fight for this objective. Sometimes we have seen that happen, and, they're squaring up for fights, and, maybe a pick happens to allow them to just, like, say, okay, they can have this dragon, they can have this tower, or whatever, let's just back off. No, it's typically, I'm here at the objective, the other guy is all the way over there, what's he going to do if I just start this out with, I got all my boys here, and, what's going to happen? Just about nothing, so no one's going to punish him for it. They're able to pick that up with ease, so having that Infernal Dragon to Paragon 5's Mountain, it's definitely something, it certainly helps, especially having the damage that comes out from the Nico, from the Corki, from the Varus, but it's certainly not the Mountain Dragon that Paragon 5 has, and, can definitely utilize if they do win a fight. It's such an easy Baron to be able to take with that, and even if you win a fight as Lane Zero right now with that Infernal, you don't have as easy of an opportunity for something like that as Paragon 5 does with the Mountain.
Well, I would argue that they are similar, though, because you have double A to carry again. You got the Corki and the Varus with Blade of the Ruin King, so... Hold on, Lane Zero making a play.
Making a play indeed. Chain of Corruption does land that time. Oh, he turns around.
One more!
Needs to make sure he finishes off the kill for walking away, and he does that indeed. So walks back. Indigo does manage to get that last auto off of Evan Johnson there. So in a little bit of a 5v4 situation, the top lane outer turret is up, but Paragon 5 are responding. The Gong Chung and Trump trying to see if they can finish off this mid lane enter and see if, mid lane outer. See if they can open up the map a little bit. Slarka getting caught out here. Does get the Braum Q landed on him, but nothing else is going to follow up from it. And Tuller, again, level 12 right now on this core. He does have a level advantage on the Licenseless Rider as well as a good chunk of CS. We do see only about 135 sitting on the Swain compared to the 180 on the Corki, so we do see a little bit of a difference in build as well. We saw the Trinity Force into Zeal item on the Corki last game. Well, this time around, we're seeing the BF sword coming out for an Infinity Edge. And here comes Gongcha starting off another fight. Zyol does go up as well, but no root is going to be found from the Feathers and Sub. Geez, a gust of wind could probably knock him over right now, how low he is. And Evan Johnson trying to see if he can poke out this Corki, but Tuller is not afraid right now. So very strong. With just having that base AD to go along with that Trinity Force, and Lane Zero are going to try to siege up this tower to the best of their ability. QE comes out from Evan Johnson. Try to see if they can clear these minions. And Solarica right now, level 8 to level 9 right now in the jungle, and with him being just so heavy ability power, just damage oriented, he's so very squishy.
Very, very much so. Very squishy. Interesting, the Varus, though, gone for the Zeal, not the Rage Blade here, so... The 2-item spike isn't as strong, but if he goes for Runins, he has a bit more AoE damage, like more multiple target damage there, stacking the Blight on multiple targets, but a little bit less damage overall. So kind of interesting he goes for that one on that Varus. But the Corki getting ready to go, going to go for Infinity Edge second on that one. So these 280 carries are going to get revved up real soon, and the CS numbers have been fantastic. Over 10 CS a minute right now for Tuller. That's been impeccable. Up 50 CS on his opponent. 80 carries are very even in CS, but yeah, Tuller way ahead, and the first turret gold over on him. He's got 300 shutdown gold on him, and he hasn't gotten a kill yet.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting for you to mention Indigo's build path right now, because I think on any champion of which you can get away with building that Guinso's Rage Blade, I think it's just so very invaluable. You know, not only having that on-hit passive that allows you to, at least so far of this current patch that we're on, it's applying it every 2 times when you have it fully stacked. And not only that, but you're getting that armor and magic penetration from it as well. So comparing that to the Runons, yes, you are applying the Blade of the Rune King to several targets of the Runon's Hurricane. You know, you're able to stack your just W passive stacks on many members, you know, which pops when you get your Q or W just procced on any of them. So it's not bad by any sense of the means, and he does finish it off right now in this most recent back, and especially if he does work towards the Infinity Edge after, that will allow him to reach that 50% crit as just opposed to the 25. So, you know, that's probably what we're going to expect him to do right now, is to work towards that Infinity Edge. Now, if he was to go for the Guinsos after finishing this Runons, it would be really weird, but we'll definitely have to see what happens. While third dragon of the game right now, this next mountain is up for the take, and hopefully Lane Zero can pick this up, and they'll be just about even with the amount of neutral objective control that Mountain Dragon gives them compared to Paragon 5 that have one already of their own. It's getting started up here, but Tuller does have the package available, trying to see if he can chase away the Swain Jace to the best of his ability, but Celerica is on the side, does go in, gets the body slam, but not quite the cast. Finally gets it, knocks away Sub, and does a good job of avoiding that Nico ult, but Licensed Rider is going to be able to take out Sitting on Desk, and McTrump is going to take out Fallen Artemis, goes up in the air. It's actually going to be a very aggressive flash forward, and he's going to be able to pick up Sub with it. And even though Tuller is on the back side, it's going to be 6-4 in favor of Paragon 5. But Lane Zero were able to pick up that Mountain Dragon in the end.
They get the Mountain, and both their 80 carries survive here. The Corki gets away here. Indigo gets away. Not the worst thing in the world for Lane Zero. Good fight for Paragon 5, though. This gives them some control back on the map for the time being. But obviously they give over that Mountain, which isn't great. So still, I think both teams okay with what happened. It's not terrible for either side. But, you know, Paragon 5, they're happy to take up some gold here. And maybe with this, you know, newfound map control, they can try and do something with the Jace here, who's, you know, looking towards that second armored pen item there with this rated Dirk in inventory.
Yeah, we're seeing a good... Yeah, again, not even the CS lead that you had mentioned. Corki is almost flame horizon in the Swain right now, but it's also experience. You know, he's level 14 compared to level 12 Swain. And, you know, maybe when you compare it to the Swain, yeah, not too big of a deal, yeah, whatever. But when you look at a level 14 Corki, if Gongcha tries to engage, and, you know, you have a Corki that's 5 levels ahead of you with not only a Trinity Force, but working towards that Infinity Edge as well, and having it finish right now in this next back that he's about to finish, you know, he crits you and you're going to die in like 2 hits. It's actually so very terrifying what the difference in experience. It's not like Gongcha has just, you know, really done anything wrong per se. It's just the fact that, you know, when you're supporting a duo lane and, you know, 80 carries and stuff, you're just having to share it. And then you look at a soul lane and you're just like, oh, geez, that guy's far ahead. So that might be pretty impactful, and it might be something to watch as fights get started here, because really Gongcha is really one of the only, you know, main sources of engage for the side of this Paragon 5 lineup right now.
Well, you talk about the supports. That's very true, right? They're squishy. They're way down in XP. But also the junglers, with the way the jungle is set up right now, you just don't have as much experience. So Tuller's up 3 levels on the junglers here, 5 levels on the supports, or 5 to 4, depending on who you're looking at. So he's just up on everyone by a significant margin right now. You know, he's only got 25% crit, but as soon as he picks up a Zeal, as soon as he picks up that second crit item, yeah, like, people are just going to die super fast here. He's so far ahead of everyone right now, and he hasn't even gotten kills, so this is the Corki that they were first picking for, right? This is why Paragon 5 was first picking Corki, you know, in Game 1. This is why people wanted it so badly in this series, is because of the power this has. And, you know, just if you can get a Corki here, it's incredible. It's just surprising that they were able to get him here without it being exploited. But that's sort of what happens when Swain is picked, right? They weren't able to exploit him, and now the Corki is just too strong to be dealt with.
Absolutely, and as we were mentioning XP, I think, we'll give credit where credit is due, because Oven Johnson has also established a good experience lead over the sub. It was 14-12, but sub just leveling up right now. So not too big of a gap as we had seen, but about a 40 CS lead is pretty significant, and having that double lethality
Lane Zero needs
item.
to fight, though. They needed to bring everyone in here. This 1-3-1 I don't think is a good setup for them. They're losing mid lane here. They're going to lose bot lane as well here. They have Tula splitting, but they really should 5v5. The sub built for the 5v5. Oven Johnson's worse in the 5v5 than the sub is, despite him being up. Right? They should just fight, because they cannot let the split go on. They're going to continue to lose. They just lost 2 turrets and got nothing back for it.
They are getting suffocated out right now by this Paragon 5 squad, and Tuller wasn't even able to finish off that top lane inner turret that he was working on. And even though he has that Trinity Force proc that certainly does do a good number to these structures, it just isn't able to do it fast enough. And they really, as you said, Lane Zero really, instead of doing what they're doing right now, they just need to say, all right, let's all get together. Our carries are super strong. You have this Varus that has the Blade of the Rune King and the Runons. You have this Corki that not only has the Trinity Force and the Infinity Edge, but he's also working towards a Zeal item. So as this guy finishes that off, this guy's going to be such a terrifying threat to deal with. You don't even have to worry about, again, sub, indigo, anything like that. Just Tuller alone and the damage he's going to be able to pump out in this core, he's going to just be absolutely a terrifying threat for Paragon 5, and I'm just really not quite sure how they're going to deal with it. At least Gragas is starting to get a little tanky, though, with that Morella Nomicon finished. But overall, just with, everybody being so squishy on the side of Paragon 5, when you have carries like this, that they're maybe not fed in the sense that, they have 20 kills or whatever, but when someone isn't dying and they're constantly farming, and right now we just saw Tuller hit that Flame Horizon point on this Corki versus Licenseless Rider Swain, so I think it's fantastic. I think it's actually something very notable there, as he does recall right now, and he's not able to finish off the Zeal item, but regardless, having that near 50% crit with this Trinity Force.
TP.
Has teleported as well, but that's going to be the Ocean Dragon going over to Paragon 5. The Twin Shadow Glacial Augment Nico isn't quite going to do much besides annoy them a little bit, but the package is available for Lane Zero, and if they want to make a fight happen, that's going to be one of the best tools to get it started. Glacial Prison coming out from Fallen Artemis as well. They have a lot of things to get fights going, but they're just not happening.
Both sides dancing around it. There's going to be a fight. It's just a matter of when. It could be a minute from now. It could be 5 minutes from now. There's going to be a fight. We just gotta wait it out, and then there's going to be some explosive action. Tuller's splitting again, though. He still has the TP. The sub is TP as well. Oven Johnson all teleports up right now. Tuller's splitting in the top side. The sub going to push bot side here, but this mid lane turret under fire. This could go down.
I'm not sure if they're just really, really wanting him to finish off that Zeal line before they get things done. We see the package was used there, and just about all these Corki games that we've seen, nobody's really utilized the package for any sort of big dick play, so it's pretty impactful. Actually getting rooted up there and actually completely avoiding that Recon engage, even though Fallen Artemis does get knocked up there. So much damage coming out and resulting in McTrump having to heal, and there's the Corki Rockets doing so much damage, and there goes Gogcha. There's the Glacial Augment, the utility that comes out from that, getting rooted by Nico. And that's going to be him ulting as well on McTrump. Let's see what damage he can do. He does have the Lethal Tempo procced, and good God, Tuller is doing so much damage on this Corki right now, but he fell to the Jason. Oven Johnson actually with McTrump, and ooh, that's going to be a great QE to finish off that double kill, and sitting at desk is the only one left alive, and Paragon 5 really take a dominating victory from Lane Zero, and one that I really didn't expect.
Over chase there. Oh, no, okay, gonna miss. Too far. They won the team fight, and then they chased too far. They used all their key cooldowns, and then didn't have anything left for them. And as a result, they win. They rather lose the team fight. Paragon 5 just kites them out, and now they've got the Baron off the back of this. And, that was a fight that should have gone. A beautiful Chains of Corruption by Indigo here. Also, smart move by Paragon 5 to wait this out so they can give the Baron buff over to everyone on their side here, but that was just too far. They went too far, and now Lane Zero, they should have had that Baron, but now they lose it.
Definitely think Lane Zero is sweating right now when it comes, it's the final series. That's what's going on in every player's mind right now. And all 10 of these players' minds, they're like, this is what everything, all the scrims and all the games that have been played up to this point, it's for these big matches. And right now, it's when things start to slip, they start to slip fast. And when things start to go out of control, it's just so very overwhelming. And a lot of it is all about mental in these best of 5 games. These really bring out, you have to show who has the stamina to actually stay in these games, keep the good mental, and really push through even when the games aren't looking too hot. So it's a test of mental fortitude right now, and Lane Zero really need to pick up the pace a little bit. Paragon 5, even though, again, they got... There's no question, it's not flame or anything to say that. They got absolutely wiped the first game. It was just, that's just pure facts and statistics right there. But in these last 2 games of the game 2 and 3, they just look so much better, and I'm not sure if it's a cleanup on the side of Paragon 5 and then just playing better, or if it's on the side of Lane Zero where they're just playing more sloppy.
Well, you got Rapid Fire Cannon completed for Tuller. You have Ginsu's Rage Blade completed for Indigo. Maybe this is the time that they can win a fight. They did a good job at the start of the last one. They just need to finish it out now. But, lap control over. Baron over here for Paragon 5. Their siege isn't great, but it's decent. And their 4-1 setup is getting some stuff done here. But the base, it's going to stand for a little bit longer. But they've got a lot of time left on the Baron.
Trying to make something happen. The Sejuani and the Braum molds come out, and that's going to be Indigo getting knocked up in the explosive cast, bringing it right to the Jace. And Tuller, Fallen Artemis being the only ones left alive, and every member of Paragon 5 besides Gogsher, the Fallen Soldier, being left alive on this Paragon 5 squad. They're going to be able to take that mid inhib. They're going to be able to take that bot inhib, and actually not even going to look towards it. They're looking towards the Nexus turrets, and even though Fallen Artemis played a great defense last time, it's not going to pay off this time around. Slarica is on a rampage, and even though he has to fall for it... Ooh, actually, that's going to be several people falling. So much damage coming out from this Corki, and he might actually have the defense. And, oh, good God, that's going to be a quadra kill for Tuller being the only one left alive, and Paragon 5, instead of just walking towards the bot inhib that barely has any health left, you see the cannon minis, hauling ass and trying to bop it down, but oh my goodness, the fact that they, Big Trump there just decided, he's like, oh, I'm just going to walk towards the Nexus, and I'm going to try to give it an auto, and just gets blown up by this crit Corki, who's 7-1 right now on this Lane Zero side. Again, picking up that quadra kill, so Tuller doing a good job to keep Lane Zero in this, but man, it's going to take a lot if they want to defend against the no Nexus turrets and the open inhibitor in the bot lane as well.
Now they've got Corki with an Essence Reaver at 37,000 gold to go spend after that last fight here. So he's crazy strong. And a second Inferno looking to be picked up here by Lane Zero. No way that can be stolen away here. So Lane Zero, upon the brink of losing this game 3, they come back from it. They're actually in a good position here. Sure, the Nexus is open, but you have this incredibly strong Corki. Indigo is on 3 items, so he can do a lot of damage too. The sub's struggling, but he can still provide a big impact in the team fight here. You're still in a good position if you're Lane Zero, despite your Nexus being open. There's an opportunity for you to win a team fight here. We'll see if they can make it happen. This Jace is getting slowly less effective. He's still good right now, but they can find Gongsha.
Gongsha, no face checking at a time he shouldn't be face checking. Fallen Artemis able to secure it in the end. But man, Paragon 5 for looking so good for the past few minutes as you have done. You now have a 30-second death timer to wait on your support, and that just allows Lane Zero to buy themselves some more time. So now they're just able to pretty easily secure the vision in their jungle, make sure that nothing too sketchy is happening in there. But otherwise, they're just going to have to wait for the Jace to push out this bot side and see if he can pressure the open bot inhib, and otherwise wait for their supporters coming up in 10 seconds and maybe just try for another push in the top side.
Yeah, that's what happens in these late game scenarios when you get a support picked off or anyone picked off like that. You're still in an advantage right now, I think, but you're delayed by another 30 seconds or a minute total by the time he comes back out on that map. So every time they go down, they have to reset. They have to reset the waves here to get them crashing again for the pressure to actually work here. Evan Johnson still wins the side lane, but they don't win the 5v5 as hard as they do before. Like, I think Paragon 5 is starting to lose the 5v5 potentially. This double 80 carry composition may just overtake them now.
If the Glacial Augment slow is actually going to result in Solarica getting caught out a little bit there, and Nico landing a good 3-man ult, but it's not quite going to matter. A Licenseless does manage to pick him off, and look at him tanking so much damage, and all this sustain that's coming out. Nola, meanwhile, Big Trump on the Xayah, wiping through with the feathers, and here's Tuller, though, finally responding, but he's going to be able to take out Solarica, but it's a little harder for him to take out anybody else, and Evan Johnson seeing if he can deal the damage, and that's going to be Mick Trump picking up a triple kill onto the Xayah, and that's going to be game 3 for Paragon 5.
Well, I mean, this was really just came down to execution for Lane Zero. Twice they had an opportunity to win team fights, and twice they throw it. That time, they just fought without Tuller. You know, they go in for the engage. It's a good spot to engage there. You have him underneath turret. Fallen goes in, finds the ult onto Solarica. But Tuller's not there. He's your strongest member. He's all your damage. Why are you not waiting for him there? And you saw he even got a kill on the backside of that one. But they're not able to do much without him. And as a result, they fall in the last team fight. They fall in game 3. And now they can lose the series.
Yeah, no, I'm honestly surprised, especially, you know, I mean, taking a look at the damage right now with 28,000 coming out from Tuller, God, if Lane Zero were able to pull that win out of their ass, if there was going to be any sort of MVP, it would have been that guy, because he definitely would have been the leading force behind that, but it just, you know, one person isn't enough. It's all about a team effort, especially in these team games, so it's heartbreaking to see, but I think Paragon 5, again, did earn that next win, and now all it takes for them is one more to close out the series, and if not, it's going to be some silver scrapes if Lane Zero can push back.
This is I expected Paragon 5 to win this series when it started. I thought they were going to win it, but after game 1, I was really doubting myself. Like the Lane Zero I saw in game 1 would take this series, but they in games 2 and 3 they have looks like a completely different team. Like, I don't know what happened. You know, usually it's the other way around, right? The team they come out to a slow start and then they kind of wake up here, but Lane Zero was ready from the get-go. Their early game in game 1 was, they made a few mistakes, but nearly impeccable. Like there was so few mistakes made. But then games 2 and 3, it was just mistake after mistake after mistake, and then they could barely execute in team fights. Half the time, their team just wasn't even ready. Miscommunications there. You saw in the last team fight, the sub flashes in, finds the 3-man ultimate, and then no one is ready to follow up. There was just no communication there. And Lane Zero, like, if they keep playing like that, this series is over. The good news, they had a great aim earlier on tonight. If they can just go back to that, they can win it. But I don't know where that Lane Zero Blizzard went, because they need them to win.
Well, let's see if they got it back in, though, if they're able to pull it out for game 4 as we get back into it in a few minutes. So, man, if anybody else is just as excited as we are, stick around and we'll get into it sooner rather than later. So we'll be back.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken.
As we get into things here for Game 4 of this series of Lane 0 Blizzard and Paragon 5, now it's starting to get hot. It's starting to get spicy because now this is the game match point. If Paragon 5 are able to finish this off, and if not, if Lane 0 are able to take this win away from them, it's going to be some silver scrapes, so exciting stuff either way. As we start to get into bans, and thank God Lane 0 Blizzard decided to smarten up, and they're taking away Zaya away from McTrum.
Finally, our first game that we switch sides here. Lane 0 going to have that first pick available to them here, and well, Paragon 5 going the exact same bans every single game here. They have not switched up at all, whereas Lane 0 has adapted several times and changed, even from game 1, where they won, they changed here. But Nautilus going to be the first pick here to secure that one. A really nice champion that can be flexed around to like 3 different places here. Even 4 if you want to play it in the jungle, though I don't think that's great. But it's just a really versatile champion that can do a lot here. But take away Zaya, I'll take Kaisa. Trump's going to get a carry champion.
Yep, picking up that Morgana as well, which I can only assume it's going to be for Gongcha down in the bot lane to go along with that Kaizen. I think it's one of the nicest bot lanes, especially someone's rooted up by that Morgana. Not only does it allow the Kaizen to be able to kill her instinct in, as well as the other crowd control that comes from Morgana, such as her ultimate. I think that it allows you to walk up to someone as Kaizen and just get your entire full Q off without even having to walk away and just like miss a few of the missiles. So I think early on for those first few levels, I think it really adds a lot of maybe not kill pressure, but just damage especially. And they're actually going to be able to take up Silas, not giving it to licenseless rider. So they're not banning it, but they said we're going to take it if we're not taking it off the board entirely. And as you said, Nautilus, I think one of the more invaluable picks to have for that front line. And as you said, it can go just about anywhere. It could even go in the mid lane, and even though we do see the Silas, it could be flex top and could be taking a support. We can't really expect in the jungle, especially now with the Ivern locked in, but it'll be... And again, this is actually the first game of not Sejuani coming from Fallen Artemis, so now I really want to see what AD carry they pair with the Ivern, because now, you have the Kai'Sa taken away, which, kind of sucks. I'd be reluctant to think that they're going to pick some sort of hyper carry on the lines of a Vayne or Jinx, but it's still a possibility. But the Corki that's been so highly contested in this series was picked up by Paragon 5.
I think this is a Vayne game. I expect it's probably going to get banned away, but I think this is a Vayne game for Indigo. I don't see what other champion they'd pick here. Well, there you go. There's the Vayne is banned away. Like I thought it would be, but I don't know what other champion they're kind of planning to go for here. They've picked up all the pieces around the hyper carry AD carry, but they don't actually have the hyper carry AD carry. So that's kind of not great for Lane 0 here. They need that champion. They need the champion to tie this all together, but they don't have it yet. So I don't know what they're going to go for. They played a Varus last game. Certainly the Silas and the Ivern, can do a lot with that, but I don't know. This is going to be tough for them, and they also have to lane against this Kaisa Morgana, which you talked about can be decent. Is low range, but it is still a decent laning duo here, and then the Corki scaling late game. So I don't know about Lane 0's picks so far. They're good individually here, but I don't know if this actually creates a composition that you're confident with.
It's going to be a little scary to see. Sejuani is taken away from Solarica as well, so they don't want to... you see the picks right now of the Kaisa, the Morgana, and the Core Heater, they're probably going to go for some sort of front line, and front line they are, as they hover this Hecarim right now, and that is indeed going to be locked in. Meanwhile, the bot lane has still yet to, or I should say the AD carry for the side of Lane 0 has yet to be picked up right now, as far as we understand with how the compositions are going. I'm pretty sure it is going to be a Nautilus support, but it very well could be sub up in the top lane picking up that Nautilus, and even though Jinx and Vayne were taken away, I'd still say Tristana is on the lines of a hyper carry, so Indigo is going to see if he can pick up that reset-based AD carry, seeing if they can utilize that jump to the best of their ability, and Echo's actually going to be locked in more. So let me see here. So is this probably going to be an Echo for the mid lane for Tooler, and I guess just Ivern for Fallen Artemis and sub with Nautilus, I suppose?
Yeah, because you had it Echo versus Corki in game 1. They like that matchup, so I think the sub has also played Silas before, whereas I don't think that he's played the Echo at any point, and Tooler is just much better on that champion here. So I think that they're going to go with that here, but I think another split focus here for Lane Zero. They drafted Ivern and Tristana together, but then they kind of drafted two split pushy champions. Obviously, Silas can team fight, but Echo is a bit better in the side lane here, and based on the enemy team, like, I don't know, it's sort of a split focus for both teams. They have split pushing with the Jace, they have split pushing with the Echo, and then they have team fight there, with Ivern, with Tristana, the double AD carry setup on the other side here, so both teams can kind of do a little bit of a few different things, but aren't really focused on one crazy thing. But something I'm surprised we haven't seen so far is the Hecarim has gone unpicked, unbanned, I think, every game this series here, made it all the way to game 4 before we've seen it at all. I'm very surprised by that, to be perfectly honest. Obviously, early game champions, or early game junglers anyway, haven't been as coveted recently, haven't been as picked as wanted. They've sort of been, neglected a little bit, and that's sad. But Hecarim is still super strong with Conqueror. He does a ridiculous amount of damage. He provides a lot of early ganking potential, and also he loses damage later on in the game, but he still is very useful. So I'm surprised he wasn't really picked at any point, to be perfectly honest. And I think Solarca has found a really good champion at a really good price.
Honestly, just looking at the comps right now, and again, you gotta take everything with just a little bit of a pinch of salt. Can't make any assumptions, before the game is actually all played out and everything like that, but I'm just going based off pure composition as I have done in previous games. I really think, even though I want this to be a Lane Zero series, I really want this to, have this game 4 go to Lane 0 and have it be the Silver Scrapes intermission and then go right into the game 5 and have them win it. In an ideal world, that would be fantastic, but just looking at it right now, oh god, especially with McTrump Kai'Sa, like, for him to actually pick up something like that, even though he's been great on the Xayah in the series, and like overall just about any AD carry you give him, it's still going to be okay. Even the Ashe, it wasn't really his best by far, but something like the Kai'Sa, it's so very reliable. I still think it's one of the best AD carries that's just so hard to match up to. Just such a very good kit, such a good utility with the repositioning of the ultimate and being able to go, forward. You can't really build against it. Either way, it's just going to absolutely shred you. But Lane 0 do have good answers, with the Nautilus ult point and click and seeing if they can actually lock her down with that. But having to deal with that Black Shield is going to be a good response. And otherwise, as you said, you have these picks from Lane 0 that are mostly, going to thrive in these side lanes and in the split pushing pressure. And they do have double teleport to utilize that, but so do Paragon 5. So they do believe that this Corki Jace are able to match up to the Silas Echo, and that, when the time comes when they're actually wanting to, actually get fights going, they want to make sure that all 10 members can actually get there in a timely fashion. And honestly, you have the cock blocking of the Ivern, and obviously, the massive amounts of stink that comes out from the Redemption, and all the great support items he's able to buy, and just the utility that the Ivern brings. It allows it so killing the things that are pretty hard to kill either way, being the Silas, the Echo, the Tristana, and even the Nautilus, it's allowing so much more survivability in that front. And otherwise, when it comes to the picking and wanting to, try to take out the Kai'Sa and the Corki, I think Morgana is really going to be that's going to be her entire job. Nobody else is really going to be looking at the carries and wanting to protect them for the most part, because otherwise you got the Hecarim with the Onslaught of Shadows diving into the back line. The Jace we saw again, Oven Johnson, pretty comfortable on, and wanting to get in the faces of people, constantly try to do damage, especially when you had those double lethality items. So it's gonna be scary if you do have this Silas Echo, constantly going on to your Kai'Sa Corki, and no one's around to help him.
I don't really understand the mindset or the theory behind the composition for Lane 0. I think their game 1 draft was really good, but these last couple drafts in the series have been just kind of confusing, because like they have some good pieces here and there and things that make sense, but what are you really going for with this composition? It's not really committed to 1-3-1, because you have an Ivern and a Tristana, so they're not really playing for that. You're not really playing for team fight, but you drafted the Ivern Tristana again, but you don't have tanks. You have an Echo and a Silas there. Sure, you have Engage with the Nautilus, but he's a support. He's not tanky enough to be your entire front line. I don't really understand what they're going for with this one. On the other side, I can say a similar thing about Paragon 5, but their team comp still rounds out more because, yeah, they have the potential to split push, but their team fight looks a lot better because they have a hack room, and then they have the Morgana, who's a good team fighting support with her ultimate and just the spell shield to help out, and she's just really good in those situations. So while you have a Jace to split push and he doesn't team fight super well, you still have other things that are really good about the composition, and you can set up really well in a 4-1 because you have pressure on objectives with double AD carry, and the hack room can kind of be your tank, of course. So I'm just confused as to how Lane Zero expects to win this game. Like, what is your ideal 25-minute look like? What are you hoping to achieve at 25 minutes? Like, are you expecting to be in 1-3-1 setup here? Are you expecting me to 4-1 with Baron? No, not really. Like, neither of those things are really. Well, do you want to set up as 5v5 and bait Baron to team fight with? Like, they don't want to really do any of those things here. They have decent pick, but it's not really that good. So I just don't understand what they're looking for here. Sure, they have good champions. All 5 of their champions are good, but how do they actually work together as a composition? I don't see it, and I think you're right that Paragon 5 should probably take this one here. I don't think their team comp is perfect by any means, but it's much better than Lane Zero's.
It's definitely going to be interesting. I think Gongcha going for the summon Aerie is a little strange, because I think, as far as I know and have seen from recent Morganas, I think going towards that Resolve tree and taking the Guardian is a little bit safer and allows for a little bit more of survivability in that sense, and so for her to take that, it may be a little bit more, or seen as a more aggressive option, and maybe the Kaiser Morgana are trying to see if they can maybe get some kills on the Shoshana Nautilus, and especially if you're able to bind the Nautilus down, even though the Nautilus himself does a good amount of damage after landing hook and everything else that comes with it. If he's still locked in place for a good amount of time, unless he latches onto a wall to get to safety, it might be a better choice to just pick him off and not even have to worry about the Tristana and Oven Johnson and Sub already going back and forth up in this top lane. The Stylus Jace, the Aftershock is going to be procced there, and Oven Johnson, it's going to be a double corrupting potion lane, so they're both going to be able to sustain pretty well.
There's going to be Aftershock Jace as well here, so the short trades can go in his favor, but Oven Johnson with the Ravage advantage should have the advantage in that sense in the lane, but already an early gank.
Yep, Fallen Artemis, seeing if you can slow the Jace down with those red autos, but otherwise just going to have to simply crawl away. Not really going to get anything out of that. Oven Johnson not even having to flash away. So
need to land that root, yeah, for that level 2 gank to really work. The Sub's cooldowns were not available, so no chance for him to actually do anything there. The Ivern doesn't land the root. No way that actually works out for them. It's also big, too. He steals away the red level 1, but now his pathing is really bad, Fallens is. He doesn't really have many camps marked early on here. He's not in a great position with the Ivern, whereas the Hecarim has done a lot of camps and he's way ahead in terms of that XP, but does have the 3 buff potential.
Yeah, we'll see if that's the more aggressive route he does decide to go. He is up in the mid lane right now, notices that the chickens are gone. And that Celerica has indeed taken them, and he is on the top side right now, and Sub trying his best to remain keeping vision and making sure that he does not get caught out by the jungler of Paragon 5, and otherwise the bot lane, or excuse me, both bot lanes in general staying pretty passive as I say that, and sitting on desk does land that hook onto Morgana there. Excuse me, Tristana E is going to be popped onto her for a decent amount of damage, but no jump is going to be followed up on. They're not going balls to the walls just yet, and otherwise, very good hook was landed. Not that one, but that's quite alright. Electrocute is getting procced by Tooler in the mid lane, who's doing a good job to lay the damage down up on the Licenseless Rider. And otherwise, I'm a little worried for the bot lane right now, because I think Nautilus, even though with Black Shield you're able to negate a lot of the fights he's able to start, but Sub trying to see if he can find the soul kill on a Johnson. The Aftershock was proxy, doesn't have it available now, and just the way he's positioned, I keep thinking he's going for another chain, but not quite going to find it, as Jace is definitely going to have to throw that recall, teleport back, and, seeing what he's able to buy with that, less than 700 gold.
Well, I mean, Lane Zero's had really good lane phases. Every game, even the ones they've lost in, they've consistently had CS advantages in mid and bot lane. And been even everywhere else here as we get a fight in the top side.
Sub so very low, biting off a little bit more than he can chew, but maybe it's quite alright as Oven Johnson doesn't quite find the cue to connect onto Sub, as he does manage to sidestep it there in the last few seconds. So again, what could have been a first blood to either side there does manage to end up being nothing. So as we approach 5 minutes, it's still a deathless game right now, and nobody's wanting to give it up. And here's Hecarim up in the mid lane, seeing if he can catch out Tuller. W, it does get thrown down and gets a little bit of the shield there. No stun is going to be found as Solarica decides to just walk away from that one and maybe help push this mid lane in with Licenseless to allow him to get a lot of those minions under his tower and just, head back to base together. If I don't think Hecarim's going back, but Corki is, and that's what matters. He's starting back right now with about 1,200 gold, which is pretty damn nice for a Corki on first back.
Has phage potential, or he can get chain with some consumables. So very good back. The Hecarim comes in. Sure, the gank doesn't work, but you're right. Gets a great back timing for the Corki, and that's humongous, right? That's his. I don't know if he's that exposed before first back, but he really can contest the lane now. Before this, he really wasn't in a position to contest the push. He wasn't able to do that. The Tuller kind of ran the lane on the Echo, so. This is actually really nice here. You can see the Moby's picked up here for that Ivern Fallen trying to get around, but still we're at 550. Now 6 minutes. He hasn't found any ganks yet.
Constant fights happen on this top side, and Sub doing a good job to get the 1v1, nearly 1v2 up on Oven Johnson here, even though Solarica was there. Gets that first blood, the first kill of the game. Picking that up on the Silas against Oven Johnson's Jace, so very well done there as he seals the onslaught of shadows and starts to walk up to this turret, knowing that Fallen Artemis is not too far behind. See if they can pick up this first plate, and maybe a kill with it. Solarica does hit 6, and Sub has the ult of his own, and even though he does die to turret shot, it's actually going to be the triumph! And Fallen Artemis flashing forward to pick that up. I don't know why he didn't get another turret shot there. I definitely think that the Ivern should have died as well. But he might die either way to the JCQ if he's able to connect it, but not quite going to find the Ivern. Red is about to be spawned. So some cheeky timing with Fallen Artemis to be able to smite this away. And Tuller is able to pick that up as well if he's not too busy killing Licensed Rider, who is able to Valk over the wall to safety, and that is going to be him picking up that red, and Oven Johnson saying, "What are you doing in my jungle?" as he gets stunned out by the Echo. And Licenseless, again, is on the side, but they're not really looking to make anything happen. Oven Johnson trying to dish out as much damage as he can onto this Echo, and otherwise, pretty good victory so far for Lane 0.
Double red denial is huge, though. Solarica, his ganks are great, but you know what makes him even better? Red buff. He's been denied both of his first 2 red buffs here. He got 3 buffed on the first clear, and I think he's going to get rebuffed once again. Not going to have access to a single buff. Single red buff and only blue buff so far. So this is amazing right now so far. Fallen hasn't made any ganks happen, but he's been able to deny stuff from Solarica here, which is, good enough, I think, in the early game.
Absolutely, as long as you're making something happen, as long as there's a little bit of a trade somewhere. And otherwise, as we talked about dragons the entire night, the first dragon on the map is going to be that mountain dragon. I think it's going to be very impertinent for either of these junglers to apply that pressure, and again, I think a lot of the advantage does swing towards the team that does just have those elemental dragons under their belt, and as we've talked about, just doesn't go away. You always have those buffs. You always, if you have that Infernal, you're always going to get that bonus AD and AP. You had the Mountain, you're constantly going to get that objective damage. Even something like Ocean, even though it's a little underestimated in Cloud, having those bonus resource regeneration, bonus movement speed, it just feels good. And even if it's not great for you guys to have it as a team, it's better for you to have it than the enemy. So I think if there's going to be any way to view it, that's probably going to be the best way. And right now, Dragon is going to be starting, maybe a little bit of a skirmish.
The TP coming through. This could be a fight.
Package is popped, and Sub getting very slowed up by that package. Not quite going to find any knockups, so that is going to be Paragon 5 finding that first dragon of the game, being that mountain dragon. And I think it's going to be very impactful. I think it's going to be very useful for them, especially later on in the game as some things start to come up, like that Baron Nashor, and soon to be the Rift Herald in about 45 seconds. So I think it's invaluable to have, without a doubt in my mind.
CS lead coming through here in the bot lane for Lane 0, getting platings as well, but Mid lane this time, Tuller actually lagging behind, down 14 CS right now, behind Licensed Rider on the Corki, which is not something that's been very common this series. Usually Licensed Rider is a bit behind Tuller. So interesting to see he's got the advantage this time here. But top lane pretty even, so lane 0 not finding the advantages they usually have in the lane phase in terms of just raw CS numbers, but are still up gold.
Got the double Jace up in the top lane as Silas steals the hammer for him there, so he just gets to walk around for a little bit. And however, Celerica is in the top side of the map, as far as I can tell, undetected by the sub here. So maybe if he decides to go for a little bit of an aggressive play, it might cost him his life, but Ivern is up on the top side as well, so yet again another 2v2, both junglers doing a good job to sniff each other out. Here it comes, oh, the massive shield coming out from the Ivern, and Daisy's here as well. Oven Johnson getting so very low, but not quite going to be found yet again. Escaping with a sliver of his life unless Daisy's able to finish him off. It's a possibility, and it is going to be... It's a possibility and it's a reality. So there it goes, Oven Johnson getting taken down by everybody's favorite little happy tree man and his little helper Daisy. So well done there by Fallen Artemis again to kind of figure out that Celerica was there. You know, despite not really having vision on him, you know, they just knew that was probably going to be the best play for him to make, and he was there to respond to it. So very well done. And lane 0 right now having the kill advantage 3-1 with Tuller constantly going aggressive despite, as you said, having that CS difference here in the mid lane as Licensed Rider, again, 11 minutes in, already having about 100 CS. Doesn't have a lot of gold that he's sitting on right now, but ever so slowly working towards that Trinity Force, having that Phage and Sheen complete. And we're seeing that McTrump is actually going the route of the Infinity Edge first, so we're probably actually going to see maybe a few different build paths going on here. Nautilus Ult does come out with Black Shield from Morgana, is able to deny some things as the stopwatch. Is able to buy some time as well, but here's the redemption coming out from the Ivern, and that's going to result in Celerica saying, yeah, maybe not, we're going to head out of here. Another Black Shield, again, able to prevent another Nautilus hook, and they're going to be looking at this tower, though. Turret plating is the name of the game as they're able to make that pop there, get a little bit of share. Killer Instinct comes in, and so does the teleport from Oven Johnson. Sitting at desk is all alone. There's nobody to help you, buddy, and Celerica is going to be able to pick up a kill of his own. The second one of the game, having that Warrior enchantment completed on this Hecarim jungle right now, and it's still anybody's game as far as we can tell. And with the second Mountain Dragon coming up as well, you know, it's still able to be picked up by lane 0 right now if they are able to get that to be able to match Paragon 5s. You know, it's still pretty scary to watch right now. And again, we do see the junglers, you know, constantly trying to make this presence. You know, a great redemption coming out from Fallen Artemis there. And as I wanted to mention with McTrump going for that Infinity Edge first, you know, we see a lot of different traditional Kai'Sa builds as they are right now. McTrump walking forward on Indigo right now, doesn't have the Killer Instinct available to make that play happen, but, you know, we see a lot of the Guinso's Rageblade, or Storm Razor into Guinso's Rageblade that we sometimes see. Sometimes we just see the Storm Razor into the Infinity Edge that works its way into the Zeal item, usually being the Runon's Hurricane, if not the Phantom Dancer. And sometimes, skipping that Guinso's Rageblade entirely, but instead, he is going to be going for that pickaxe, the BF Sword and double pickaxe build, which right now, 13 minutes in, allows this Kai'Sa to have his upgraded Q. So a lot more damage is going to be coming out from that ability as he starts to work towards the Berserker Greaves, and again, more than likely the Infinity Edge and the Guinso's Rageblade. So we'll see what this Kai'Sa can do as it starts to take off, and otherwise Indigo having that Infinity Edge finish still has a while to go. You know, to work towards that first Zeal item, and I really don't think it takes off until finishing off that second Zeal item. So compared to his opponent right now, I think the Kai'Sa is going to be able to start popping off and being a lot more relevant sooner in this Tristana, but if lane 0 are able to stall it out, you know, that might be what they need to do to win.
Well, the mountain being started up here. TP not available for the sub yet. Oven Johnson, same thing. So they're going to have to run down, but the sub already started it.
Yep, 4 members are able to secure this second Mountain Dragon, and the package comes out as well. Lots of damage in the redemption. Gongster trying to see what ult he can find, and even though every single member of lane 0 is here, they just aren't able to do anything about him. Morgana Binding is going to land on a Daisy there. But as you said, second Mountain Dragon of the game is being picked up by Paragon 5, and that's just going to lead Lane 0 to be in a very scary position. Again, you're allowing Jace to be up in this top side to get that top lane outer turret, but the rest of the members of Lane 0 are going to see if they can siege up this mid. Two-man stun, as well as the onslaught of shadows coming out from sub is going to result in Tuller picking up the kill into Gongcha. That's going to be a second kill, actually, a shutdown down onto Solarica, and Lane 0, despite being down 2 of these dragons, are able to pick up some kills of their own, and they're not out just yet.
Gonna be an Infernal this time. Some more spicy dragons coming out here, but a big win for Lane 0. Twice they've tried to punish a dragon take there from Paragon 5, and twice they kind of got repelled, right? A disengage came through. The sub was just a little bit too late, but that time they actually find a fight on the backside of that and are able to come through with a big team fight win, get the turret there. But you're right, they have given over double dragon here. They lost top turret because the sub has roamed several times now, and the Corki, he's not quite on that Triforce, but I believe he's just waiting for a little bit more gold on while he's in base there, and then he should have it. So, the Corki and the Kai'Sa are starting to come online here. Tulur's going to get outscaled eventually, despite having these 2 kills here. Ivern's got 2 kills. That's not super useful on him. It'll get him to Ardent Sensor faster, but that's not really that useful. And Tristana is in a similar spot to the Kai'Sa here, only up a little bit. So I'm worried that you talked about extending the game, but I don't even know if that's good for Lane 0. Like, I don't know if going late game is actually helpful to them. At the very least, it's neutral. You know what I mean? I think that's the best they can hope for, is it's a neutral thing. I don't think extending the game is positive because of double AD carry.
I'm loving the W's that are coming out from Tuller right now in this game of Echo right now. I can't believe that while they were sieging up that mid lane turret that they were able to get that the 2-man stun from that Echo W. I just couldn't believe that they really walked into that. No, like, you can hear the quote that comes out from the Echo. You can see him start to walk up even before the circle shows up, and meanwhile, Licenseless getting taken out. Absolutely assassinated by the Nautilus ult, and then the damage coming out from the Tristana. So the first kill of the game for Indigo there does result in Licenseless going down. He is able to finish off that Trinity Force. Again, it's that greed to be able to finish off those big key items. And it's going to, just cost him his life right there. And not only his life, but that top lane outer turret as well. As the rest of the members of Paragon 5 try to siege up that mid lane turret, but the Hextech Protobelt allows it to be cleared pretty easily. Solarica there, actually a little bit of a cheeky Nautilus hook as well as the Ivern route is going to result in him getting caught out a little bit. Tuller is here as well, but if he ults away, he can get right to safety. And McTrump and Gogsha are there on the side to help his buddy out, and that's going to be pretty easy Rift Herald for them, despite the other team having one of the 2 mountains. So if they're able to pick this up, that would be very fantastic. Gongsha maybe sniffs it out, does get the vision, knowing that there's several Ivern bushes just mysteriously taking that Rift Herald, but Hecarim just in the mid lane, responding to Tuller, is looking to see if he can get a kill. Electrocute doing so much damage as well as the Protobelt proc. And with that movement speed expiring, Tuller gets his E sooner and is able to pick up his 3rd kill of the game. Solarica does fall, being pretty squishy on this Hecarim overall.
Indeed, he is very squishy. Like, he's only level 9 right now. This is, the damage build on Hecarim is great, but you're super squishy. Right now, you'd usually be a bit higher experience on the Hecarim. He's only up 5 CS on an Ivern, which is really unusual. Almost all junglers farm faster than the Ivern at this stage in the game. So it's kind of bizarre that he's not that much further ahead here. He's, lagging behind just in general on this champion, so he's really not that impactful. Come later game, he will be, but same thing with the Jace. He's way behind as well right now. 2 champions are pretty useless for, Paragon 5 right now. They don't really do much of anything. They kind of need gold to function, and they don't have it. Good news is the 80 carries are scaling. The CS has been really good from them. But the bad news here is that they have 2 Mountain Dragons. Great. Okay, it doesn't matter, because you don't have actually any objective to hit. You actually need to use the objectives to do anything with them. So it's really not very helpful right now. They'll be helpful later, but right now they're pretty useless. And they've sort of lost fights and are down gold right now with your composition. And 2 champions are pretty useless at this stage.
Sitting at desk does get caught out by the Morgana Bind, and the Hecarim ult as well. A lot is being expended. Killer Instinct even coming out from McTrump there, but they do manage to get Sitting at Desk out of the fight. And while they're trying to fight for this Infernal Dragon, Licensed Rider trying to see what damage he can dish out. 300 damage on that Dragon does result in it going over to lane 0, and Tooler is on a rampage. Redemption does go down with the Ardent Sensor also being on this Ivern. Flash forward from Indigo, and flash forward from McTrump. Maybe not the duel he wanted to take, and that's going to result in Indigo picking up another reset, and that's going to be Licensed Rider falling to Tooler, and Tooler is unstoppable on this Echo. 11-4 right now in favor of lane 0 Blizzard. They do have that Infernal Dragon with Baron coming up in about 5 seconds, and even though they don't have those Mountain Dragons, it's definitely a possibility if they pick that up. Besides this mid lane turret, they're just going to be able to swoop up pretty effortlessly, and now they've got a fantastic lead to work with.
Somehow this composition has pulled it together here. The sub has done a really good job here up against the Jace pick in the top side. He's done a really good job dealing with him, keeping him behind, and right now the Jace doesn't do a whole lot here. And Tooler has played 2 fantastic games on Echo now. He's done a real good job on that pick. And like I said, I don't know how this team comp wins, but they just kind of are winning fights. Like it's not really unsure how they're doing it. Their engages aren't particularly explosive. That time they actually are outnumbered. The Nautilus got picked off before anything happened, and they still somehow end up winning these fights. It's really kind of strange to me, but I think that may just because the composition for Paragon 5 hasn't come online yet. No Triforce for the Hecarim. Corki's still waiting on his Zeal item to pick up. McTrump, he's on Infinity Edge and items that make up Rage Blade. So no one's really ready to fight yet for a Paragon 5, and so that's kind of why they're losing these fights, I think. Once they are ready, though, I don't know how lane 0 will win. They're far ahead right now, but not that far. It's only 5,000 gold. It's nowhere near a 10,000 gold lead, which could kind of blow this game out of control. But yeah, I'm worried. You can't take Baron very easily without these double mountains. You don't have anyone to tank it. You can see how much Ivern got chunked out there.
Gongcha doing a good job to get that Black Shield and negate that Echo stun. And it's actually going to be Tooler popping that Echo ult away. So a good cooldown actually being expended there from lane 0. Both the top laners right now up in this bot side, both having teleport available as Baron is up for the taking. And again, with that double Mountain Dragon, it's so much easier, especially with a Kai'Sa Corki. How easy it is for Paragon 5 to be able to take that out from the nose of lane 0, and knowing that Tooler doesn't have his ultimate available right now, they understand that he is able to be taken down right now, and Sub and Oven Johnson going back and forth this 1v1. Not quite going to find, though, and a lot of sustain actually coming out from the Silas. Still has his Corrupting Potion as well, when Jace does not, but lane 0 is starting up this Baron, and doesn't even look like it's going to get seen, strangely enough. Paragon 5 really need to wake up and stop looking at Tooler here. He is going to be able to get feared up by the Onslaught of Shadows, but with the rest of the members of lane 0 Blizzard on that Baron, I think it's a trade they are more than willing to take, and Slippery Tooler manages his way out, not even needing the redemption heal, and unless they catch out that they're doing Baron, I thought that Corki might have stolen it away, but no, it is going to be the Baron going over to lane 0.
Big win for them here, and the sub might just find a kill here in the bottom lane as well.
Oh man, I really thought he was going to be able to get that QE off on the Oven Johnson there, but not quite going to finish him off, and I think, he's done a great job so far in the Silas when it comes to the 1v1s, and again, this Jace has not been able to do really anything and have any sort of impact, and as I said, it's just kind of weird of a pick. I understood it versus the Nico. I think it was a lot more understandable a pick, but this time around, I really don't think Jace may have been the optimal choice here for the side of Paragon 5. I certainly don't think it's what's costing them the game, that's for sure, but as Licensed Rider is starting to get more and more items, we see him almost finishing off that Zeal item, that Rapid Fire Cannon or Static Shiv will soon be finished off, and as you had mentioned with the components of Rage Blade being thrown onto McTrump, that is going to be the combination of the Infinity Edge and Rage Blade, being completed, going towards those Berserker Greaves as well. Still having tier 1 boots at about 24 minutes into the game, it's pretty... You feel that as an AD carry, there's no doubt about that, and alternatively, the AD carry of lane 0, not only having the Infinity Edge and the Rapid Fire Cannon, but also that second Zeal. So working towards that as well, being so very strong on this Hyper carry right now. They took away the Vayne, they took away the Jinx, and Indigo still doing a good job to really abuse the fact that he has this Ivern to work with. He has this Nautilus that is willing to sit in front of him and die for him, allow the, sub to continuously, apply the pressure that he has. But McTrump is going to be able to pick up a kill, though, on his Silas with that killer instinct. But meanwhile, the response is going to be Lane Zero on the spot side. Indigo hiding in the bush, and that's actually going to be the package coming out. Finding an aggressive play being used with that ability. That's going to be Fallen Artemis falling with the shutdown going over to Solarica on this hacker, and that's just going to result in Lane Zero now having to recall and having to reset.
It's not the greatest trade in the world. You would have hoped to get more, so considering that your top laner died in the mid lane there, got picked off. They weren't quite able to take out that inhibitor turret, which would have been a pretty big win, and I think it worth trade. But as a result of them being a little bit slow, they're not quite able to take that out. But still, a decent Baron power play. I wanted more, but you'll take what you can get here. And now that Tristana is going to have the second Zeal item soon, I believe. She needs a tiny bit more gold. That's why she's staying out of the map here to take the Krugs. And then she'll be able to pick that up. And the Iverns, he's got 3 support items to help her out with here. So there's actually a lot of gold here, a lot of items coming through for Lane Zero Blizzard. Whereas on the other side, Paragon 5 are still kind of scraping together things they need. They've just now all hit their 2 item spikes, which are humongous for the Corki, for the Kaisa. But, you want another item to go with this Infinity Edge, to go with this Rapid Fire Cannon for these champions. Hecarim, he's still very, very squishy. The Jace, he does damage, but he doesn't do a ton of it. He's way behind in that department against most of the champions there on Lane Zero Blizzard. So they're not quite ready yet if you're Paragon 5, but Lane Zero Blizzard are kind of almost there. And there you go, Tristana about to back for the second Zeal item.
So very terrifying are the carries of Lane Zero Blizzard right now. As you had mentioned, that second Zeal item being finished on that Tristana, having that 75% crit chance, having so much attack speed with that attack speed Q steroid. You got press the attack that's able to amplify the damage of your E so very much. And, Killer Instinct from the Kai'Sa has been able to pick off some kills, and it was finally a great usage of the package. I think probably one of the more impactful usages that we've seen of it for this series. And Gongsha and Solarica, though, almost getting caught out by Silas. Not quite going to find him, but able, as they are staying as one unit, they're able to get this vision together as one productive squad, and not just, one person walking in and getting caught out by 2 of those members. They kind of get spooked a little bit. They're like, wait, they're actually, one well-oiled machine as they work together, so they're having to just dip out of there and not really do anything about it. And they were able to hold off on the Baron buff, so it was good for Paragon 5 to wait that out, but it's still looking so much in the favor of Lane Zero. Having a little bit less than a 7k gold lead is pretty significant, and really, unless you just wait for these next neutral objectives, wait for the next Baron and even Elder Dragon, as it starts to, get later on in the game, 27 minutes in, it's looking like Lane Zero, but if Paragon 5 are able to hold on just by the skin of their teeth, they might be able to pull something off.
They might be able to. They just might. We'll see here. Base still not broken, though, for Paragon 5, which is big. That can change the game a lot here. Oh, no.
Oh man, so much crowd control. You feel it, especially when you're going mobility boots Ivern. You don't have that tenacity from Merc Treads. You're not going to be able to move for a while once that Morgana binding hits. And now with 35 seconds on that Ivern death timer, Lane Zero just have to sit around again. It's these moments that Paragon 5 are able to pick off one person, then buy some time, kill more minions. We got the Rapid Fire Cannon on the Corki, got the Trinity Force finished on that Hecarim, the double lethality on the Jason. Now Kaisa getting to that point of going towards more and more items to complement even more crit coming out from the Infinity Edge and the Guinzos. The Onslaught of Shadows coming out from Solarica, but it's just going to result in Sub walking away a little bit. That's completely fine. And now Baron about to be respawned and up for the taking for either team.
Well, that's what you talked about. The Ivern's still very squishy. He does a lot. He's a lot of utility, but he goes down very quickly. There's no one really to tank up. Well, Tooler,
2-man stun is going to be him dominating, taking out Gongsha seemingly effortlessly, and his Sub and Tooler are trying to see if they can find Solarica. It's going to result in him ghosting away. Oven Johnson on the bot side. And meanwhile, 5 members of Lane Zero are on Baron, and The only one to have stopped the recall was Solarica, but look at the members of Paragon 5. They're all split up. None of them are actually on the same page as Lane Zero on the same page, and they take that Baron, the second Baron of the game, as they are here at 29 minutes in. Dragon respawning soon as well. And right now, when it comes to the neutral objectives of the game and everything, it's Lane Zero that have the advantage.
Big pickup here on this second Baron, and now with all those inners and outers down, you can look at the base here. A potential to split as well is still available for Lane Zero, so it's just an ocean spawning. The Dragon's not really that big a deal, I believe. If I'm right about the spawn here. Yeah, no, just another ocean here. So it's not, the Dragon's not a big deal here, but oh, the package Corki coming in.
Yeah, another package just come in. They're trying to see if they can catch out Fallen Artemis. The Nautilus Soul does come out, but Indigo is going to be on a killing spree. Killing that Hecarim, the onslaught of shadows coming out from sub, that knock-up coming out from the Silas onto McTrum, the Black Shield is going to be thrown on him, but Gongcha having to stopwatch right in the middle of them to be able to finish off that ultimate. And here's Tooler seeing if he can find Evan Johnson. McTrum trying to find the way into the base as well, but with Baron buff on the top side, it's going to be Tooler with the Lich Bane taking out that inhib with no effort at all. The W is thrown down. He's not even going to have to go towards him for that stun. Just groups up with the remaining members of Lane Zero up in this mid lane. And man, with 2 inhibs down, you got Baron buff as well. 10 seconds on on Solarica. Another 13 seconds on Gongcha. They're working on those Nexus turrets. They get that stun. They get the damage off on the Corki, and that's going to be sub on Silas picking up another kill on the Licenseless Rider. And this game 4 is going over to Lane Zero.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to stop like predicting what team comps are going to do here, because I don't really know how they won this game. Like, Lane Zero's composition looks pretty bad on paper to me. Like, it's not terrible by any means. I don't think this is a draft loss necessarily, but I really don't like it. Like, it just has so many conflicting and clashing ideas of like what they're going to do here, but they just kind of took it to them. I mean, they won top lane pretty hard. Their mid lane was relatively even, though Tooler did have a little bit of pressure. Bot lane, you know, a slight win there, but like, they didn't win the lanes too hard. It was just like they just won mid-game fights super hard. The Hecarim, you know, the damage build's great when you're ahead. You do a ton. You are super tanky because of all your healing, but he has no resistances or no health. So Solarica just kind of dies instantly. They have no engage here because they have no engage other than like Gongcha with a bind, Solarica going in. So Paragon 5 have nothing to do. You like have no way to start fights, and then you know, you Lane Zero just like too strong at the end there. That was a bizarre game. One of the most interesting ones we've had this series here, and the draft so strange to me. I like the first 3 games, the drafts made sense to me, but this game 4, like they just changed, like they just pulled something out here that I never saw coming.
Well, hopefully we have more surprises in store for us for this game 5. So as we get into it, we'll get things set up, and it's going to be, again, everything leading up to this point. The series has been so very unpredictable, and it's still anybody's game. This can go to Lane Zero Blizzard tonight. It can go to Paragon 5 tonight. Everything that has led up to this is going to be decided in this next 30 to 45 minutes. So we'll get it set up, and we'll get into it. Game 5. It has all led up to this. Every game, even though that we saw some dominating games from each of the teams that may have led us to believe that it was going to be like heavily favored on one side or the other, it doesn't matter. Because now it is 2-2 with both Paragon 5 and Lane 0. And here we are, finally in this last game of the night, the last game of the series. And again, it didn't matter how good you played before, it didn't matter what you did, it's all about this game. And now, Koas, what's up with these two teams? Like, what, in the faults that we've seen tonight, like what has to go on for one of these teams to go home the Season 2 Sugar Free League champion? What needs to be the win condition of each of these teams?
Well, we've seen the early game. You know, we talked about early game was not as important or not as impactful, really. You know, with the Skullcraft change, with you know, tank junglers sort of coming back a little bit, Rek'Sai is sort of not existent anymore. You know, but every game so far, who's controlled the game come 15 to 20 minutes has won pretty much. You know, obviously there's been back and forth before then, but once someone sort of takes control of a map, generally that has just sort of been the person who wins the game. The only game that there's really an exception to that rule is game 3, but games 1, 2, and 4 have all been whoever controls the map. Whoever takes that first Baron just kind of wins the game. Sometimes they have to take a second one, but they kind of win through that. So I'd expect them to draft, towards a mid-game focused team comp in here. But because of this sort of adaptation throughout the series here, we've had Paragon 5, every single game they've banned Skarner, Nunu, and Tarek. This game, though, they're going to switch it out for the Echo because of the Pooler's impact on that champion. And as a result, Fallen going to get his Nunu for the first time this series.
I think it's really interesting the speed of which that Lane 0 had locked in that Nautilus and Nunu. I think there's a little bit of discussion of draft before this game had actually started. And now, again, as we saw with the Tristana, with the Ivern, and just having that hyper carry composition, they're doing it yet again in a different style, and they are actually going to secure that Vayne before it is banned away. So Indigo, for the first time this series, going to be on that Vayne to be able to match up to McTrump's Kai'Sa that's already locked in with Gongcha on Thresh, as well as, sitting at desk more than likely, again, having that Nautilus. So 2 of the hook champions down in the bot lane with 2 hyper carries is going to be very, very interesting to see. Silas also picked up for Paragon 5. I actually like watching sub on Silas for the most part, so they're not going to let him have that again. They're actually taking away his Nico as well, and Oven Johnson not going to be able to pick away his Camille. So a lot of different targeted bans. I think they're starting to smarten up for this last game for draft and being a lot more cautious of what they want to leave on the table and what they want to take away.
Very much an adaptation throughout the series here. Not going to see a Kennen either this entire series. It's been banned quite a bit. This time makes it through to that second phase, but it'll get taken away eventually here. So it's been a pretty consistent meta of tank junglers here, but it's still been whoever has the impact early on has sort of won that jungle matchup here. And Nunu is a great early game ganking jungler. Sejuani is decent, but I think Nunu's even better here. So I think Fallen could have a big impact on the map here. Good gank setup now with the Rise and Nautilus available to him. We don't know what the last lane is going to be, but he has 2 lanes he can gank here. Thresh certainly sets up ganks well here, and Silas can do it as too, but we'll see what is picked up. But it looks like Slark can go for the Jarvan, which is something that can be pretty good here, but we haven't seen it all so far this series, so that'd be interesting to see if they pair that one here. Galio's still up, so they could have gone for the 1-2 punch of those guys, but they already locked in the Thresh to support, so unlikely.
Dude, Jarvan, I swear, it doesn't matter if it's in the SFL, it doesn't matter if it's LCS or anything, that champion is so cursed, it's unbelievable. I don't know exactly what it is besides there's really no further introspection about it, rather than it seems like no other region can really utilize Jarvan properly besides Korea, and even then, I don't think it's the best pick compared to other things that you can pick. It's certainly awesome to have that Cataclysm that's unable to be canceled now and stuff like that. Yeah, it's fantastic. But I think we see a lot of people... It really bothers me whenever I see a Jarvan specifically go Conquer and then proceed to go 100% full AD. It leads me to believe that they don't actually read the keystone of what Conquer does, and that you actually have to sustain long enough in a fight and to continue fighting to be able to work your way up to that 5th Conqueror stack, and then it actually kicks in. And if you're on a full AD Jarvan, your fights aren't even wanting to last more than half a second. You want to pop someone as fast as you can and get the hell out of there. You have the utility of the flag and drag to have that knock up, the damage that comes out from Cataclysm, and the position that you can set up from that. But otherwise, you're not wanting to be in their faces, compared to if you go for the full tank Cinderhulk Jarvan, that's just this 100% beefy front line. It's just meant to get in there again, utilize that flag and drag, and utilize that Cataclysm to just be like, I'm going to be in the entire face of your entire enemy team. And then if you're able to sustain longer being a tank in those fights, then Conquer actually kicks in. You're getting that true damage, you're getting that healing and that extra sustain. And I don't think, again, anytime I see that, I never see it utilized properly. I see Stopwatch, actually taken on the runes. So you'll see the Guardian Angel picked up pretty quickly. Having that 600 gold reduction, just giving to you in your runes is fantastic. But it just seems cursed to me. I never see Jarvan winning competitive games like this. And with Lane Zero's composition, you know, we saw, you know, the first time around when we saw the old tank composition, they just didn't do it right. You know, you had the, you know, fantastic input saying that, you know, that Zed wasn't the right pick for that composition, that it was, and again, you had mentioned specifically, had they had a Rise, and check that out, Tooler picking up that Rise, and not only that, but having the very scary pick of the Vayne, having that on Indigo, it's going to be fantastic. So I think this composition for Lane Zero, again, just looking at both of the compositions right now, I think License's Rider is, you know, going to be a little bit of a scary threat on Silas. And obviously, McTrump, you know, is no stranger to us being on something like Kaiza. But I really do think that, again, it's going to be time-based. If Paragon 5, you know, if Solarica just manages to chain gank every single lane for the first 10 to 15 minutes and get all of them rolling and pick up those neutral objectives, the Dragons, the Rift Heralds, the turret plates, and stuff like that, then it's in Paragon 5's favor. But if they kind of sit around, they just have their dicks in their hands, they're not really doing anything, they kind of just, you know, like, kick a rock around and you're just like, hey, we'll wait until something happens, then there's no doubt in my mind that this is going to be Lane Zero Blizzard's game to take.
So, I love this draft from Lane Zero. Not that I don't think this draft is like one of the perfect drafts ever, but I think it fits the way they've played this series much better and actually makes sense as a composition here. You have two split pushers here if you want to go for a 1-3-1 again, which is something that's worked for them here. Sure, you don't have any wave clear in the mid lane, but they have no siege on the other side, so it doesn't matter that you don't have wave clear. They can't siege. They have 4 melees, and, well, Thresh is technically ranged, but he's a melee champion, and then Kai'Sa. So they don't have any siege on Paragon 5 side, so the fact that you don't have any wave clear in your hitty carry position doesn't matter. So I think you can pressure the map here. You can pressure Baron with a Vayne, who, when she gets on 2 items here, they've got a lot of, you know, they just have a lot of map pressure here that can make life difficult, and that's one of the things that's worked really well for them. And also a composition that spikes really well at 20 to 25 minutes here. The Rise on 2 items, the Vayne on 2 items, the Nautilus and Nunu will be very tanky at that stage. They are proccing the Aftershock. So I am a big fan of this composition here. On the other side, I think that Paragon 5 very good, but the Kled and Jarvan don't synergize that well together here if the Cataclysm goes down first. I've seen so many times a Scion or a Kled ult get interrupted by a Jarvan Cataclysm. Obviously, they can combo well together, but it's funny when teams just like miscommunicate the Cataclysm together. But like, I think their composition is good, but I think that Lane Zero is just better here. I think that it fits this way the series has been played out better. I think it fits the way they have played better. Overall here. Going to be the Aftershock Jarvan as well. So I like Lane Zero Blizzard to take this game here. Coming in, I thought Paragon 5 was going to win in 5. That could still be the case here, but I think Lane Zero Blizzard, I like their composition here. I like their setup here. Just because of the way the series has been played overall, I think that they have the edge this time.
See which way it goes, and again, we're always gonna have pauses in the Sugar-Free League. It's, you know, we're no stranger to pauses, so we're gonna have a quick little few second intermission. Nothing new here. We'll see, you know, if we can get everything resolved, you know, just as quickly as possible. You know, we're seeing everything pretty standard though, you know, as we see both the AD carries go and press the attack on both, again, these champions that are so very similar to each other, being the Kai'Sa and Vayne. I think, again, they are almost one and the same, just one another doing different types of damage, you know, having the Kai'Sa doing mostly AD and AP, and having so much true damage coming out from the Vayne, and, you know, going similar types of builds with, you know, Guinso's being one of the core items. So I think it's very interesting that it's actually going to be one of those games that, again, it's both of these champions kind of having similar roles in what they're meant to do in their team compositions, but even more so for the side of Lane Zero Blizzard, because, again, it's all up. And the same thing as one of those previous games. It's all up to Tooler and Indigo for the damage. Like, it's the setup coming from Sub, Fallen, and Desk. It's not like, you know, they're completely useless or anything. They have very important jobs that are own, but it is completely up to those two to actually dish out the damage. And meanwhile, on the Paragon 5 side, you have a lot more to work with. And again, something like Kled is actually going to be fantastic to get fights going. I like their composition in terms of their team fight, actually, and I think that the Kai'Sa Killer Instinct has a few more things to work off of now in terms of dive. So, from team compositions, like I said, in a lot of these games tonight, I've been trying to guess. I've like, oh, I think it's going to be this one just off, even more so with some confidence in some of those previous games. Like I said, I'm rooting for Lane Zero. Like the entire night I have been. I've wanted these guys to win. They've definitely, both teams have so far been, putting blood, sweat, and tears into this series. So either way, whoever ends up winning this series, I'm going to be proud of the team that does end up winning, and I think I will gladly say that they've deserved it and actually worked their way up to doing so. But man, just if Lane Zero can win the 5th game of this series with the triple tank comp and the 2 carries, then power to them.
All right, thanks to young Adrian, though. I think he subscribed earlier on in the night. I think it's 5 months in a row or something like that. So nice he stuck around. Thanks to all those guys who have, even people who haven't subscribed here, get a little level 1 action, but no one's gonna go down, so no reason to interrupt me, I guess, guys. Okay, can you just chill a little bit here? You guys sticking around watching all these Sugar Free League broadcasts, it's been a long time. I think like coming up on like 8 months since the beginning of season 1 and stuff. So all the people have tuned around. We've had pretty consistent viewership. So thank you for coming and watching. I know the players appreciate it. And I appreciate it as well. So thank you. Now we're hopping into game 5 and going to be a red start for both junglers here. Thought we'd see Jarvan earlier on. Thought we'd see Hecarim early on in these series, but in the later stages, we finally break out some new jungle picks here and fallen finally on the Nunu.
I'm excited to see what this Nunu can do, and again, a lot of these games that we've seen, we've seen early jungle pressure. There's no doubt about that, but I think we could have definitely seen more. And I think if there's anything that's going to be, something that's able to like super heavily pressure and chain gang something, it's going to be the Nunu that's Tokyo drifting in your lane every 5 seconds. So I want to see if that if they are able to especially apply that pressure bot lane, because I think it really is going to depend on who gets ahead first, this Vayne or the Kai'Sa, and more so for the side of Lane Zero Blizzard, knowing that if one of these carries if Tooler, somehow feeds his ass off, then it's all up to Indigo, and vice versa. If Indigo ends up feeding, it's going to be up to Tooler. So I think, it's going to have to be one of those two. I think Sub is going to be completely fine up on his own right now in terms of fighting with this Kled. He can take care of himself with the Grasp, and, once he actually works towards, better items in the Bomby Cinder, and maybe even something like the Tiamat, he'll be able to CS, he'll be able to, just farm out to the best of his ability and be one of those tank front lines. But if you can get Vayne even 1 kill, it's going to be, if it's the difference between, like, not buying and buying a Cutlass early on, that could be the difference on winning and losing a trade later on. And all those different things, and Tool are actually doing a good job to really chunk out licensed riders, really not even fearing. Sub doing the same thing up in the top lane, Nubbin Johnson doing a good job to trade right back, having that Conquer on the Kled there, and the Grass proc coming out from the Shen. So very low both top laners are, and you do see the Sylas actually had a pretty early recall, going for that Darksteel to help amplify the healing coming from that Corrupting Potion, but the remount comes out from Kled, and actually going on a Sub there, and the taunt under tower is going to result in him just having to fall off his dinosaur there, and Jarvan is on the top side, but he really doesn't want to go for the Shen. So it's going to be
It's a cowardly lizard. I'd like to correct you on that one. He's not a dinosaur.
Okay, no, yeah,
he's a cowardly lizard.
Cowardly lizard. Okay, I stand corrected. I'll completely accept that. And meanwhile, sitting on desk doing a good job to find that, hook onto McTrump there, but he's going to be able to avoid it, taking that lantern away. And there's the I guess I can't call that a snowball. I'm going to get corrected there. What exactly is Nunu bot Q? What do we got going on there?
It's the biggest snowball ever, okay?
Oh, okay, but Nunu bot, like, is that really a snowball? It doesn't really look like snow.
It's a hologram.
Oh, okay. So the biggest snowball ever made, but the hologram of it.
It's a hologram, yeah.
Okay.
It's all in your head.
Oh, okay. So it wouldn't be the first time that something was all in my head. So either way, it's going to be a pretty careful game early on. Again, it's going to be, if there's any stress in this series, I think there has been, high amounts of stress throughout this entire series for both teams and all 10 players. But oh man, for game 5, like, you don't want to get blamed as one of the people that like lost the team the game for the last game of the series. Like, nobody wants that burden. Like, again, as I've mentioned, like, previous broadcasts, like, I've had situations, you know, playing in the Sugar Free League and especially other tournaments as well, like years ago in the past, where if you throw the game and, you know, it ends up costing you like an entire tournament, you don't forgive yourself. Not even for like days after, but like even weeks. You just sit there like, man, I just shouldn't have flashed at that Baron. I shouldn't have made that risky ass play. I'm such a dumbass. So none of these players want to be the victim of that tonight. So everybody trying to make sure they play correctly, they play by the book, and they make sure they do what they need to win. And right now, the only CS discrepancy we're seeing right now is up on the top side with the Shen. Just, you know, not really too uncommon. It's about what I expect. It's so very hard on the rework Shen. I think it's why it's one of the best supports, I think. You know, not really having to be so reliant on the farm as old Shen was, really. And especially using the Stand United to teleport around the map. You more so get punished rather than rewarded, especially with turret plagues being in the game, and something like a Kled, you know, it's going to be able to punish you quite hard if you actually do use that Shen ult to the bot lane or anything like that. So it'll be really interesting to see, and I think something else that's very interesting to notice as well is the boots of mobility finished on that Jarvan. I really just, I don't think, and again in these games that I've seen, even though Celerica has been trying to gank these lanes, I don't think it's a worthwhile purchase for the lack of success that he's had in Gongcha. Finding the death sentence often sitting on desk, he's going to have to just queue away his Condemn is expended there on a big Trump there to see if you can get him out of range of getting any more damage off on desk, as press the attack was proc there. So again, just very even, and you know, biscuits being built on both AD carries, you know, trying to sustain the lane the best they can, and otherwise it's probably still going to be a pretty boring few minutes.
Another correction, though, for you, it's not Nunu bot, it's Papercraft Nunu, so, you know.
Oh, God, is it? Man, I'm just out of it.
So
Man,
it's actually a paper mache snowball.
Okay.
You just wanted to make sure we're on the same page here, because that's kind of a big blunder. I don't want to, like, change too much, but
hey,
I don't know, kind of yikes.
I'm happy to be corrected, man. It's been a long night, you know, casting all these damn games. You know, I'm looking at skins at a glance, and meanwhile, the Flag Drag does come out from Celerica there, but the Phase Rush is popped by Tooler, and
Nunu!
Here's the snowball, though. Paper Mache Nunu is here, and Stand United is popped by Shen. That's going to be a taunt, landing on a Silas, the first blood going over to lane 0.
That was just a good play. On the same page, a counter gank comes through, the sub ready with the ultimate, and Oven Johnson not able to interrupt, so a big win. The Shen is significantly behind in CS, but mid lane, a big win for Tooler. He's up quite a bit here. Also going to grab that blue buff, it looks like. So a potential to leverage this power of the Rise coming up soon. The global pressure of the Shen as well here. So a good start for lane 0 coming through with the early kill and up a little bit of gold to start things off here.
Yep, definitely getting that first blood has to feel good in this game right now. And as we look at the dragon, it is going to be that Cloud Dragon for the first one of the game. So we'll see who wants to throw their priority down there. We do see Fallen Artemis is on the bot side, seeing if they can maybe pull off a cheeky lane gank with this level 5 Nunu. Celerica, level 6 right now, and this Jarvan does have the Cataclysm available, making his way towards the bot side. And it's impressive to me that the junglers, you know, whether it's on the top side, bot side, anything like that, they do kind of sniff each other out, you know, whether it's, you know, just shown on vision or anything like that. Sometimes there's completely zero vision, and they just kind of know each other's there. They kind of know based on their pathing and the camps that they know they took and all other factors that come into the game. You know, it's awesome to see. And Oven Johnson, you know, trying to see if he can get this kill off on a sub. Grasp is available, and actually here comes the Kleddle charge as he tries to go in there, and it's going to result in sub flashing away, and nothing else is going to happen there. He says, I'll take the summer spells, a victory in and of itself, and stay mounted. I was going to say stay mounted, but it gets dismounted just about instantly. And again, a little bit on the lower side of things. He does have the Tiamat finish, but Balmy Cinder is finished on that Shen. And again, he's trying to catch up in CS the best he can. He is still down about 15, and Tira is finished on Tooler, as well as the Lost Chapter, so very nice place to be for the laning phase of this Rise, especially with the blue buff, but the Nautilus Soul is coming out, and he's going to be able to flash away from that Death Sun. Maybe Licensed Rider didn't want to find that, despite McTrump being able to get the Killer Instinct off of that pole, but No, it's going to result in him flashing away, and, or excuse me, not flashing away, but getting out of that situation in its entirety.
A big dodge there on that gank. 4 mid lane, and Cooler's A-okay getting out of that one here. And the sub ult coming back up soon. Oven Johnson will have TP to match, but that ultimate can be crucial in these roams here. And if you can get multiple Shen ultimates off before that 15-minute mark, multiple impactful ones, that means a huge advantage for the rest of your team here. CS even in bot lane, but a significant advantage here for either side in top and mid lane there. Also jungle, a little bit of advantage for the Jarvan.
Ooh, taunt under tower isn't quite going to be enough to keep him alive. Solarica is there, and Demacia is going to finish off the sub under his own tower there. And again, a huge CS lead to Oven Johnson as the rest of the minions crash under his tower. Fallen Artemis not going to be able to cancel that recall of Solarica, but that is going to result in the first kill of Paragon 5 there. Finishing off that Cinderhulk right there, so we are going to see a lot more of a tanky Jarvan build synergize along with that Aftershock that he has taken.
The Moby boots are definitely going to be pretty bad later on here, but they did get something done early game. I don't think it's worth the purchase, especially considering he rushed them, you know, before he even got the jungle item.
Yeah, that was kind of bizarre, honestly.
But, you know, hey, it's not the worst thing in the world here. And he's going to be super tanky with the Aftershock and the Cinderhulk. He's not going to be, you know, like a Sejuani, but he'll be relatively tanky, and the Cataclysm can do a lot here. So the Jarvan is shaping up to do something here in the later stages of the game, and had a decent early game.
Looking at lane 0 though, like the fact that you wouldn't go Merc Treads into the Shen taunt and the various crowd control of Nunu and Rise being able to root you and Vayne Condemn and Nautilus, like to not have tenacity versus that team is honestly like borderline suicide to me.
He could have tenacity in secondary. He went for the precision secondary, so he might have tenacity in that page. So that could be where he's getting it from, and that's why he feels he's okay to go for these boots.
That's fair, but then even in that sense, I still think, I don't know, I just can't stop staring at it. Like, I really cannot stop staring at boots of mobility.
I mean, they're bad. Like, there was a bad purchase, but
I just get, like, honest to God, I just keep looking at them. Like, no other item in the game matters. Like, there could be someone could be getting a pentakill right now, and I'd just be like, those goddamn boots, man. It's not sitting well with me.
Let me get a Cloud Dragon here. Shen ulti up, both TPs are up here. Tuller as well has his teleport, so potential for a fight here as Tuller TPs to the mid lane, but looks like lane 0 are going to give this one up and just sack that Elder Dragon, save the Shen ult for a better time.
Yeah, Nunu is coming in with the snowball. Death Sentence does land. The Standing Knight is coming in as well, and actually Vayne is getting knocked up there. Killer Instinct comes out from McTrump as well. Licensed Rider picks up the kill on a Fallen Artist, so that's going to be Silas falling down as well as Sub picking up the kill on a Solaria, so that's going to be no more Jarvan inside of Paragon 5, and you see the Cutlass active is going to slow McTrump down enough, and it's actually going to be the Root coming out from Tuller, finishing off that kill, and Gogs are getting so very low, and it's going to be yet another kill going over the Rise, but that's a lot of damage coming out from that turret, and even though he picks up that double kill for lane 0, there's a lot of kills, or I should say just the one of that skirmish going over to Paragon 5 as well, so two of the members of lane 0 seeing if they can get that bot lane outer turret while Sub teleports back to the top lane, preventing Oven Johnson from taking that top lane outer. So they do get a couple plates there, so a good amount of gold going over to Vayne, and both AD carries right now do have their first item finished, but with this Vayne able to, you know, get this farm that's coming her way and picking up 2 turret plays before it goes down at that 14-minute mark that just passed, I think it's definitely a good advantage for her. And Oven Johnson, every time he's in lane with Sub, is just constantly trying to go in on him, and has the Conqueror ready to go and seeing if he can try to steal that red off of Sub, but Fallen Artemis is on the top side, seeing if he can help his friend out.
This is a really interesting play, because they keep going after the dragon, like, several times in Game 4, you know, and Game 3. Lane 0, they would pick fights, but they'd pick it after the dragon was taken. It's, like, really interesting. I don't know what they're waiting on, but they let the enemy team take the dragon, and then they force a fight. That time, it's a big win for them, and you definitely take that trade. But why not pull the trigger, like, 20 seconds earlier, you know, and then you can take the dragon and the kills. But you know, still, they find the winning team fight. The sub also crucially has teleport, which means he can get back to top lane, so he can save that turret, which is huge. But the next time he roams, that turret's going to be gone here. So the next time they roam, they have to be picking up that first turret, or have already picked it up. Otherwise, they're going to be losing that gold to the Kled, split pushing while the sub roams with that ultimate. It's going to come back up pretty soon already. That cooldown, once you get a few levels under it, a little bit of CDR, it can actually get a bit lower than you expect. But still on cooldown for a little bit longer.
It's always so interesting to me to take a look at the gold differences among all the different players in the game right now, because obviously you're going to expect a lot of gold in favor of Kled as opposed to Shen, and as I'm being interrupted here, Gongcha going for a little bit of a hook on sitting at desk, who's trying to clear out the vision of the bot side, while Fallen Artemis tries to make his way down there, and assistance ping is thrown on the Rift Herald for Oven Johnson to go assist him there, but Oven Johnson's looking for a fight against the Shen. Sub not quite going to be phased by as he taunts him under towers. Actually going to take a good amount of damage from it as well, so doing a good job to utilize that. McTrump and Gongcha, though, seeing if they can find sitting at desk, and they do find him. Very good death sentence, very good box is going to finish off that kill. Meanwhile, Tooler and Fallen Artemis are getting caught out by the charge. Here's 3 members of Paragon 5 to the 2 in lane 0. That's going to be the Cataclysm coming down. There it goes, and Oven Johnson picks up the kill on the Fallen Artemis, and Tooler is there with the sub, and sub is able to pick up a kill on the Solarica, and there's no mana left on the Silas, and Oven Johnson doesn't need mana. He's Kled, and he's got the Staying United with him. And Tooler going to be able to rise port his boys out of there, and the rest of the members of Paragon 5 may be looking for this mid lane outer.
Well, that was a really nice ult from Tooler out to save his team there, but pretty disastrous couple fights there for lane 0. They're not going to give over the Rift Herald, it looks like, but they're going to lose mid lane turret. And straight up 2v2 kill in the bot side, and then a team fight, or I don't know if you call it a team fight, a skirmish win here, but
oh man, McTrump falling asleep at the keyboard. It's been a long series, buddy, but I don't know if that was a DC or what, but he was sitting there like a sitting duck, and there he goes. Lane 0 doesn't dare pass up the opportunity to eat that one up.
Well, a free kill's a free kill. They'll take it there. Yeah, that was not what you were looking for off the back of that.
trading.
Yeah, they get the turret here, a trade in the bot lane as well. So, you know, not the worst thing in the world, I think, if you're lane 0 here, but sacrificing some of the wins they had earlier on. But still, your top and mid laners are actually in a really good position. You know, the Shen's down 50 CS, which never a good sign, but because he's made all these like roam plays, he's actually you know, pretty strong right now for considering the CS deficit here. The Vayne is going to come online pretty soon as well here. You know, you look at this 500 gold up for the Vayne means she's going to hit that Rage Blade a bit sooner. That could be an opening for them to find a fight here. So lane 0 have some opportunities. Paragon 5 on the other side, though. They're up slightly in gold, but I think that they don't really have the strength to win a true 5v5 at this stage if Nautilus finds the engage and things like that. So I worry about that, but they have found some good fights so far. Maybe they can follow it up here. And the Kled is going to dominate the side lane until the Rise is ready to match him.
See a little bit of a skirmish down on the bot side. Yet again, these two are just no fear when it comes to each other. A Titanic Hydra actually being finished very early in the Shen, a lot sooner than I would have anticipated. Licenses Rider, though, trying to find Tour with that Nautilus ult. It's going to result in him flashing away over the wall, going to avoid that death sentence entirely that Gongcha is possibly looking for. And again, Paragon 5 right now are really trying to see what they can set up around this Baron. 3 members of lane 0 are on this top side. They're trying to make something happen. Solarica walks right into him. No fears, the Flagging Drag goes in, and Indigo gets caught up by the Cataclysm. That's going to be a condemn against the wall. There it's going to be, and that's going to be him going down. The sub is on a rampage, taking down Jarvan. McTrump is trying to get some autos, though, is managing to dodge that Thresh Hook, and that's going to be Indigo picking up another kill on Oven Johnson. That's going to be 2 of the members of Paragon 5 dead, while Rift Herald is up for the take, and they do have about 50 seconds to take this, and maybe even afterwards, I can't even imagine they go for Dragon. The death timers are still very short at being 19 minutes into the game. Solarica is about to be up in 10, and Oven Johnson in about 20. But right now, lane 0 looking good.
Well, I joked about Kled, well, half joked, half was serious about Kled ulti being interrupted by, you know, a Cataclysm ulti. But that time, like, Jarvan's the only one in the back line there, and the team fight just goes poorly because there's no pressure. It's full tank Jarvan. There's no way he kills the Vayne without help. Finds a Cataclysm, but he just does not have any way to kill her, and she just kites the fight. They win here, and Lane Zero come out with the team fight win they were looking for, even before Rage Blade picked up there for the Vayne here. And with Ryze ulti, the map mobility the entire team has, they pick up the Dragon on the back of that well, even with the short death timers you're talking about.
They are looking good though, and again, this the Shen is able to CS a little bit more easily now with this Titanic Hydra finish, and he's able to be a constant split push pressure against this Kled. Oven Johnson having a little bit of a tough time to match up to him, because now not only does Shen have this teleport, but Stand United is almost about up again. So it's going to be that double global that he's able to utilize to the best of their ability. And again, right now, the carries of Lane Zero are slowly but surely getting their items. The Seraph's Embrace is completely stacked for Tooler on this Rise right now, and he's also working towards that Spellbinder, giving him some more movement speed, as well as the Sword Shoes, giving that extra magic penetration. And there we go, Guinso's Rage Blade finished on the Vayne. If she wasn't already a threat, she's going to be one now. And McTrump so very starved for CS right now, even though he has the recurve bow and the pickaxe. Still got a few hundred more gold to go before getting the Guinso's Rage Blade of his own. And he's still going to be down the tier 2 boots because he got the Ninja Tabi on Indigo right now, which is also a very good defensive purchase there, as opposed to getting the Berserker Greaves. So good conscientious pick there. And otherwise right now, this is so very much looking like Lane Zero's game. And as we saw there, Solarica, throws the Cataclysm down on the Indigo, but, you're a full tank Jarvan. It's fantastic that you get the Cataclysm down onto her. It's good to trap the 80 carry in one spot, but if you have no one else following up to go, actually deal damage to her while she's in this confined space, then what's the point? If you're just going to sit, you got a wet noodle for a Lance. You're not going to be doing anything yourself.
This is why I like Lane Zero's composition. I don't really see the team fight dive working out for them. Finding the Vayne super difficult. The peel is good. Then you have side lane pressure now. The Rise is almost ready to take over the side lane here. Shen, with his ultimate and his map mobility, can just kind of clear the waves and wait. And now we've got the Rift Herald moving in. Lane Zero trying to make something happen in mid lane while Shen splits here. I just think Lane Zero in a fantastic position here at 22 minutes. The goal lead is only like 700, but I think they are in a great spot.
You need to keep in mind, though, Nautilus ultimate is getting popped from the Tooler there. Here comes the Kled ultimate as well. That's going to be Zoni's Hourglass, or Stopwatch, rather, coming out from Tooler, and Kled is on the backside, trying to kill Indigo. The Cataclysm comes down as well. It's going to go straight down to see if they can get out of it. But one more auto from Indigo is going to result in Jarvan going down. Licensed Rider, a lot of damage is going down on him, and Sub is able to be unstoppable, take him out as well, and Snowball is coming for Evan Johnson. Another Nautilus hook lands, and that's going to be a double kill for the Vayne. A taunt landed by Sub, and McTrump is the only one left. A triple kill for the Vayne, and that is going to be an ace for Lane Zero, with Indigo picking up that quadra kill on this Vayne. 6-0-4, while they now look for Baron.
It should be a pretty free Baron here. You've got 5 dead in a Rage Blade Vayne here. A huge win for Lane Zero off that team fight. And like we said, this series, whoever takes that first Baron usually wins. Whoever has control at 20-25 minutes usually wins here. You've got the Rise ramping up, now completed his second item. The Shen about to complete his second item. The Vayne is online here. It's looking good for Lane Zero. I was worried. For 2 games, they just looked just real awful. Like, there's no other way to put it than they looked terrible for 2 games this series. But they pulled it together here in Game 4, and now in Game 5, they're looking strong, looking almost as good as they did in Game 1.
I was about to say, this is the Game 1 Lane Zero that we saw. I don't know what I could only attribute the games that they looked so sloppy. It had to be mental in my mind, where they kind of just fell out of the groove. And once you're out of the groove, it's hard to get the ball back rolling. But man, they're rolling on it, and they're rolling downhill so fast. They're just so very in such a good position to overwhelm the side of Paragon 5 right now. They're positioning around Dragon before it's even respawned right now, so they're trying to see if they can get another one under their belt. That next one being the Mountain Dragon, so it's going to be fantastic for them despite Baron already being taken. Just helps with their sieging additionally, and then they can maybe work towards, that bot lane and pressure both the mid and the bot lane if Sub can be on the top side. So it's so very awesome to see that they are able to find their footing again. And, as you had mentioned, this isn't the the fluke lane zero that we saw for a couple of those games that were just constantly slipping up, you know, hesitant, unable or even able to be sure of what they wanted to do. Now they are. I think it even started in Champ Select. We saw how confident a lot of their picks are. They didn't have any time wasting. We're like, oh, should we pick that? No, they just picked. So I think they had a lot more of a game plan coming into this last one, and Mountain Dragon is up for the taking, and we see Licensed Rider getting stunned up by that Shen and so much damage. Take a look at that level difference. Level 15 Shen to level 12 on that Silas, and look at him, he's just able to pound away at that turret. Gongcha's here, and he's going to get spotted out on a ward, so he's not really too worried about it. But again, I think Sub, both the solo laners actually are doing fantastic when it comes to experience right now, especially when it comes to CS, and really Tooler, the CS that's coming out from him. And again, he's 225 to 166. I wouldn't even be surprised if he managed another Flame Horizon before this game is over. But very, very well done and very efficient farming by him, and a deathless game by Indigo right now so far in this vein, which is also fantastic to see. So these players really are trying their hearts out. It's paying off.
Tooler has been super underrated this series. Oh, no!
It happens.
Oh.
It happens.
God. Oh, God. Why?
It wouldn't be the first time. That's for sure.
Tooler's been super underrated this series. Like, he's actually done a really good job. Been very consistent, I think, is the best word to describe him this series.
Mm-hmm.
He's been consistent. Win or loss, he's had at least a decent game. Had a positive impact every single game this series. And just consistently CSing. He does his role, and he does it well.
Couldn't have worded it better myself.
The sub not really in his role, though. He takes the red buff. I don't know what's gotten into him. He's not the carry.
I don't know. The damage he's doing, he's certainly acting like it. Look how much damage he's able to dish out on the Kled, even though Kled is the one with the, you know, the Black Cleaver, Titanic Hydra, and Conquer. You know, you got the Grasp of the Undying Shen with the Titanic Hydra and Sunfire. Doing so much. He doesn't even have Thorn Mail. Look at the damage he's doing. It does manage to get the remount off on the Kled there, but he's able to apply so much pressure. He's able to get this top lane outer turret. You got Tooler in the bot side on this rise. They got this perfect 1-3-1 going again. And it's just so very beautiful to see that
this is what they have thrived on, too, this series. I think they can play a composition that is different than this, but the 1-3-1 or just split pushing in general has been better for Lane Zero. Playing a mobile composition, a composition that can move around and do things, has been so much better for them throughout this entire series.
Absolutely, but Sub is getting caught out a little bit. Trump comes in with the killer instinct, and even though he's trying to dish out as much damage as possible, that's actually going to be Kai'Sa picking up that shutdown, and that's a little bit problematic once you have that 1-3-1 interrupted. Now it's a little bit of a 4v5 situation. We see the Rise Port coming out, and oh man, just barely escapes, and that Death Sentence is Zol's Mad Life level picking up Tooler, but not quite going to find it, and Gongcha maybe, you know, burying his face in his hands after that with how close that hook was, and that definitely could have changed things, because not only had you taken out Sub already, but if you got Tooler on top of that, you maybe could have gone for a little bit of a push.
Well, some of our games have just been ugly and a mistake after mistake, but that was a sequence of really nice plays there. A beautiful hook by Gongcha to start off the pick on the sub top side, then Tooler with a great ultimate to get out there, and almost Gongcha again with another great hook, that time a prediction. Just a lot of great plays coming in there, and eventually the siege is kind of broken here, but they do get an inhibitor turret crucially before they move out here. So Lane Zero Blizzard now the potential to take on an inhibitor. So if there's a commitment on this next Baron, you know, Paragon 5 could lose their base, and you know, if they play it smart, Lane Zero here should be able to either get the inhibitor or get Baron. There should be a situation, assuming they play it right, where they get something out of this.
I am very excited indeed, and this Jarvan is getting pretty tanky though. He not only has that Warmogs, but he has yet another Giant's Belt, maybe working towards either the Dead Man's Plate that it looks like, having that changed vest, as opposed to the Randuin's Omen. You're not seeing a lot of crit come out, besides that Phantom Dancer on the Vayne. You know, it's not really the crit that's the problem, it's the true damage that's constantly being applied with that every other second auto. Is so very impactful having it on that. You know, we do have the Guinsos on the on McTrump on the Vayne, who's also working on another Nasher, or excuse me, on a Nasher's Tooth. So gonna have that upgraded Q, E, and, you know, sometimes a little bit more uncommonly, the upgraded W. So we'll see if he's able to utilize that to the best of his ability. And here comes another killer instinct coming up from McTrump. Has the red buff available, so maybe able to get the slow and a sub, but Oh my god, look how much they commit to the bot side, and that's going to be lane 0 picking up the Baron, and their only choice is to go for sub. Sub, you're going to have to be the sacrificial lamb. You see the Cataclysm come out, but I'm pretty sure the E's going to be up rather soon, and there it is. So he gets taunted up there, and McTrump actually doing a decent amount of damage, not too bad, but oh good god, a level 17 Tooler hauling absolute ass with that teleport towards McTrump. That would certainly stress me out. But able to avoid it, but that's going to be lane 0 picking up that Baron. 14-7 right now, 30 minutes on the clock. It's looking it's looking like it's done. Like, I'm going to be honest with you, I mean, they've got a significant gold lead. And I only say it's done not because, like, oh, P5 or P5 are in, like, an unwinnable situation. It's just that they're really not doing anything.
I mean, this is what a 1-3-1 does to you, or a split push comp, even a 4-1 does to you, right? They pull you apart. You commit to one side of the composition, and the other side tears you apart by taking an objective of some kind, by taking a turret, an inhibitor, a Baron, and this time they commit to the bot side here. The sub gets out, and because they still have that turret up on the outer side, on the bottom side, like, they can't even kill him, and they get the Baron off. This is humongous for lane 0 here. They're going to clear out these minions for now, but they're just waiting for the sub to push in top side, and then they can continue to go. I think they should send Tooler bot side here, get the bot lane pushing, pressure that inhibitor here, and lane 0, as long as they play this smart, should win this game. This is the situation you want to be in. They're in it. It's just a matter of executing now, and they can become the champions of the SFL.
Tooler does so much damage on that rise. I'm not sure if he saw the just sheer I know it's just a minions, but good god, that guy is so scary right now, and as he cycles through his abilities, I mean, again, the solo lane still, it's incredible to me the amount of experience these guys have able to accumulate over their opponents. Just such big props to them, because it's so much bigger than items and gold and stuff like that. Like, experience is so much scarier, and right now Sub yet again taking on the entire world as he gets the taunt away, and Death Sentence doesn't land as he has the cheeky little sidestep yet again. Here's the Nautilus Soul taking out McTrump and knocking him up. Hook does land as well. Some of the members are on the inhibs, but there's the Flag Drag coming out. The Staying United with the Vayne. It's going to keep her alive. Licensed Riders on the backside, but it doesn't matter because Indigo is godlike. Solarica is the last one remaining, or excuse me, not the last one remaining, but he's not remaining for very long. It's actually going to be a shutdown off on an Indigo, but it doesn't matter when Tooler's alive. He's got plenty of damage on his own. The Hook doesn't quite find him, but so tanky Sub is. Look at him taking these double Nexus turrets, and that flash forward from Gongsha isn't gonna find the death sentence. 3 members of Paragon 5 are dead, with 4 remaining on lane 0. We got 2 Demolish procs going on the towers. They got the taunt, they got the dismount. They didn't find it with the Nautilus Hook, but that's quite alright. These beefy tanks are taking up the turrets. They're taking up the Nexus if he was able to shoot anything, but it's not going to. Teleport comes out, and the champions for the Sugar-Free League are going to be lane 0 Blizzard in a 3-2 victory in this best of 5 series versus Paragon 5. Holy,
I mean, this
guacamole.
was this game 5 was what I wanted to see throughout the entire series for lane 0. I mean, they played game 1 and game 5 spectacularly. In between, not so great, but they played a great series, a great couple of games in game 1 and 5, and they deserve to win this one. Paragon 5, they had their moments, but the consistency just wasn't there like we saw throughout the playoffs, throughout the season for them. I mean, they were number 1 for a reason. Paragon 5 was a great team, but they just didn't quite have it. They did not have a consistent showing they needed to. Big Trump had some good moments there, but they consistently lost bot lane in CS, mid lane consistently lost in CS there. In the sub, he had his struggles, but when he was on, he was certainly on this series here. I mean, just a fantastic display from everyone in this series. And Fallen certainly quietly under the radar once again, playing his tanks, playing his playmakers. You know, he ends his games 1, 2, and 14, but he had a humongous impact on the map with that pick there. You even saw Solarica going for the mobility boots, trying to do something crazy. Fallen didn't invest into those mobility boots early on, didn't do anything like that, but he still had a humongous impact on the map here. And a well-deserved win here, and becoming the Season 2 SFL champions. Lane 0 Blizzard, it was up and down, it was a little bumpy, but they got there in the end, and wow, I mean, coming back from Season 1, trying to claim their title for, you know, to keep the old guard of the SFL alive here, getting rid of these new kids on the block.
Absolutely unbelievable, and I think it's well-deserved, to be completely honest. And again, the game, like honestly, game 5 and game 1, that was the team I wanted to see, like so badass, like how they were able to take those wins. Like again, in the games they looked sloppy, holy hell they looked sloppy. Like there's, as you said, there's no doubt about that, there's no sugarcoating it. But good God, once they actually got comfortable, so very awesome that they were able to take that victory. And I think for them to finally, you know, actually be able to win finals, and you know, they're probably, you have to feel so relieved. You have to feel so, you know, being able to pat yourself on the back after that like long series. The stream's been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes, just like the mental drain that it has on you as a player, and the fact that they were all able to stick in it, even after some of those worst games, like some of those worst games, it takes it out of a player. You know, they just completely say like, hey, we're completely done. You know, it's just like, you know, we can't win, we can't recover, anything like that. But that's not Lane Zero. They didn't let him take it out, and Paragon 5, you know, did the same thing. They, you know, kept in it, you know, held on by their fingernails, tried, you know, come back, and they did do a good job to, you know, fight tooth and nail. Both very good squads, but in the end, better team wins.
I mean, they should have just listened to me. They should have picked Rise earlier on.
That's
I mean,
true.
That was the key, right?
It's
I
true.
called it. Said, hey, this team comp could pick Rise. Tooler picks Rise, and all of a sudden they're winning games. It's kind of interesting, isn't it?
Hey, there's a correlation. There's no doubt about that.
The sugar free league guru. You just guys listen to me, and I'll tell you exactly how to win. So this was an interesting series to end it here, but very much a sugar-free league. We had some pauses, we had a few throws, then all of a sudden the team comes back. Like, this is a sugar-free league series to its core here, and I'm glad we got to end it on such a good one. And yeah, just call me up if you guys want, you know, some advice. You know, hit me up.
Up and coming coach. You know,
I'm sure I can help you out.
Oh God, it's been an absolute pleasure casting this series. This was actually, again, despite it being a long series, it was certainly an interesting one. I'm so glad that, again, you know, these series are the best. Again, I don't really care much for the, you know, 3-0 blowouts, you know, anything like that. You know, it bothers the shit out of me. But oh my God, getting to a game 5, 2-2, both the teams trying their hearts at, you know, like, this is competition. This is what, like, these players get fired up for, you know, like, most people don't even give a fuck about solo queue anymore. Like, who really cares? You know, there's really not much on the line. But man, when it's 2-2, and you know, it's just like you get goosebumps in series like this, especially in team fights. And as you guys start to win, you start to realize, like, wait, we're gonna start like that feeling of we win. Oh my God, we win! Like, there's nothing that compares to it. It's amazing.
There's a reason Silver Scrapes is the best song ever made. I mean, it's not, but it's a pretty good song, and I'm glad we got to break it out for you guys tonight. But it's been a long season. It's been a long night, but glad we weathered the storm here. Made us go all the way, made us go the distance, but a well-earned victory here, and hope to see both these teams again in the future here.
Yeah, without a doubt, but otherwise, that's it for me. If you have any other closing words for us, Koas?
So Fallen wants to do an interview, and I think they want to bring Sub and Tooler in here because
we can do that.
I think so. I think they'll slide in here in a second.
Wait, so wait, hold on. Who am I getting in here?
Sub and Tooler.
Sub and Tooler, not Fallen.
Not Fallen.
Okay.
Fallen's sending his lambs to the slide. He's sending in his little cohorts in to trash talk.
So we've got Lane Zero Blizzard, Sub and Tooler with us after that victory. How are you guys feeling? You know, what's going through your minds? What was happening in that series?
I think I was right. I think I was right all along, and that everyone is actually bad.
Everyone is bad. That's true.
Okay.
You're never wrong.
Yeah, well, if everyone's bad, then I guess I'm just less bad than everyone.
Sometimes that's all you need to be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which, I mean, I called it. Like, they left the Z up all series and we won. So, just saying, you know, who cares that the only game I played it, we lost?
Yeah, who cares that the Zed pick was terrible in that game because you guys were all AD and you needed a consistent DPS source other than Sivir? Who cares about that?
Okay, well, to be fair, it worked in scrims, okay?
Who cares that Ryze would have been the perfect pick in that game? Who cares?
Exactly.
We picked it in game 5 and won. I don't know how much better I can get at predicting you guys. Like
They didn't have the Camille game 5, buddy. Okay, like Rise is fine.
It's
You
true.
can't match Camille in a
It's
side
true.
lane as Rise. You can't match Camille in a team fight as Rise. She just ults you and you get butt banged. So
Not if. Okay, sure. We'll go with that. You're right. My bad. How could I ever doubt you, Tuller?
that's all I'm saying. Best mid in SFL.
Holy shit! I mean, you've proved it. I mean, what you guys winning? I mean, that's proof enough for me. So I'll take your word for it, my man.
I don't know. The sub's right. Everyone's just bad. That's all it is. Everyone's just bad.
Hey, man, as long as you're better than the bads, that's all.
Was
that
Indigo
matters.
Indigo's here now? Has he got anything to say? Is he gonna flame me too?
I doubt it.
All I'm gonna say is I was disrespected the entire season. Didn't even make second team All Pro, and we came out and we took the cake. That's all. We got it.
Yeah. You had 7 kills in the last game. You guys out CS Mick Trump, like bot lane. You won bot lane almost every game this series. Do you think is that why you're saying you guys were underrated? Is that why you feel disrespected?
Pretty much. I mean, I'm not much of a trash talker. I just kind of let my play do the talking. So
Woo!
I think
I like
everybody's
that.
happy.
What a beta.
Holy boy!
Hold on. Is Fallen a beta for playing tank junglers? Well, we won't tell him. Your answer.
Absolutely not.
I don't think so.
Absolutely not. Because
He's a
like,
good
takes
teammate.
It
He's a
takes
good-
a real man to acknowledge that his teammates need him to do something specific, even if it is something that he'll get shit.
exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
That's how you stroke the ego of your team captain, the person who runs your league. That's the perfect response, I think.
Dude, but that's like the truth. That like, man, as a fellow carry, like, dude, if I don't have tanks, I can't do shit. I could be fucking Bang himself. The hell's it gonna matter if I have a fucking meat shield in front of me though? Like, I can start to turn into a 1v9 god, and Fallen is one of the guys that is always willing to pick that shit, and it makes such a difference. It's unreal.
Okay, and to kind of get some of the focus off of him and back onto me, he does.
Me, Tuller, and Sub wouldn't be able to do what we do if he was in a beta.
Oh, whoa.
Basically, comms are just Fallen, come top, Fallen, come bot, Fallen, mid. No.
Oh, you don't need
You know
that
what-
camp. Come on.
You know what was the best play of that series? I think it was.
Dude,
game
I had
one.
so many.
It wasn't you. I'm not saying it was you. The best play of that series, I think it was game 1. Fallen sat in a brush top lane for over a minute and then counter ganked top lane. He knew exactly where Solaric was. He was playing Trundle and he counter ganked him top lane. And then
we
he
got that
won.
first blood.
And then you got first blood. That was the best play of the series. That game 1, that counter gank, best single play of that series, I swear.
Man, we must have been watching different, I was playing it, but we must have seen two completely. I mean, I'm just saying the Echo game where I led them all around top lane and then got out while we got Baron. That was pretty fucking good.
I mean, sometimes you actually have to use brains. You can't just mash your keyboard like you do. You know what I mean?
I'm
Jesus.
honestly just like surprised that P5's bot lane played as like safe as they did the entire series. I
As
thought
safe
were
as
gonna
they
play
did?
more aggro.
Is that the
I
word
think,
you're using?
I think the first game kind of like put the fear of God into them.
Dude, to be fair, you guys like wiped the floor that first game, like, man,
That was the cleanest game I've ever played.
that was so damn
Yeah,
clean,
it was
man. I was
disgusting.
getting like fucking aroused over here. I'm like, wait a second, these guys are doing like textbook shit. This is so good. Woo!
I thought honestly that I was surprised they picked Ashe game 1, but that was not the bot lane I was used to seeing for Paragon 5.
Well,
To be
like,
perfectly honest.
McTrump plays like all the champs that I do, so like we just like banned out all his ADs the first game, and he was kind
But then they started first picking Xayah. Like it worked, I guess.
The Xayah pick was working for him.
Yeah. But they just but then they left Kai'Sa Vayne up. It was just like a really interesting. But I don't know. That was, I think they played decent, but that wasn't like, that was, they were just like, they seemed off today. I don't know.
Yeah. They were still good. I definitely think they were actually decent. And maybe on a different day they win, but I think we showed up better.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You guys won.
Yeah, it was in all honesty, it was a lot harder than I thought it would be. So
Yeah.
to them,
I mean, they took you to 5 games, so
I know.
Especially after how really one-sided game 1 was. I was almost expecting 3 more of those or 2 more of those. But
yeah, I think you
They
got
showed
that.
up.
That was games 2 and 3 seemed like we were talking. Like you guys like left the building for like 2 games, and then you like started playing again. It was I don't know. Did you guys like feel weird about it? Because I didn't like understand after game 1 how you didn't play well in game 2.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the entertainment, right? And we can't just let the game go or the series go 3-0. Like that's for quarterfinals. You shit stomp a random like shitty team like WB, and then you come to finals and you got to make it go to 5 games. That's when everybody's going to be watching.
It's for the fans, right?
Exactly.
For the
Yeah.
e-girls in the audience.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, dude, it's an SFL win. That's how you get drowned in pussy, dude. Man, I tell a girl, I'm like, hey, by the way, I know this doesn't mean a lot, but I'm an SFL champion. Just instantly, just drenched.
Just wet. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I got a couple of
100%.
e-thotties watching this. One of them is strictly a friend, but you know.
E-thotties, like the way you just casually drop that's beautiful. So e-thotties, I love that.
This is getting a little awkward. This is getting a little uncomfortable for me.
Well,
What's right,
Not a
dude? Yeah, I got me e-thotties, dude. You gotta come on, man.
The thought of Tuller like with a woman just makes me uncomfortable.
whoa.
With a
probably
woman,
makes her uncomfortable too.
with a woman, with a plethora of women. This guy has harems at his beck and call. What do you mean with a woman?
Have you seen his rise? I mean,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no way.
It only took him 5. You know what? The stream delay caught up with him, and he was like, "He's right. I need to play Rise." I mean, that like it took 2 games.
I
Oh,
don't know.
that's what he was waiting on. I'm just saying, you play Rise maybe 3 games earlier this series. You know, like obviously you're going for, you know, like you wanted the
Style
fan,
point.
you wanted the
Yeah, it's gotta go style. You gotta go hard on the style point.
yeah. Maybe bring out the zombie Rise a few games earlier. That's all I'm saying.
All right. In my defense, I've had pretty shitty success with it in scrims for the most part. Like it takes a while to scale, and a lot of the like not this team because I'm on another team, but the other team, like we go for fights that we shouldn't. It just takes too long to scale, and I have to play something that has higher impact early. But the current Rise build, like you can actually rush pin pretty quick, and then the max order kind of makes up for like weak early game, and you actually get like a somewhat decent like later stages of early game and mid game. So
Yeah, because you can just go Morello second right after tier.
yeah, you can, but I don't because I'm greedy.
Yeah, because you went tier and then the speed up item,
Yep,
the
Spellbinder, yeah,
Spellbinder. Yeah,
that's actually my favorite just because it's low budget.
yeah.
You get a shit ton of AP, and Rise scales better off of flat AP than any other stat in the game.
I mean, he scales off mana, dude. Of course, he
It
scales.
does, but
Not really.
I love dealing some mana damage.
All right, well, all right. So we've gone on long enough. I think everyone's ready to head to bed. But are you guys going to come back for another season? Are you planning on playing again to defend your title?
I don't have plans of going anywhere, but there's a good chance Colin kicks me after the words that were just spoken. So,
True. That's
We'll
a fair
see.
point. I'm getting kicked off the broadcast too, so we can find another league for ourselves.
As far as I'm concerned, every team's irrelevant except for Akuma. We'll see them in finals next split.
I think Church of Poo is heading to finals next season.
who?
Church of Poo.
Who?
Church of Poo.
I don't. That's not ringing any bells here. I don't.
Mm. That's
they must
alright.
really.
Yeah, no, nobody's on the highest IQ enough to actually not even be on a team of Church of Poo, but just even understanding who they are. So that's understandable. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Must be what it is.
Yep, no, 100%. Yeah. But otherwise, as Koas had said, thank you so much, guys, for coming in here and talking about your fantastic victory. Because again, good God, what an absolute hell of a series, and you guys definitely did deserve that in the end. I really do think that was like I was on the edge of my seat for that last one, and it just makes me so happy to actually see you guys finish it out. Again, not even like fluke it for the last one. You guys finished out strong, so definitely congratulations. You guys earned it.
And you know what? I'm gonna say this real quick. I appreciate you guys as well for casting. It's
Oh,
rough
yeah.
work.
Oh man, dude, it's why we're here.
You guys don't get enough credit.
Dude, it ain't nothing but a thing. It's just our job, man.
All right. So I think that's gonna close it out for the night. But thank you for. It's nice to be appreciated. I like that.
Absolutely.
Everyone should thank us. But you can find me on Twitch and YouTube. I am not COEUS. Pretty simple. Anything else you want to shout out before we go, Lestaya?
No, I'm all good for the night. Dude, I'm gonna hit the hay after this. I'm so excited to just dive in my bed and knowing that my boys won, I'm gonna be sleeping good tonight.
Well, good. I hope to be back for season 3, and well, it's been a pleasure casting with you, Lestaya, and everyone here. It makes it a lot of fun. So hopefully we'll be back soon, and a good way to end the season. Is everyone good in this league, or do you have a comment on that?
They're all bad.
Okay, thank you. I think that's.
Thank you.
I think
Yeah.
we can end on that.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, have a good night, guys.
Hey, it was a good series.
Absolutely.